I'm going to posit that the reason you're all here parallels the reason that we've launched this enterprise, which is that the entrepreneurial drive that is swept into the food space is much closer to the beginning than the end. It's driven by a new set of values. It's a new ability of the consumer to seek information about what they put in their bodies. We become a nation of label readers, of individual diets, of personal need states. It's fitting we're doing this in California as well, because this is the beachhead from which it springs, and it's a tide that is rolling east, and we see deep deposits in cities all across this country. It shows that NOSH, natural, organic, sustainable, and healthy, is indeed sustainable. How do we build a community that can support everyone's growth, that can be a place where companies can compare notes and strategies, where playbooks can be exchanged, talent discovered? We're creating a forum, we're engendering discussion. We can encourage you to build your companies and brands, and we're here to help. But we can't build them for you. In the end, we're here to facilitate. We're here to provide the stage. You guys bring the food. So let's start talking about how that happens.
I love it, Mac made everything so that you can play with PCs and pieces. Hey, do we have any more tape? That podium might need to be taped down.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
I'm going to posit that the reason you're all here parallels the reason that we've launched this enterprise, which is that the entrepreneurial drive that is swept into the food space is much closer to the beginning than the end. It's driven by a new set of values. It's a new ability of the consumer to seek information about what they put in their bodies. We've become a nation of label readers, of individual diets, of personal need states. It's fitting we're doing this in California as well, because this is the beachhead from which it springs, and it's a tide that is rolling east, and we see deep deposits in cities all across this country. It shows that NOSH, natural, organic, sustainable, and healthy, is indeed sustainable. How do we build a community that can support everyone's growth, that can be a place where companies can compare notes and strategies, where playbooks can be exchanged, talent discovered? We're creating a forum, we're engendering discussion. We can encourage you to build your companies and brands, and we're here to help, but we can't build them for you. In the end, we're here to facilitate, we're here to provide the stage. You guys bring the food. So let's start talking about how that happens.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
I'm going to posit that the reason you're all here parallels the reason that we've launched this enterprise, which is that the entrepreneurial drive that is swept into the food space is much closer to the beginning than the end. It's driven by a new set of values. It's a new ability of the consumer to seek information about what they put in their bodies. We become a nation of label readers, of individual diets, of personal need states. It's fitting we're doing this in California as well, because this is the beachhead from which it springs, and it's a tide that is rolling east, and we see deep deposits in cities all across this country. It shows that NOSH, natural, organic, sustainable, and healthy, is indeed sustainable. How do we build a community that can support everyone's growth, that can be a place where companies can compare notes and strategies, where playbooks can be exchanged, talent discovered? We're creating a forum where, engendering discussion, we can encourage you to build your companies and brands, and we're here to help, but we can't build them for you. In the end, we're here to facilitate, we're here to provide the stage. You guys bring the food. So let's start talking about how that happens.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
I'm going to posit that the reason you're all here parallels the reason that we've launched this enterprise, which is that the entrepreneurial drive that is swept into the food space is much closer to the beginning than the end. It's driven by a new set of values. It's a new ability of the consumer to seek information about what they put in their bodies. We become a nation of label readers, of individual diets, of personal need states. It's fitting we're doing this in California as well, because this is the beachhead from which it springs, and it's a tide that is rolling east, and we see deep deposits in cities all across this country. It shows that NOSH, natural, organic, sustainable, and healthy, is indeed sustainable. How do we build a community that can support everyone's growth, that can be a place where companies can compare notes and strategies, where playbooks can be exchanged, talent discovered? We're creating a forum where, engendering discussion, we can encourage you to build your companies and brands, and we're here to help, but we can't build them for you. In the end, we're here to facilitate, we're here to provide the stage. You guys bring the food. So let's start talking about how that happens.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
I'm going to posit that the reason you're all here parallels the reason that we've launched this enterprise, which is that the entrepreneurial drive that is swept into the food space is much closer to the beginning than the end. It's driven by a new set of values. It's a new ability of the consumer to seek information about what they put in their bodies. We become a nation of label readers, of individual diets, of personal need states.
This is our view for right now.
It's fitting we're doing this in California as well, because this is the beachhead from which it springs, and it's a tide that is rolling east, and we see deep deposits in cities all across this country. It shows that NOSH, natural, organic, sustainable, and healthy, is indeed sustainable. How do we build a community that can support everyone's growth, that can be a place where companies can compare notes and strategies, where playbooks can be exchanged, talent discovered? We're creating a forum where, engendering discussion, we can encourage you to build your companies and brands, and we're here to help, but we can't build them for you. In the end, we're here to facilitate, we're here to provide the stage. You guys bring the food. So let's start talking about how that happens.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
I'm going to posit that the reason you're all here parallels the reason that we've launched this enterprise, which is that the entrepreneurial drive that is swept into the food space is much closer to the beginning than the end. It's driven by a new set of values. It's a new ability of the consumer to seek information about what they put in their bodies. We become a nation of label readers, of individual diets, of personal need states. It's fitting we're doing this in California as well, because this is the beachhead from which it springs, and it's a tide that is rolling east, and we see deep deposits in cities all across this country. It shows that NOSH, natural, organic, sustainable, and healthy, is indeed sustainable. How do we build a community that can support everyone's growth, that can be a place where companies can compare notes and strategies, where playbooks can be exchanged, talent discovered? We're creating a forum where, engendering discussion, we can encourage you to build your companies and brands, and we're here to help, but we can't build them for you. In the end, we're here to facilitate, we're here to provide the stage. You guys bring the food. So let's start talking about how that happens.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
I'm going to posit that the reason you're all here parallels the reason that we've launched this enterprise, which is that the entrepreneurial drive that is swept into the food space is much closer to the beginning than the end. It's driven by a new set of values. It's a new ability of the consumer to seek information about what they put in their bodies. We've become a nation of label readers, of individual diets, of personal need states. It's fitting we're doing this in California as well, because this is the beachhead from which it springs, and it's a tide that is rolling east, and we see deep deposits in cities all across this country. It shows that NOSH, natural, organic, sustainable, and healthy, is indeed sustainable. How do we build a community that can support everyone's growth, that can be a place where companies can compare notes and strategies, where playbooks can be exchanged, talent discovered? We're creating a forum, we're engendering discussion. We can encourage you to build your companies and brands, and we're here to help, but we can't build them for you. In the end, we're here to facilitate, we're here to provide the stage. You guys bring the food. So let's start talking about how that happens.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
I'm going to posit that the reason you're all here parallels the reason that we've launched this enterprise, which is that the entrepreneurial drive that is swept into the food space is much closer to the beginning than the end. It's driven by a new set of values. It's a new ability of the consumer to seek information about what they put in their bodies. We become a nation of label readers, of individual diets, of personal need states. It's fitting we're doing this in California as well, because this is the beachhead from which it springs, and it's a tide that is rolling east, and we see deep deposits in cities all across this country. It shows that NOSH, natural, organic, sustainable, and healthy, is indeed sustainable. How do we build a community that can support everyone's growth, that can be a place where companies can compare notes and strategies, where playbooks can be exchanged, talent discovered? We're creating a forum where, engendering discussion, we can encourage you to build your companies and brands, and we're here to help, but we can't build them for you. In the end, we're here to facilitate, we're here to provide the stage. You guys bring the food. So let's start talking about how that happens.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
I'm going to posit that the reason you're all here parallels the reason that we've launched this enterprise, which is that the entrepreneurial drive that is swept into the food space is much closer to the beginning than the end. It's driven by a new set of values. It's a new ability of the consumer to seek information about what they put in their bodies. We become a nation of label readers, of individual diets, of personal need states. It's fitting we're doing this in California as well, because this is the beachhead from which it springs, and it's a tide that is rolling east, and we see deep deposits in cities all across this country. It shows that NOSH, natural, organic, sustainable, and healthy, is indeed sustainable. How do we build a community that can support everyone's growth, that can be a place where can be exchanged, talent discovered? We're creating a forum, we're engendering discussion. We can encourage you to build your companies and brands, and we're here to help. But we can't build them for you. In the end, we're here to facilitate, we're here to provide the stage. You guys bring the food. So let's start talking about how that happens.
Welcome to the Livestream Lounge here at BevNet Live, Winter 2015. I'm Ray Latif, the managing editor of BevNet. I'm here with John Craven, who is the CEO and founder of BevNet. So this is the introduction to the show. The Livestream Lounge is our effort to introduce Livestream viewers to attendees and speakers here, a little behind the scenes, talk to people about topics that are going on in the beverage industry, brand updates, news in terms of distribution, innovation, all kinds of other things. So we're going to be doing this during the breaks and lunch hours of both days. So quite a bit coming up. Stay tuned for the entire conference, but stay tuned to the live stream the entire time because we've got a lot coming up. And in about 5 minutes, we're actually going to start the actual show, all mic'd up, ready to go.
Yep,
John, you excited?
Oh, so excited. We just did the tasting for the new Beverage Showdown.
Right on, 15 different beverages.
Yeah, all swirling around in my stomach.
Well, it's one of the fun, really, really fun things to do at this event is kind of see what's going on in terms of like really groundbreaking, new, early stage innovation.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no shortage of new ideas here, and we've got our sampling coolers stocked, and it's always just neat to come to this. And I think I said this in the summer when we were doing this, but there's products that we haven't seen. They're so new. This is really like the first time anyone's getting to see them, so that's always fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. Not only are these brands getting the great exposure to about 500 attendees here coming to the show, but they're getting some critiques, some good feedback by 5 expert judges on the stage. And by experts, I mean experts. These people have decades of experience in the beverage industry, including you. I mean, you've been doing this for quite some time. Seeing the 15 brands that you just saw, is it going to be kind of a tough competition, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we haven't seen the pitches yet, obviously, but just looking at the products, I mean, there's definitely some, pretty buttoned-up stuff in there, which is always great to see that entrepreneurs are coming out of the gates with stuff that looks polished and professional. So yeah, I'm excited to see the pitches in a few minutes.
Great, and we've got a pretty stacked lineup in terms of the rest of our agenda. I know you're going to be speaking today with Dave Asprey, the founder of Bulletproof Coffee. You ready for that?
Yeah, I mean, it's all, I guess, all coffee all the time for me this morning between that and the Stumptown presentation. So yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of a timely thing given, just how much buzz, I guess, for lack of a better word, there's been just on the coffee front, so I think that'll be a great way to kick things off.
Interesting segue in the coffee front. Keurig, big deal today, got bought, and it was a multi-billion-dollar deal. It was over 20 billion, if I remember correctly.
I think it was 14, but
okay, close enough.
Either way, what's a few more billion? But
well, when you're dealing with those kinds of numbers, seriously, what is a few more billion? That's a really interesting deal, though, and it was totally unexpected. Did you see anything about that coming?
No, I mean, it's not a space that, like, I personally, cover that much.
Mm-hmm.
I guess just rumblings had been that something was going to happen with it, but, I guess here it is on a Monday morning. We'll have to cover that in the middle of our show here, too. So
Yeah, and we're going to have to cover it, so stay tuned for some coverage on BevNET.com. Last thing I want to talk about is our sponsor today, McLean Design. McLean Design is the sponsor for the Livestream Lounge, and we're going to be sitting down with Rifle Hughes, who is their one of their directors, and that's going to be coming on later tomorrow as well. So stay tuned again for all the information that's coming out of the conference. Everything is going to be streamed live, so please keep watching up until we're done. And again, in the breaks and lunch hour, we're going to have a lot of different guests coming from a lot of different areas of the beverage industry. So keep watching, let us know what you think, and hope you enjoy it. So thanks for watching, and New Beverage Showdown 10 coming up right away.
I'm going to posit that the reason you're all here parallels the reason that we've launched this enterprise, which is that the entrepreneurial drive that is swept into the food space is much closer to the beginning than the end. It's driven by a new set of values. It's a new ability of the consumer to seek information about what they put in their bodies. We become a nation of label readers, of individual diets, of personal need states. It's fitting we're doing this in California as well, because this is the beachhead from which it springs, and it's a tide that is rolling east, and we see deep deposits in cities all across this country. It shows that NOSH, natural, organic, sustainable, and healthy, is indeed sustainable. How do we build a community that can support everyone's growth, that can be a place where companies can compare notes and strategies, where playbooks can be exchanged, talent discovered? We're creating a forum where, engendering discussion, we can encourage you to build your companies and brands, and we're here to help, but we can't build them for you. In the end, we're here to facilitate, we're here to provide the stage. You guys bring the food. So let's start talking about how that happens.
Good morning, everyone. Please come on and take your seats. We're about to get started. Actually, we're getting started right now. My name is Ray Latif. I'm the managing editor of BevNet, and welcome to BevNet Live Winter 2015. We're going to start with the New Beverage Showdown, New Beverage Showdown 10. It's the 10th edition of this competition, and this is my 10th time being a part of it, so it's really exciting to see all these new brands coming up here and pitching their business plans and their products to the judges and the audience. Let's briefly talk about the New Beverage Showdown. The Showdown is a way for new beverages or new beverage brands to showcase their business plans and products in front of our 5 judges and the audience. It's a 2-day pitch competition interwoven with BevNet Live, and it's shown in front of 500 industry professionals as well as our live stream audience in attendance that's watching at home. The winner of the New Beverage Showdown gets $10,000 in cash and prizes, and is sponsored by Venturing and Emerging Brands Group, a unit of Coca-Cola. So let's talk about the semifinal round. We have 15 brands participating. Each has 2 minutes to produce their best elevator pitch. They're allowed 1 slide, and the judges have already sampled all the products, so they know what they're tasting, or they know what they did taste, hopefully. And 6 brands will move on to the finals tomorrow, where they'll have 5 minutes to present and have 5 minutes of review. One quick note on here, each brand is going to have 2 minutes of review from the judges. So let's bring on the judges and introduce them really quickly. Come on up to the stage. Yes.
Just sit there.
Wherever you want. Anywhere you'd like to sit. All right. Starting to my left, we have Kevin Klock, who's the CEO of Talking Rain. Rebecca Messina, the CMO of Venturing and Emerging Brands Group. We have John Craven, the founder of BevNet. We have Fred Hart, who's the creative director at Interact Boulder. And Ken Sadowski, who is the senior beverages advisor for Verlinvest. So this is a powerhouse panel, and they're going to give our brands the best feedback they can possibly give. So without further ado, let's bring up our first brand. And that would be Muse. Daniel Blake, where are you? Come on up to the stage. Round of applause for Daniel. All right, Daniel, you're going to have 2 minutes. You've got a timer right over here. And go ahead.
Awesome.
Here's your podium.
My name's Dan Blake. I'm one of the co-founders of Muse. Have you ever thought about what it takes to grow all the food in America? Getting food from the farm to our forks eats up 10% of the U.S. energy budget, uses over 20% of all the land in the U.S., and swallows over 80% of all the fresh water that we consume here in the United States. But as John Oliver put it, we have a problem with going from farm to not the table. We throw away over 40% of all the food that we grow. And specific to fruits and vegetables, it's over 50%. That's over $165 billion of wasted food, 30 million tons. That's enough to fill the Rose Bowl Stadium once every 3 days, all year long, with nothing but our food waste. Food waste is the single largest component of anything in U.S. landfills, where it rots and emits methane gas emissions, which is 20 times more damaging to the environment than CO2. If global food waste were a country, it'd be the 3rd largest emitter, right after the U.S. and China, of greenhouse gas emissions. So why is it that we're wasting all this food? In large part, it's because it doesn't meet our superficial and cosmetic standards. As a society, we've decided that naturally looking, so not perfectly looking, fruits and vegetables are too funny to be eaten, so they get thrown away. Think about that for a second. All of this food waste, all of these wasted resources, simply because they're not meeting our cosmetic standards. Here at Muse, we take all these imperfect fruits and vegetables, the misfits, and make cold-pressed juices and other tasty treats. While they may appear flawed on the surface, they have the same taste and health benefits as perfectly shaped fruits. Muse started with the belief that diversity and imperfections aren't flaws to be corrected, but traits to be celebrated. Thank you.
Well done. Thanks so much. Nicely done, Daniel. All right, to the judges. Rebecca, let's start with you. What do you think of the pitch?
Well, it took a while to get to the punchline for me, but I actually didn't know any of that in the packaging from what we saw this morning, so I actually learned a lot. I think the backstory is great.
Great. John, or I'm sorry, Ken, you have some thoughts.
Well, I can definitely relate to ugly and funny. Those are, I do like the product attributes. I thought some of the executions, flavor-wise, were a little bit strong. Like the one that wanted to be cayenne was really cayenne, really citric acidy. But if some of that stuff can get mellowed out, thought it was a good product.
Great. Fred, what do you think of the branding?
I thought it looked very slick. I think there was no real story inherent in the overall design. This notion of perfect imperfections, wabi-sabi, taking something that may not be the most beautiful on the outside, but yet is still just as good as any other juice that I've had on the inside. I think there's a real opportunity to tell that story and bring that to life. So I think that's a definite place of improvement.
Mm-hmm. Kevin, does this brand have broad appeal, do you think?
Well, I think that one of the keys is the messaging and being able to get that messaging. And if the consumer was able to catch on to the messaging, certainly within that category, it could be something that's strong because it's got a sense of cause about it, which it seems to be important right now to the millennials.
Mm-hmm. John, you're a cold pressed juice enthusiast. What do you think of the brand overall and the taste of the product?
I think it tasted pretty nice. Kind of like the other judges said, it just, I guess the punchline wasn't really obvious. Like, I think this is the second time I've tried it actually, and didn't really know that was the story. So I think they just need to make that more clear and, get that out there quicker.
Amplify the message for sure. All right, terrific feedback. Let's move on to our next guest, or our next presenter, that is. Tea Riot, Laura Jacobson, where are you? Ah, there she is. Come on up. Round of applause, yes. Thank you. Good to see you. How are you? You've got a podium mic, you got a handheld, and you've got the timer right over here.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. I'm Laura Jacobson, the founder of Tea Riot. And we're here to start a riot in the tea category. So we're building a brand specifically for millennials, and we set ourselves apart on function, freshness, and also bold flavors that you just would not expect from the tea category. So first, let's talk about function. We're moving tea from refreshment to a functional ingredient. So our strategy is Tea Plus. We add strong, freshly brewed tea to people's favorite beverages in order to enhance the beverages with the benefits of tea. So we only use tea from the real tea plant. You know it as black, green, or white teas. And in every sip, our customers get the benefits of tea, which is great. So first, they get energy from tea caffeine. They also get mental focus and alertness from the L-theanine in tea. And they also get daily wellness from the antioxidants in tea called catechins. So our priority is to provide choices so that more people can introduce tea into their lives and drink more tea every day. So we have a portfolio of products that we'll get into more detail tomorrow: tea waters, tea juices, and also tea lattes. So all of these products add tea so people get the benefits of tea. So we think it greater it's the value of the product while simultaneously reducing the calories and sugar that people are trying to avoid. In addition to being functional, we are fresh. We use only fresh brewed tea, we blend it only with fresh ingredients, and we process with HPP. And lastly, we're flavorful. So we have a unique brewing process that makes our tea smooth and bold. We don't have any stringent or bitter tastes that people sometimes associate with tea. And we have inventive beverage blends that bring excitement to the category. And our beverages can also be enjoyed either hot or cold. So we hope to tell you more tomorrow about how we're going to revolutionize the tea category and attract millennials.
Nicely done, Laura. Thanks so much. All right, alliterative and on trend, functional, fresh, flavorful. So Ken, I'll be the first one on this. What do you think of the brand?
I really liked it. I thought even the label conveys that it's partly this and partly that. And I like the executions much more than I thought I was going to, because there was a lot of stuff in that room that was sort of challenging, I would say. But I thought this was really one of the stars.
Mm-hmm. Kevin, you guys recently introduced a tea product. Tea's pretty on trend. What do you think of this approach?
Yeah, I think the Tea Riot is, tea is in perception is all peaceful and more about a relaxation and type of thing. So it's an interesting concept. It's definitely going a different direction than probably most people traditionally would push.
Mm-hmm. Rebecca, do you think the HPP really made a difference in this brand in terms of, did you think it really added a lot to it?
I don't. I think there was a lot going on and a lot of good going on, and I didn't think that was necessarily needed to make this different. I think there's a lot of teas going at millennials right now. I thought this one, I really liked the fusion of the two categories, tea and juice, tea and coconut water, but I think it just kind of simplify the message a little bit and bring it down to a few big things they want to play upon.
John, where do you stand on this?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat with Rebecca, I think, again. And, making a statement like revolutionizing tea is a pretty bold thing that, I don't know, I honestly was expecting, something different when I tried it. They were all really good. I just, I think it's sort of got a nice, fun, like, playful vibe to it, tastes good, like, I definitely liked it.
And Fred, we'll end with you. In terms of the hierarchy of the label, what do you think about that in terms of how they describe the beverage and what's in it?
Yeah, I thought that part was the most interesting for me. I'm looking at it, and when you try it, it's very sort of rich in flavor, which I think is a great thing. It is this fusion of two categories, but it's tea riot, and then it is tea plus something. So when I flip over the label and I'm looking at the ingredients, I'm expecting tea to be the first thing, but it's really juice or something else, and it doesn't quite drink like a tea to me. So, it's like is it juice plus tea? And switching that hierarchy around, does that help a consumer understand what their expectations should be?
Okay, great feedback. Thanks so much, guys. All right, moving on to our third, we have Minotaur, Brian Grabowski. He's right over here. Come on up. Round of applause for Brian, please. Thank you. All right, good luck. You got 2 mics, and you got your 2-minute timer right there.
All right. So, how many of us still use cassettes or VHS at this point? Probably none of us, right? One guy over here. My point is that industry is constantly changing, adapting, and innovating. And if you don't, you get left behind. The functional beverage industry is no different, yet all too often we're presented with the same Me Too products. We can't allow antiquated ideologies about what a sports or functional beverage should be perpetuate today's market. Because fitness enthusiasts are pushing themselves harder than ever before, and they deserve the very best in sports nutrition. They deserve a functional beverage that's actually functional. So today, I'm incredibly happy to introduce all of you to Minotaur. Minotaur is a convenient 16.9-ounce functional beverage that provides the energy, endurance, strength, and recovery that meet the needs of an active lifestyle. Our formula uses ultra-micronized, cold water-soluble ingredients that mix completely clear, so no foam and no sediment. We use no artificial colors, flavors, or preservatives, and we're also gluten-free, lactose-free, and vegan. With only 50 calories per serving and 4.2 grams of amino acids, Minotaur allows you to train harder, longer, and recover faster. So here's to setting new standards and revolutionizing functional beverages. My name is Brian Grabowski, and this is Minotaur. Thank you.
Nicely done. Performance you can feel. John, did you feel it?
Geez, I don't know. I don't know what I felt when we were drinking all those things. But, for this product, I think, it's a really tough category to play in. I think, all the stuff that was set up there, I think is stuff that unfortunately has been said many times before, such that, just breaking through the noise of all of that is really challenging. I'm not quite sure that this is a product that's going to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm. Rebecca, along those same lines, do you think that Minotaur has enough right now to kind of make its way into that market?
Well, I don't know this category super well, but I did feel like it was a lot like everything else out there. And I wasn't in love with the packaging. It was a little bit polarizing. Maybe it's just the female, or just it's so occasion-based. So I think it's going to have to do a little bit more to break through.
Mm-hmm. Kevin, what do you think of the product?
Well, I think when you're looking at, you're going to have to go out and communicate a message, and you're going to have to spend money on marketing. There's so many messages on this. It serves so many functions rather than having more of a singular function that it's extremely broad. Too many things it's trying to speak to.
Mm-hmm. Fred, in terms of the brand name itself, do you think this is something that resonates with consumers or will resonate with consumers?
Yeah, it's an interesting play, the Minotaur name. I think it's a sort of a take on Minotaur, but it's so mythical beast, power. I don't quite get that through the packaging. To me, the formulation aspect is a lot like a body armor, but they're not saying it in a very succinct or concise way that's easy for me to understand. I think the other thing is sport drinks tend to be led by flavor. You look at Gatorade or Powerade, it's all like red, green, blue, whatever, and they all have a flavor associated with them. This one didn't have any communication on the front panel, so I wasn't sure what to expect. And so the flavor sort of hit me over the head once I tried it.
Ken, you get the last word.
I think, to err on the side of science with functionality is, it's sort of where the category was and not where it's going. And the other thing that strikes me as being an amber flag is when you have to say premium on your label, that's not part of the message that should have to be conveyed with the word.
Okay. All right, next up we have UVO, Bobby and Johnny. You guys are up. Come on up. And just to be clear, I didn't pronounce both last names because Johnny's is, a little bit difficult for me. All right, you guys got 2 minutes. Your timer's right over here. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Bobby Awadallah. I'm a board-certified dermatologist and founder and CEO of UVO.
Hi, I'm Johnny Giacominakis. I'm the CFO and COO of UVO.
As a dermatologist, I see the long-term effects of sun damage on a daily basis. Sunscreen is a very powerful tool, but people simply don't use it. My patients complain that it's messy, it's greasy, and it causes burning when it gets in their eyes. In fact, only 14% of men and 29% of women use sunscreen on a regular basis. That's why I developed UVO. UVO is the first ready-to-drink vitamin supplement specifically formulated to provide sun protection.
UVO is a healthy, easy, convenient, and tasty way to get your sun protection. UVO's synergistic formula combines more than 30 of the most powerful vitamins, phytonutrients, and antioxidants, scientifically proven to protect your skin from the inside out.
Our clinical trials show that UVO can significantly decrease the burn associated with UV radiation. The results are simply amazing. I'll show you the pictures if we get through tomorrow to prove it to you.
UVO has 3 primary functions. Number 1, drinking a bottle of UVO before sun exposure provides up to 5 hours of sun protection. Number 2, drinking it after sun exposure helps repair damage. And number 3, drinking it daily helps beautify the skin.
UVO is gluten-free, has no preservatives or artificial flavors, and no, it doesn't contain any ingredients found in sunscreen. It's just 60 calories and 9 grams of sugar. UVO was made for anybody that's out in the harmful ultraviolet rays of the sun, especially those with an active outdoor lifestyle. That's why we sell in golf shops, surf shops, tennis clubs. We're also online and in pharmacies. UVO is not just another skin beauty drink. It's a powerful sun protective supplement that works. So drink UVO.
And enjoy your day outdoors.
Nicely done. Thanks so much. Kevin, UVO, pretty functional product. What do you think of it?
Yeah, I find it pretty fascinating. I'm not sure what the UV value is, so, but I've had basal cell skin cancer, so I'm like, man, this is an interesting concept. It's interested to hear more about it, but yeah, from a functionality standpoint, there's definitely a need for that in this country if it truly delivers.
Rebecca, what do you think?
Same. I've had a lot of bouts with skin cancer myself, so I desperately want this to be this is filling an authentic demand, I feel. I'm a mother of small children. I'd love to see this. 2 things I would say. 1, because we've been trained to have the UV standard, there's a lot of education here, but I really think this is filling a need.
John, in terms of the drink itself, how did it taste for you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of my issue with it is just that I think that, a function like this, it's still a drink that you have to make me want to consume. And I think, it just tastes kind of functional right now. So, to me, it's sort of like, will a consumer, want to deal with the experience of sunscreen or this drink, neither of which are perfect. So I think, refining that part of it is important too.
Fred, they mentioned 30 plus antioxidants and vitamins. What do you think of that call out?
It's very reminiscent of an SPF call out. 30 plus, how much sort of protection I'm getting. So they're leveraging a lot of the sort of communications from the sunscreen category into a beverage, which I think is really interesting from a communication standpoint. But I think it's that education bit, and it is it about drinking your sun protection, or is it about enhancing your time outdoors? And how do you position that message on a bottle, I think is a challenge.
I was about to ask Ken if he was going to invest in this brand or if he would, but how about you buy this brand?
Well, I put it on my face. Was I supposed to drink that?
Yes, you were supposed to drink it.
Okay. No, I agree with what's been said. Sort of a long education process. I put down on my note, like, I'm from Missouri, show me on this one. And I also thought during the presentation that Borba came to mind, that, beautification beverage that Anheuser-Busch invested in and then, paid took losses on. So, maybe it's the time is getting closer.
Great.
When it could work.
Great feedback. All right, on to our next presenter, Sri Lanka Gold, Sherry Pitagala. There we go. Come on up. Round of applause. Thank you. Good to see you. All right, your timer's right over here and your mic's right here. Thanks.
Okay. My partner Nihal and I are coconut water fanatics. Nihal first introduced me to coconut water on our honeymoon, a road trip across his homeland, Sri Lanka. Many people ask us, why bring another coconut water to market now? While the market has grown exponentially, broader consumer acceptance faces a taste challenge. We're the market to overcome the taste challenge and bring new consumers to the category. So what's different about Sri Lanka Gold? Instead of the more commonly used young green coconuts, we've selected the golden-colored king coconut that is unique to Sri Lanka. The king coconut is highly prized for its crisp, clean flavor and hydrating nutrients, which we lock in using high-pressure processing. Our consumer taste tests have demonstrated Sri Lanka Gold's broader appeal, from those who previously tried but not taken a liking to coconut water, to those who grew up drinking it straight from the nut. And our passion for bringing the finest coconut water to market is matched by our commitment to better the livelihoods of our network of small family farmers and their communities. And like the water inside our bottle, our bold branding, design, and marketing strategy have been developed to disrupt the shelf and appeal to our core market of millennial consumers. While we're launching with 2 SKUs of 100% pure coconut water, we're experimenting with a range of native Sri Lankan botanicals and fruits to excite our consumers and grow our brand. In closing, we're confident that Sri Lanka Gold can not only capture a share of the existing coconut water market, but grow the market in new directions. Thank you.
Well done. Fred, let's start with you. What do you think of the package itself? I know you're taking notes, so I'm sorry about calling you first, but go ahead.
I think it definitely challenges the category from a color standpoint. They're owning orange, which is unique. You're in a category with greens, blues, and whites. So I think that's good, but they're not challenging the consumer. Someone's going to have an easy time understanding what exactly this is. I think there's a unique point of differentiation. I think some of the ethnic cues come through, which millennials are really interested in these days. I think what I'm interested in to see is how do they start to innovate with flavors, and do they keep that orange? Do they create a brand block on shelf, or are they going to start switching it up and have a rainbow effect and dilute what they have going right now?
Mm-hmm. In terms of channel strategy, retailers, where do you think they can win at retail, Kevin?
Well, I think if they can get the point of differentiation, when I was looking at water was higher in potassium than the others, so I think they could potentially win at shelf by just actually having a functionality, because right now most of the coconut water's functionality has been taken away from them in lawsuits and whatnot. They're basically out on refreshment now. So if they can truly deliver true functionality as a coconut water and get back to true hydration, I think that would be their point of separation they could use.
Rebecca, what do you think of the taste?
I thought it was good. I think differentiation is going to be their key. I didn't think it's better than some things that are out there. I loved the tie to the origin and the tie to the farmers, and I think the orange definitely breaks through. But I think from a taste perspective, I didn't think it was different or better than other things on the market now.
Mm-hmm. In terms of the actual brand name, John, Sri Lanka, pretty exotic. What do you think?
It sounds like a coconut water brand, which I think if it's all about the king coconut, then I'd love to see that be more part of the brand than it is right now. Otherwise, I think it is sort of dealing with the fact that there have been tons of coconut water brands that have said that theirs is the best or the cleanest or whatever. Mm-hmm. So it's sort of how do you actually make that message work?
Yeah. Can I keep ending with you? I got to stop doing this. You get 10 seconds. What do you think? Oh yeah, because he's got the coconut socks. If we can get a close up on that, how about that?
I guess I'm most curious about the innovation pipeline, because Sri Lanka is exotic, and what do consumers give it permission to do in terms of the breadth?
Mm-hmm. Good feedback. All right, next up is our sixth presenter. Happens to be Eighth Wonder Tea. Dan Moore, where are you? There he is. Come on up. All right, Dan, good to see you. You got a timer here and your mic here.
Thank you. Imagine it's been a rough day. You're slumping over your desk. What do you reach for? A coffee or soda to keep you going? These drinks may give you a quick energy fix, but you and I know feeling awake is not the same as feeling truly productive. Millennials today need more than an energy boost. We need a beverage that keeps up with our ambitions. The solution is Eighth Wonder, superfood teas that optimizing productivity where it counts, with SKUs for morning and midday. Beyond clean energy, our organic, gluten-free, vegan teas boost mental focus and mood so you can take on whatever comes your way. Our Chinese-inspired ginseng passion green tea powers morning energy and concentration so you can hit the ground running. Following the tough morning grind, our Indian ashwagandha apple chai elevates mood and sharpens your mind so you can finish the day strong. Our contemporary packaging design pops with the cultural colors, monuments, and wildlife of the region, and we take it a step further by donating 5% of all firm profits to the World Wildlife Fund to help protect these endangered ecosystems. We're launching in January 2015 in the Denver, Colorado, and New York City metro areas. Our premium teas will be priced affordably at $2.99 each. They'll be sold in organic grocery stores, artisan restaurant and coffee shops, and online in cases of 12. We need your help scaling our social media reach for our Warrior of the Week marketing campaign, in which we video feature to create innovators and athletes inspired by our teas. Ultimately, no matter if you're a martial artist or a technology entrepreneur, so go ahead, drink up, champ. You're going places.
Thanks, John. Great stuff. All right, the tea that takes you places. Did it take you to any place, Ken?
What I thought was there was too much generic about the label and the bottle for it to be called an Eighth Wonder. I also thought, he mentioned sharpness, and I think the word is acuity, because sharpness to me was the ginseng product had a sharp, sort of bitter taste in the middle that has to get smoothed out, in my opinion. So,
yeah. John, the tea market continues to grow. Is there enough room for this in the premium tea segment?
I mean, there probably is. I mean, I think it's a really solid bottle of tea. It looks professional. Like if I saw it in a cooler, I might grab it. But it's not really like exciting or memorable is kind of the problem. I'd have a hard time remembering what the brand name is. I think that's something that what he was saying, and kind of what the product is didn't feel in sync. So,
Fred, what do you think?
I think it's a good story, but it looks like what you would expect from the category. And I think that they need to find a way to differentiate themselves. I think when a consumer is standing 10 feet back, it's lost in the clutter. So whether that's beefing up the brand identity so that is a little bit more significant and recognizable on the pack, or if it's a matter of changing out your structure, right, and using that as a tool to leverage some differentiation in the category. But I agree with what Ken said, that it's kind of, just not what you would expect from something with such a great story, maybe, perhaps.
Rebecca, what do you think of their approach to marketing?
I like that they really thought through it, and I think that they've tied it nicely to, again, a cultural play, the Warrior of the Week, social media, all that's great. But I think really consistent with everyone else said, it's almost like there's so much good there, but it's not living up to its potential yet. It's not coming through on the bottle.
Kevin, you get the last word.
Yeah, I thought on the taste, that's what's too bad, the packaging doesn't stand out more. I thought in terms of going after that tea purist, I thought they had some interesting flavor, a little bit different than what's been out there. Most of the tea categories have been hit by, we have more tea or less tea, where I thought they went and took a more flavorful approach, which I thought was interesting. So, but like everyone said, the challenge is getting the packaging to live up to what's inside.
Great. All right, let's move on to our next presenters. We have 1821 Bitters, Missy and Kristen Koved. Come on up. Here they are. Good to see you guys again. All right. Hey, so you got 2 mics, you got a handheld and a podium, and you got your timer right here.
This one? Sure. Hi, I'm Kristen.
And I'm Missy, and we're the owners of 1821 Bitters. We are a craft cocktail mixer company based out of Atlanta, Georgia. We make cocktail bitters, tinctures, syrups, shrubs, ginger beer, tonic, and pre-bottle craft cocktails.
It was really important to us as clean eaters who also really enjoy a good cocktail to have clean mixers as well, which we weren't finding on the shelf at the time. We use all natural ingredients, we use fresh produce, non-artificial flavors in order to provide a really truly unique cocktail experience. Right now we have about over 50 SKUs where we make really interesting flavor combinations, ranging from beginners to truly craft cocktails.
We've been around for about 1.5 years. We started by penetrating the on-premise and off-premise market, going through liquor distribution channels. We've recently, 3 months ago, opened a retail store to pursue the retail market and to build brand awareness.
What's really unique about this experience is that when you come into our store, you can actually purchase every single one of our products, which you can't do anywhere else. Also, you get to actually taste every single product before you purchase it, which is great because we have the opportunity during these tastings to actually educate our customer, excuse me, educate our customer on what bitters are, what shrubs are, how to use them in a cocktail to make a truly unique cocktail at home. And all of this is being done while our commercial kitchen space is right next door, so you can actually see it being made in front of you.
Since opening the retail store 3 months ago, we've seen over 1,600+% growth rate. So for 2016, we're looking to penetrate the airlines, hotels, mini bars. We're also looking to casinos, bottle service, and to expand our bottle cocktail line, which is what you guys tried today.
The bottled cocktail, actually, hopefully you got to have it with liquor, which we brought. You have an apple cardamom shrub with ginger beer and bitters for the bourbon cocktail, and then a nice spicy charred lime and jalapeno with some other spices to pair with mezcal. Enjoy. Thanks, y'all. Right on time.
Well done. Good job. Rebecca, what do you think of the brand?
I like it a lot. I've had the benefit of being in the store, given I'm in Atlanta, and I think they do a beautiful job. Say wonderfully artisan, really strong.
Mm-hmm. Ken, you nodded your head when they asked if you tried it with some of the liquor.
Anybody that can give me bourbon at 7:15 in the morning, I'm a fan of.
Friend.
How did it taste?
Tasted really good.
Good, good. Fred, in terms of the variety of packages that they have, are they all in alignment?
Yeah, I think there's good consistency across the entire line. I think they need to do maybe a better job of segmenting between product types, so whether it's the shrubs or the bitters or the ginger beer. But overall, I think the branding is great. You know, on our little sheets here, we have it factor, and I think these girls have that, and this brand has that. So I'm excited to see what they do.
Mm-hmm. Kevin, what do you think of the brand?
I think if in its own store, it could really show very well. My question would be on the shelf: is the packaging approachable?
Mm.
And that would be, but I think it's really probably cool in its own little store. But when it's on shelf, is it looking something that the consumer would approach and really take interest in?
Mm-hmm. John, we see juice shops opening up their own stores, their standalone brick and mortar stores, and then in terms of a business strategy, what do you think of that approach?
I mean, I think it's really interesting just in that, you know, the experience that, you know, they can offer to their customers is pretty, you know, different and intense compared to just a bottle that exists on a shelf somewhere. So I think that's a really, you know, cool part of the story, and if that's something that they can, you know, communicate as they, you know, branch out, you know, regionally or whatever, I think that'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm. And taste? Did you get to taste much of it?
I tried it straight. I mean, it's a little too early for that for me, but you know, I've tried, you know, tons of these things straight. You know, really intense flavor. I think, you know, well done stuff. So, you know, hopefully get to try it again later. So.
Great. All right. Up next, Genius Juice. Alex Bayer, where are you? There he is. Come on up. Alex, you know the deal?
I do.
All right. You've got 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. My name is Alex Bayer. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Genius Juice. What makes Genius Juice so disruptive and innovative is that we're the first company to come out with an organic coconut smoothie. So we actually blend not only the coconut water, but also the coconut meat. Now the benefits with coconut meat is it has fiber, has 4 grams of fiber, 6 grams of protein, and also over 1,000 milligrams of potassium. So we're really marketing ourselves more as a meal replacement. It's a smoothie. So you're going to be filled and satisfied after having one of our drinks. So far, 2015, we have hit 300,000 in sales. We're in about 200 stores right now across 5 different states. So we have 3 different flavors. We have our original, which is just pure coconut. We also are coming out with our coffee coconut smoothie, which will be coming out in January, which has organic fair trade coffee. As far as the community, we're working with common threads. So we actually go to schools and educate children on nutrition and why coconut is good for you compared to other sugary drinks. So again, our main differentiator is that we're blending the whole coconut. We're not just a coconut water company, we're including the coconut meat and also the coconut water together to make for a really rich, creamy, and thick smoothie, much thicker than a lot of the other cold-pressed juices that are on the aisle. So that's Genius Juice, an organic coconut smoothie. Thank you.
All right, Kevin, you're admittedly not a coconut fan, but business is business. What do you think of their pitch?
Well, I think it's interesting. I think again, it's the smoothie category is something that's moving. It has been doing very well. It's a different approach to it, which is good. What you want to do from innovative, I'm not sure how many people out there with coconut. So I think it's somebody who's coming to a category that's done pretty well lately with a different approach.
Okay, Rebecca.
It's not for the faint of heart from a coconut perspective, for sure. It's very, very coconut forward. I'm with him on that. I really like the branding. I like the tie to education. I think it's a nice story. It's very appealing and accessible branding, but it's really grounded in its coconut root. So you've got to be a diehard.
Mm-hmm. Fred, in terms of the brand name Genius Juice, one would think it's going to help them to be smarter. Is that something that you like in terms of how they approach that part of it?
To me, it's more about sort of the brand being smart about what it's putting in, and not me necessarily like feeling like it's doing something for the consumer. So as far as the overall branding, I think it's fun, it's playful, it could be polished up a little bit. I thought the product was a little bit grainy, but what I'm more interested in is this notion of calling it a smoothie versus calling it a shake. If it's supposed to be a meal replacement, a shake make more sense to a consumer. Protein shakes are meal replacements. Just that messaging piece, what happens if you adjust that, and what does that do for the brand overall?
Mm-hmm. Ken, where do you stand on the brand?
Well, I thought if I had some Genius Juice and some Smart Water that I would definitely be better suited to do this. It was one of the things that I drank, and I thought, this is really good in a small portion. I don't know if I could drink the whole dose, so to speak, but it did feel like it would be satiating. The other thing I thought about the texture was, it almost seemed like it had carrageenan gums in it, and then I read the panel and it was really clean, so that was impressive to me.
Mm-hmm. John, you got about 10 seconds. What do you think of the brand?
Well, I think this is their second time up here, made a lot of progress since last year. I think it's one of those things where, the product has come a long way. Now it's just sort of, to kind of what Rebecca said. I mean, I think it was Rebecca, but it's not for the faint of heart. Like, you really have to like coconut, and I think that's, the challenge is figuring out if that's a big enough market. So.
All right. Okay. Up next we have Chugachaga, Luke Evans. Here he is. Come on up. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Good to see you. All right. You got your mic and you got your timer right over here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luke Evans, and I'm the CEO and founder of Chugachaga. We are the first 100% organic, non-GMO beverage line infused with a superfood called chaga. For those of you that aren't familiar, chaga is a fungus that grows on birch trees that contains an extremely high concentration of antioxidants and a complex of 215 different phytonutrients with immune-supporting, energy, and cognitive-enhancing abilities. So I was a chef of 8 years in a small town in upstate New York called right next to Woodstock. This is where I was introduced to the product chaga itself. It's known as the diamond of the forest, hence the diamond in the middle of our product. From there, we're going to be launching this January in the New York City metro market. So we're going to have 3 formulations: classic, which is sweetened with a blend of honey, maple syrup, cane, and brown sugar. Peach, which is sweetened with a blend of cane sugar, and then our zero sugar option, which is sweetened with xylitol, which is alternative sweetener synthesized from birch trees. And so if you're looking for the next generation line of functional beverages, look no further than Chugga Chaga. Help us share with the world nature's best kept secret, Chaga.
Nicely done. Thank you. Okay. I've never had chaga before. How does it taste, Kevin?
I was surprised. You know, you think fungus, it's going to taste good. It wasn't too bad.
Okay. Well, there you go. Rebecca, what do you think of the branding?
I give them a lot of credit. I mean, this is true next generation. Like, whether we're ready for it, I don't know. But I think we should keep going because there's something here. I learned a lot in the 1 minute. I never had chaga. I didn't know Diamond in the Forest, all of that. I think there's something there from a functional perspective, but it's a big ask to get consumers to think about fungus that grows on trees. But I think there's something here.
Yeah. Ethically harvested was one of the call-outs on the label. John, I mean, how important is that for consumers these days?
I mean, I think that's another thing that just seems a little bit like noise on the tea category, where you've got, direct trade, fair trade. I don't really feel like it matters that much. I mean, it's great that they're doing it. I don't mean it that way, but in terms of like the pitch and getting you to pick it up, it doesn't seem that important for me. I think it was just sort of, looking at the bottle, and there's that kind of mystery of like, what am I getting into? And, I know what chaga is, and I think, the liquid inside the bottle is pretty solid, so it just needs to somehow communicate that and make it a little less intimidating for those who aren't.
Mm-hmm. Fred, does it do enough to explain what the brand is all about on the front of the package?
I thought there was a bit of redundancy. It says Chugga Chaga at the top of the label, and then it's Chugga Tea, and I think that you can just almost remove Chugga Chaga. To me, it's more Chaga Tea works better, as explained, but it's interesting. It looks like a birch water, and birch water is coming into play now with the maple waters, and so even from a formulation standpoint, it's sweetened with honey or maple. It tastes like a birch water, but there's none in it. So that was a little bit sort of a misnomer for me. If it's a fungus that happens to grow on the birch tree, then it seems like you're placing more emphasis on the tree itself than it is the fungus, so I'm not sure.
Ken, last word once again.
I thought there was a lot of positive stuff going on, but the messaging has to get refined. Mm-hmm. But the taste was good.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, Julie Cielo, Firm Fatale. Come on up. All right. Julie, good to see you.
Thanks, Fred.
All right, you got 2 minutes. Your timer's right here.
Okay. All right, so I'm Julie Cielo, and I'm a walking paradox. I chant, I brew kombucha, and I also use a neti pot. I also like to go out and hang out with my girlfriends, sip mezcal, and I wear Valentinos. So just like many of us in SoCal, I've always been super health conscious, but I also like to go out and have a good time. Being a paradox, I've always found it super difficult to live clean while still living it up. I was really tired of going out and drinking club soda and having people ask me if I were pregnant or if I had joined AA. Not that there's anything wrong with either one of those things. I noticed a real need in the market for an alternative social beverage, something that people could live it up and still live clean. So I came up with the idea for Firm Fatale, the world's first fermented cocktail mix line. Bacteria gets a bad rap. It's antibacterial this, it's antibacterial that. Truth is that if you think of bacteria as dirty, I'm going to suggest that you drink dirty. Your gut needs good bacteria to function properly. During the process of fermentation, naturally occurring compounds like B vitamins, enzymes, bacteria, and yeast form. Drinking alcohol actually depletes these vital nutrients in the body. That's the awesome thing about Firm Fatale. It protects your liver while you drink hard alcohol if you choose, which I understand you guys didn't get the hard alcohol this morning. There's always an opportunity later. But if you drink hard alcohol, it protects your liver, making for a much more balanced cocktail experience. And if you don't drink, cool, guess what? Firm Fatale is a convertible social beverage. The choice is yours. So who are we targeting? We're targeting the health-conscious socialite that shops at high-end markets, bars, and restaurants.
Good job. Brad, let's start with you. In terms of the label, where do you stand? What do you think about it?
I think there is strong recognition. That triangle, I think there's also some sort of subliminal feminist things going on that ties back to the Femme Fatale name. But I think, consumers will always recognize before they read. And that is, one thing that's working on the packaging now.
Mm-hmm. John, what do you think of the taste of the product?
I mean, it tastes sort of like, I guess the one, I don't know which one we tried, but it tasted sort of like a blend of, like a drinking vinegar and a kombucha. I would have a hard time drinking that, like, straight. We didn't mix it, so don't know how that works out, but it's just an intense flavor that felt like concentrated. So I think, trying to straddle both, is going to be a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Kevin, would you buy this product if you saw it on the shelf?
Anything that protects my liver, I'm all for.
Yeah?
It's an interesting concept. I mean, to the point that there is the social pressure, and to be able to have something that maybe speaks to it but doesn't deliver, doesn't do the damage was not necessarily a bad thing for this society, right?
Mm-hmm. Rebecca, big growth in bottled cocktail mixers of late. Does this brand have enough to differentiate among the stuff that's already out there on the shelf?
I think consistent with what these guys said, the packaging's great. I think it tells a nice story. From a taste perspective, for that occasion, I want a little bit more indulgence, something I can enjoy, a little easier to go down. I didn't find it that easy.
Yep.
I think it would be an acquired taste.
Okay. And Ken, Femme Fatale, interesting brand name as well. I mean, was there enough of that on the package? Was there enough of that in the presentation and the pitch as well?
I like the double entendre of, the kombucha and the fermented, and so I thought that was good. I think the bottle is great. I thought it was sort of lost in terms of, is this full strength or is it supposed to be put in the mixer format? Like it maybe should have two different versions.
Okay.
Because it was strong enough to mix. I think it was too strong for me to drink straight.
Okay, great feedback. All right, next up, Three Trees. We got Jenny Yu and Sally Knox. Or is it just Jenny? Just Jenny, okay. All right, great. Your time is right over here, and you can use either mic.
Good morning. My name is Jenny Yu. I'm the founder of Three Trees True Almond Milk. I'm pleased to introduce to you our line of pure, clean almond milks made with only water and lots of almonds. Absolutely no gums or fillers. And the product is vegan. It is non-GMO and naturally gluten-free. I started Three Trees about 2 years ago. I wanted to help people eat more plant-based foods. I wanted to make something that was really delicious and healthy. But healthy not as in low calorie or low fat, but rather very high nutrition and truly good for you. Growing up, my grandmother made nourishing food for our family using lots of simple plant-based food ingredients. Her approach inspired our philosophy of using only generous amounts of real food, quality food ingredients, and nothing else, just like you'd make at home for your family. We're very proud of our clean ingredient list. Unlike many almond milks that have thickeners and stabilizers, our almond milks get their rich, full taste only from having much more almonds. And because of the extraordinary number of almonds that's used, they're naturally high in protein, good, heart-healthy fats, and all the micronutrients that you would find naturally in the superfood. Our product is available in 2 sizes. We have 4 12-ounce grab-and-go varieties that people love when they're on the go and want something like a healthy snack. And we have 2 unsweetened liter varieties, which are perfect, nutritious dairy alternatives. We've grown organically and rapidly as a company throughout the Bay Area. Groceries are our main channel, but we're also available in other channels such as food service and corporate accounts. In fact, within our first year, Blue Bottle chose us to be their almond milk supplier for all the cafes throughout the Bay Area. That was a real validation of the quality and superiority of our product. We were also picked up by premium accounts like Buy Right, Rainbow, and Berkeley Bowl. We're now in over 60 accounts, including Whole Foods. Thank you.
Nicely done. In 60 accounts, including Whole Foods. All right. Ken, almond milk, growing category for sure. What do you think of this brand and how its chances on the market?
I like the clean list. Ooh, sorry.
Okay.
I like the clean list of ingredients. I am an almond milk consumer, and I'm sort of used to something a little thicker. So maybe I like the gums, or maybe there's a way to modify existing products to make them more milk-ish. But I like the fact that it's 2 SKUs, not just single serve. You could.
Other side of the couch, Kevin, what's your take on the product?
Yeah, I think one of the questions to separate themselves out is, it's around the standard of identity. There's been some issues in the almond milk category. I think there's even been some lawsuits around it. So if they can differentiate themselves by truly being 100% almond milk versus the other people having not so clean lists, I think it's an interesting concept if it can break itself out.
John, I see you nodding your head. What do you think?
No, I totally agree with that. I mean, I think, having a clean ingredient list in a category that doesn't always, I think, is pretty awesome. I mean, I really like the taste and the look of the package, too. So, great job.
Rebecca, VEB, where's the company or where's the unit on almond milk and this product's chances?
Yeah, we love plant-based beverages. I think there's something here for sure. It's a well-understood category. Almond milk, everyone understands what it does for you. I guess my question would be, is more almonds in a clean list enough? And I think they could be doing more on the story, the 3 trees. I didn't get all of that. I think there could be more, just up the game a little emotionally.
Okay. Fred, you get the last word on this brand.
I used to live in San Francisco, so I saw what the old packaging used to look like, and I think this new evolution is fantastic, easily to shop. They're showing ingredients on the front panel, or physical photos of it, but I think they're doing it in a very playful composition. I think they're hitting all the marks on packaging and branding.
Good, great. All right, next up, Brew Broth, Mary Butler and Swan Londa. There you are, come on up. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Yep. See it? All right. You got a timer over here, and you can use 1 minute or both.
Okay, testing. Great. All right. Hi, my name is Sua. This is my partner, Mary, and we are the founders of Brew Broth. Ours is a love story. It's when bone broth falls in love with cold-pressed juice and other healthy ingredients. It actually started for us on a very cold, foggy Bay Area morning. We had an icy cold greens juice in hand, and we wanted something warm, a warm beverage alternative that had nutrient density, that was protein-rich, that was also sugar-free. Brew Broth is the world's first ready-to-heat and drink beverage to combine the benefits of bone broth, the gluten, the protein, and glucosamine and collagen with all of the vitamins and nutrients of fresh-pressed vegetables and roots. We committed to sourcing organic pasture chicken, grass-fed beef, and organic ingredients from farmers who shared our values for sustainability and integrity in the supply chain. Because after all, if you're gonna cook the bejesus out of something, which is what we do, that something better have started with the very best ingredients from the beginning. We launched our initial 6 SKUs in the Bay Area via CrossFit gyms and through a local delivery service. And what we found, though, was that the target demographic for our product was actually much broader than we had initially expected. Our initial early adopters were the CrossFit gym and paleo-friendly athletes. And all of a sudden, the bone broth phenomenon hit. People were looking for whole food, natural options for gut health, for immunity, and for joint health. We're really excited to be moving into a co-packing facility in January of 2016 to be able to support an aggressive Northern California rollout of Brew. We can't wait to introduce everyone to what we believe is, and we are biased, the world's healthiest beverage and what we hope becomes a part of your new daily brew. Thank you.
Cook the bejesus out of something. I like that phrase. I like that. I'm going to start using that. All right, bone broth is something that has been on the bleeding edge for some time. Not too many package options yet, but this seems like an interesting one. Kevin, what are your thoughts?
I didn't even know what bone broth was until, fortunately, some of my colleagues here educated me. So we're kind of isolated in Seattle, so maybe we haven't had it hit there yet. So once I understood the concept of it, I found it pretty interesting. And I think that the one question in the RTD market is if you have to heat something before it tastes good or before the way it's ready to consume, is that too much activity for a person to just, because most RTDs just pull it and drink?
Mm-hmm. Rebecca?
Similar. I mean, this was my first experience with a range of them, and I really liked it. Taste-wise, I think it's pretty approachable. It's reminiscent of a soup more than a beverage, though, if I'm honest. There's just a lot going on, and I expected a little bit more artisanal or craft from the package. So it wasn't all coming together for me, but I think there's something at its core here. There's some good DNA there.
Yeah, Ken, where do you stand on it?
Well, I mean, one of my, I guess, salient questions is, do you heat it in that plastic? Because I know there's a disconnect between heating things and being in plastic with health, detractions, let alone benefits. So does that mitigate the whole good for you? But it's better tasting than I thought it would be. Still, I mean, it's not for me, but, we're trying to judge for...
Do you think it has potential on the market?
I don't know.
Okay. Fred, pretty powerful lineup of beverages that they have right there. What do you think of the branding and marketing? I'm sorry, the branding and design, excuse me.
Yeah, no, I think it's very innovative, and as a result, you're trying to do a lot of things on the front of the pack. The consumer is seeing it for the first time, so when they have to understand the brand, now they have to understand what it is, so you're doing bone broth and juice. Then you have a message of functionality built in. Each one has a different function, and then you're layering on top serving suggestions, so pour and heat. So that's essentially 5 different things you're trying to do on a front panel. I think they need to be a little more concise.
Mm-hmm. And John, how did it taste?
Well, I think the ones that were juice based, like the green and the orange one, I don't remember what the flavors were, honestly, but those were a little rough. I've never had green juice and said, wow, I wish there was some meat in here. The ones that looked more like broth, I thought were really great.
Up, we have Midori Matcha, Dimitri, Jason, Steinbuchel. Come on up. Oops. I think I butchered the last name, but we'll get it up. What's that?
It's one of those.
That's one of those, exactly. Good to see you. You get your timer right here and your mic right there.
Perfect. Good morning. My name is Dmitry, and I'm the creator of Midori Matcha. Midori Matcha Cold Brew Green Tea was started over a year ago. It was a health and lifestyle product to provide a fun, convenient, modern approach to enjoying matcha. Matcha is a premium quality stone-grown tea, which comes with benefits of providing steady energy, increased metabolism, and increased focus. Drinking matcha by itself is an ancient Japanese tradition, but we innovated to be different. Our product is 16 ounces cold brewed, USDA certified organic, and verified non-GMO. Our matcha has no fillers or preservatives, and we do not load it up with sugar. We believe in simple, minimal, yet high-quality ingredients in all of our drinks. We only use the most premium grade matcha, also known as ceremonial grade matcha, which has been used in tea ceremonies for centuries in Japan. By using ceremonial grade tea matcha, our drink tastes refreshing and delicious without the need to load it up with sugar or artificial sweeteners. When it comes to preserving our tea, we use high pressure pasteurization, and by doing so, we avoid using any preservatives, which keeps our product simple, healthy, and pure. After our matcha goes through HPP, our matcha is shown to be stable for up to 4 months. What is engaging about our brand is the fact that we can appeal to all age groups and various lifestyles. Whether you're looking to gain stable energy or simply improve your health, Midori Matcha comes into handy for all. Within 1 year, we acquired many accounts in cafes and supermarkets all over Los Angeles. Just last week, we received an account for all Bristol Farm store chains. We're excited to progress as we focus our goals to continue to innovate healthy matcha products, introduce more flavors, and keep on sharing a quality, convenient, modern approach to enjoying matcha. Thank you for your time.
All right, Rebecca, pretty concise presentation. What do you think?
It's consistent with the package. It's concise. It's easy to understand. I didn't love the taste. So that's going to be a challenge, I think. But I thought it's clean. I love the fact that it's such a modern package against such an old idea, century-old thing like matcha. So there's something there. I just didn't love the taste.
Okay, John, you're a self-professed matcha lover. What do you think of the brand?
Yeah, I mean, I like the taste of it. I do like matcha. I think the bottle's a little too big. I would have a hard time drinking the whole thing, but I feel like it is something that's on trend. It's clean, simple, easy to understand. So I think that's what they've got going for them.
Kevin, in terms of matcha's appeal to a broader audience, I mean, does this product, does this brand have enough to get out there and be sold in a variety of channels at this point?
I think it's definitely more a natural channel play. So you're looking at a market that would it'll grow to $25-50 million. I don't see it as a $100 million brand. But it's certainly if the people who, when they come to the market with these kind of beverages, if they're happy with being a lifestyle brand, that's great.
Mm-hmm. Ken, what do you think of the brand?
I liked it. I liked the packaging. I liked the flavor, it was really smooth. What I thought was this would be the entry point into the category, and then it could be more concentrated. So additional SKUs would have more matcha and less water, and then be more effective.
In terms of the efficacy, in terms of what it does for you and your body, did the brand explain enough on the front of the package? Fred?
I don't, it's ceremonial grade, but I don't know that talks too much about the overall function on the front of the pack. I think I read matcha 5 times on the front, and so I think they could be a little more concise there. I think it's a very sort of slick and well-designed pack, but I think the hierarchy of information could be better controlled. The sort of 2 dots, there's one on the top that has Midori and the little crown logo, and then one on the bottom, but I actually read the word matcha in between the 2 as the first thing. So then the brand name is lost on me, and all I know is the category, and you run the risk of becoming a commodity at that point.
Okay, good feedback. All right, next up is Igzu, Zachary Anderson, and Courtney McCoy. Come on up. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
All right. You got your timer here and your mic's there.
Awesome. So what if you were able to bottle arguably some of the most sustainable crops in the world?
We did just that, and Igzu was born.
I'm Zach.
And I'm Courtney.
Sustainability fueled our explorations, unique health benefits validated our finding, and an opportunity to do good ignites our passion for the future.
Igzu is the first ever bottled bamboo leaf tea. Infused with aloe vera, we've created an organic, hydrating beverage great for you and the planet.
Drinking bamboo and aloe? We get it, it might sound a little bit crazy. But both of these amazing plants have actually been consumed for ages.
You're probably familiar with how sustainable and versatile bamboo is, but it also has been consumed for thousands of years across parts of Asia and South America. As for aloe vera, it isn't just for sunburns. Consuming aloe dates back even further. The ancient Egyptians even considered it the plant of immortality.
These ingredients clearly have stood the test of time, most likely for the unique combination of vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. From aiding in detoxification to benefiting your digestive system, these ingredients don't just make Igzu great tasting, also make Igzu great for you.
Speaking of great taste, Igzu tastes similar to a light green tea. Refreshing, crisp, with just the right amount of sweetness, and 40 calories in an entire 16-ounce bottle. We handcrafted these recipes in our own kitchens and are launching with 3 debut flavors: elderflower citrus, lavender peach, and hibiscus blackberry.
We searched high and low for a source of USDA organic bamboo leaves, and when one didn't exist, we created it, establishing this supply exclusively to Igzu. Now for a dose of the feels. Our partnering farms also take pride in their ability to elevate the quality of life for their employees, and each have taken huge steps to ensure the overall well-being of the people that truly make all of this possible.
Igzu is committed to donating 1% of all sales to the preservation of this little planet we all call home. We've proudly partnered with several nonprofit organizations, allowing our customers to do good not only for themselves by consuming Igzu, but also a greater good for the planet.
So thank you again, and hopefully we'll be able to share more with you tomorrow.
All right, nicely done. Sort of 2 beverages in one. You got an aloe vera beverage, you got a bamboo leaf tea beverage. Did you get all that, Ken?
I thought that the taste was good. I mean, this was sort of at the end of our table, and I tried the hibiscus, and I thought the flavor was good. I've got some questions about how concise the message is communicated on the label, and I don't necessarily get the name, but if it's in the bottle, that's a good place to start.
John, we've seen some aloe plays on the market, quite a few actually. Where do you stand on Igzu?
Well, I really like the concept and the flavor of it. I think, the execution of it, kind of like what Ken said, I would just make the brand really all about bamboo. Igzu is kind of meaningless. Aloe just seemed like it, detracted from what they were trying to do. Like, I would just kind of refresh the brand and just really, hone in on bamboo.
Mm-hmm. Fred, what's your take?
I think I always thought of it as an aloe drink because that's the first thing I saw, then bamboo. So it was interesting to see them say the first bamboo tea on the market. For me, the brand identity doesn't really have a soul or anything that's unique or proprietary, so as soon as you strip that off and put it on collateral materials, there's nothing there that I think is recognizable. It's a word mark inside of a circle. It's been done before, so I think, like you were saying, a refresh or redesign of some sort could really help elevate the overall proposition of the brand.
Mm-hmm. Rebecca, scaling the brand is what you guys are all about. Is this scalable?
I don't know, not yet. I think it was lost on me that I thought it was a fusion of two categories, and then to find out it was really a bamboo tea, I think that's their differentiator. I don't know how scalable that is yet. It's really the first I'm seeing it. Something to watch, tasted good, low calories, nice backstory in terms of the sustainability, but the bamboo piece was totally lost on me.
Okay, Kevin, you get the last word.
Yeah, I think shared the same thoughts as everyone else. The only thing I would add is that since it's kind of exotic, I'd like to see the packaging be more exotic. It was kind of just a standard package, which we understand at this point sometimes it's hard to make that kind of investment up front. But if it's going to be an exotic beverage, it'd be interesting to see it be an exotic package.
All right, really good feedback. All right, our last presenter, we've flown through this. Our last presenter of the day is Malk, August Vega. All right, come on up. Good to see you. How are you? All right, you can use either mic, and your timer is right over here.
Fantastic. Hi, I'm August Vega, and I'm the founder and CEO of Malk Organics, a plant-based company from Houston, Texas. Malk was created out of a family dilemma in that I have a dairy allergy, and so does my 6-year-old son. And I was really, really dissatisfied with the quality of milk alternatives available to us. So I enlisted the help of a few family members, and together we created Malk, a 100% certified organic company dedicated to changing the way milk alternatives are made. Malk has disrupted the market by producing milks using no heat, fillers, binders, emulsifiers, or gums of any kind. Instead, we're cold pressing and using an abundance of organic ingredients. The current lineup consists of almond milks, cashew milks, and our fan favorite, and what has earned us the title of category innovator, our pecan milk beverages. Malk was founded in January of 2014, selling to local coffee shops and farmers markets. By November, we had entered to our first Whole Foods, and now less than 2 short years later, we are distributed in 4 states, available in both large and independent grocers. Through HPP technology, we've been able to extend our shelf life to 49 days unopened, which has really opened the door for us for national distribution. And we're currently distributed by UNFI and KeHE. Our goal is to grow this brand nationally, offering a beverage which I initially created for my son, the most delicious milk alternatives available. With 5 or less organic ingredients, at Malk, we say less is more delicious. Thank you for having us, and thank you, BevNet.
All right. Malk, play on milk. Ken, what do you think of that?
I got Malk.
You got Malk.
I did like the pecan. Those were, I mean, again, I was sort of full with the samples that we were asked to consume in the first 45 minutes of the day. But I did try the pecan milk, and then I think it was a pecan-based coffee. I thought they were really good executions.
Uh-huh. Fred, pretty simple branding in terms of minimalist design. What's your take on that in terms of standing out in the category?
I think it's extremely clean, which probably talks to the cleanliness of the product. So I think a consumer will understand that. But I think it's almost too sparse, where it's like, what's your reason for being beyond simply a milk? And I think that most of them were almond milks, and then there was the one pecan. So I could see myself mistakenly by that. Now, I don't know if I'd necessarily have a problem. It might be an entryway to try something, but you want to maintain and manage expectations, I think.
Mm-hmm. Rebecca, what do you think of the brand?
It tasted great, really, really good, especially being number 15. It was excellent. I think, like they said, the one thing that kind of struck me, though, is there was so much warmth in what she talked about in terms of the love for her family and abundance, but yet it's so simple that I think it risks being simplistic and cold, and I think the package could do more to bring out some of the things that she talked about, because at its core, the taste is very, very good.
Yeah. Kevin, you guys don't necessarily work in the HPP cold-pressed realm, but, I mean, do you think there's brand potential for this, I mean, in terms of scaling potential?
Well, I think HPP scaling is going to be interesting. So pricing is ultimately the question. I have 2 kids that are both have dairy allergies, not intolerance, but actually allergies. And so growing the last 19 years now, using those kind of products, alternative milk products. I think if someone can come to that category, you're paying $8 a gallon when you're using rice milk. If they can come in at a competitive price, and they can get a more sensation of milk, the wholeness of milk, and then also the other thing I think they should look at is how well does it work in baking, because people who are dairy allergies also have to use this for baking as well. So it's an interesting concept. I think this question is going to be the pricing.
Okay. John, last word?
Geez, I don't know if I have anything else to add. I like it, I like the simplicity of it. I think it's cool that they're, trying to do other things outside of almonds, if they can somehow convey that they're, trying to be an innovator on that front. I think there's definitely something there.
Okay, great. Big round of applause for our semifinalists. Great job, everyone. We do have a couple minutes, and I'd just like to get your take on the entire semifinal round. Ken, in terms of innovation, was there enough? Did you see quite a bit of it that's promising and marketable?
Yeah, I'm really optimistic about nascent categories, and I think there are some things here that have, merging a couple of what I would call the confluence of trends. So overall, I thought it was great. I do think it's a little early to start drinking that amount of stuff, but the judges did a really good job. I didn't do such a good job.
Okay. Kevin, you guys sell quite a bit of your product. I mean, do you think any of these brands right here will end up being a $100 million brand?
I think since most of them are so channeled towards the natural category, and so few of those brands actually make it to 100 million, I think the chances are probably slim, but on the other hand, we know that the odds of getting to that level are very low percentages no matter what category you're in. So I think it was very interesting to see a cross-function of different beverages, so at least there wasn't just one common theme. But I would say, again, most of this looks like it's pushed to the natural section.
Okay. Marketing-wise, I mean, how hard is it to market some of the innovation that you saw today, Rebecca?
Well, I think some of them pretty hard because there's a lot of education required on a couple of these. And I thought a lot of these did quite well. I was, though, overall not overwhelmed by the quality of the packaging. I don't think that was working as hard as it could as like the first thing that's going to come out and talk to consumers. But overall, I love the next generation on some of these.
Yeah. Taste of the product is always key for you, John. I mean, what do you think of the taste and the formulations? Are some of them mature enough at this point?
Yeah, I think there's definitely some good stuff in there. I mean, it's just one of those things where, I think sometimes brands get caught up in what their function or purpose is and forget that, there still has to be this kind of pleasant experience of consuming, a food or beverage. And, I just would encourage any brand that's trying to do, any type of, functional, whatever type of beverage, just to keep that in mind.
Okay, Fred. You're the branding and design guy. In terms of the packages, did anything really stand out for you at this point?
Yeah, there were a couple of brands that really understood who they are in the world and why they exist, which I think are the two most important things. I think everyone comes in and expresses what they are, but people don't buy brands based on what you are. Practical about commodities, people are emotional about brands, and the who and the why is the most important thing that I could stress. I think we saw a couple brands today that are doing a really good job of that.
Great. Really good feedback. Round of applause for our judges. Thanks so much, guys. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, you guys can make your way off stage. I just want to let you know that the audience has an opportunity to vote, the audience here, as well as the live stream as well. So please, you're going to see the list of brands up. You can text the brand code to the next screen to 310-231-6798. You're going to get a text back. If you get a text back, and you're in the audience, your vote is going to count more heavily, is going to weigh more heavily. You're going to have a little voting code on the lower, left-hand corner of your badge. So if you get a text back, just type that in, and you will get a confirmation that you got that. And so please, I encourage you all to vote. Once again, on the next screen, you're going to see a list of all the brands. Text the brand code to that number, and if you're here in the audience, you'll get a call back, and just enter your voting code. And yours is going to count a little bit more heavily. And there's the list right there. Text the code, and the code will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15. You know the deal. All right. We're going to announce the finalists of the New Beverage Showdown around 1 o'clock. But for right now, we're going to go to a coffee break, and we're going to reconvene at 10 o'clock. We're going to start the conference itself. All right. Thanks so much, everyone, and see you at 10 o'clock.
I'm going to posit that the reason you're all here parallels the reason that we've launched this enterprise, which is that the entrepreneurial drive that is swept into the food space is much closer to the beginning than the end. It's driven by a new set of values. It's a new ability of the consumer to seek information about what they put in their bodies. We become a nation of label readers, of individual diets, of personal need states. It's fitting we're doing this in California as well, because this is the beachhead from which it springs, and it's a tide that is rolling east, and we see deep deposits in cities all across this country. It shows that NOSH, natural, organic, sustainable, and healthy, is indeed sustainable. How do we build a community that can support everyone's growth, that can be a place where companies can compare notes and strategies, where playbooks can be exchanged, talent discovered? We're creating a forum where, engendering discussion, we can encourage you to build your companies and brands, and we're here to help, but we can't build them for you. In the end, we're here to facilitate, we're here to provide the stage. You guys bring the food. So let's start talking about how that happens. I'm going to posit that the reason you're all here parallels the reason that we've launched this enterprise, which is that the entrepreneurial drive that is swept into the food space is much closer to the beginning than the end. It's driven by a new set of values. It's a new ability of the consumer to seek information about what they put in their bodies. We become a nation of label readers, of individual diets, of personal need states. It's fitting we're doing this in California as well, because this is the beachhead from which it springs, and it's a tide that is rolling east, and we see deep deposits in cities all across this country. It shows that NOSH, natural, organic, sustainable, and healthy, is indeed sustainable. How do we build a community that can support everyone's growth, that can be a place where companies can compare notes and strategies, where playbooks can be exchanged, talent discovered? We're creating a forum where, engendering discussion, we can encourage you to build your companies and brands, and we're here to help, but we can't build them for you. In the end, we're here to facilitate, we're here to provide the stage. You guys bring the food. So let's start talking about how that happens.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always...
All right, hey, I'm Ray Latif. I'm back on the Livestream Lounge. I'm joined by Neil Martinez-Belkin and Laura Jacobson.
Hello.
Who's from T-Ride, who was just up on stage in the New Beverage Showdown. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks
How was your
very
Showdown
much.
experience?
It was a great experience. You know, it's really challenging to get it down to 2 minutes, but that's what everybody needs to do to make it simple for customers. So it's a really good test.
Good deal, good deal. I should note that Neil Martinez-Belkin is part of our editorial team. He's not involved with T-Ride. Maybe you will be in the future. You never know.
I'm out of BevNet. I'm looking for a new gig over here.
Oh, jeez. Well, wow. We got it
after
on
that
camera.
pitch, you know.
All right. Well, let's just cut that out in the recorded part. So, you know, tell us about how you prepared for this competition. I mean, it's a tough 2 minutes. You're up there trying to say everything you can about your brand. How did you prepare?
It's a good question. 2 minutes is a really short time. So just so everyone knows, we're pre-revenue, so we
Okay.
haven't launched yet. So for us, we prepared by just saying, what's the most salient thing that differentiates us?
Okay.
And given all the trends in the market, we find there's a lot of convergence happening in categories. So we focused on tea being that active ingredient, but also the ability for it to be a platform in other categories.
Great, great. Now, I sort of jumped the gun here. Tell the audience about your brand and what your pitch is to consumers out
you
there.
Bet. We're launching Tea Riot, so we plan to revolutionize the tea category by making tea, going beyond refreshment and making it a functional ingredient. So that ingredient can go into other things like coconut and juices. Coconut water and juice.
Very interesting. Neil, what do you think of Laura's pitch out there? And you have any questions for her?
I'm trying to think. I thought it was, I'm curious kind of when you started the brand, did you start with kind of the idea of mixing tea with coconut water or other juices, or kind of what was the first SKU that kind of served as a launch pad for kind of your other offerings?
You bet. I think we started the brand because I've always been super passionate about tea.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to drink more tea, but I've also, as a consumer, always been dissatisfied. So I never had enough flavor for me to kind of bring it more into my diet, but I always wanted the benefits. So it did start with the idea of how do we make tea taste better so that more people will consume more tea based on getting those functional benefits, but being satisfied with the taste as well.
Great, great. And where can consumers buy your product at this point?
Well, right now, nowhere, because
Nowhere,
we're
'cause
still
you're still pre-launch.
pre-revenue. But we're going to launch in 2016. We're focused in Southern California.
Okay.
And we hope to start in farmers markets first, just to get out there, and then we're going to scale in the natural channel.
Outstanding, outstanding. Well, really good job today.
Thank you.
Good luck getting into the finals.
Thanks.
And hope to see you soon.
Thank you. Thanks very much. It's been a great experience.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can take your mic.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
That was Laura Jacobson of Tea Riot. Good stuff. Good stuff. We got one more new beverage showdown semifinalist, Dimitri Steinbuchel. I keep butchering that. Did I get that right?
Almost. A lot of people do. Yeah.
Okay.
It's Steinbuchel, but close enough.
Steinbuchel,
I
okay.
get happy if it's close enough.
From Midori Matcha, a HPP matcha brand. Good stuff. We've tried it before in the office. We've had it a few times. That ceremonial grade matcha, the efficacy is such a big part of it. Tell us about why ceremonial grade is so important to your brand.
Sure. Well, something that we noticed, a lot of matcha that's currently used in the commercial use is lower grade and it's culinary grade. Therefore, there's so much bitterness associated with it. So the disadvantage that customer has is when they try that, they think, oh, is this what all matcha is? Is this what matcha is all about? And at the end of the day, when we want to say like, well, it's kind of a wrong way of experiencing matcha. So what we want to do is we want to kind of change that and reverse that and say, no, matcha is supposed to taste like this because it's a much higher grade. And it's just like a car, it's just like any kind of metal or gold. There's different levels of everything.
Yep.
So we found out that if you use the right kind, it will taste right.
Yeah. Clear, concise presentation. Rebecca complimented you on that in terms of your presentation and your brand aligning. Yes. How do you prepare for this, and what do you think of the experience of being on stage?
I've always loved the experience. I've been preparing at home in front of my fiance, and I was rehearsing it even under similar lighting conditions because I think mood is everything. Like creating the whole environment.
Yep.
But as well as you prepare, you still get a little, a bit shaky on stage. But you try not to show it, and you just try to have fun, make the most of it.
Well, you seem like a pretty cool customer on stage. Neil, would you agree?
Yeah, I definitely think you did strong work up there. I'm not much of a matcha drinker, but I'm curious kind of as to kind of the HPP process with it. We've seen a lot of matcha products coming in kind of, I guess, the last year or so in particular. Do you find that the HPP process really kind of elevates the matcha experience?
Absolutely. Well, as far as flavor, what I've noticed is that it actually gives you more of a nuttier flavor. Mm-hmm. So when you're experiencing it, it almost tastes like it has a bit of almond milk in it. So additional, it kind of makes a bit of flavor difference, but also, you can't beat the shelf life. We like to say it's 4 months stable, but it's actually up to a year. And the reason why we don't like to say that is because matcha fades in color. Mm-hmm. And the last thing we want to do is customers experiencing something that's brownish or, it's not supposed to look like that. Right. So,
Great. Well, really interesting brand. Great job up on stage, and good luck getting into the finals.
That's very kind. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Dimitri.
Cheers.
Appreciate it.
All right, all the best.
I can grab your mic. Oh, there you go. You'll give it right to Danny. And our next, a legend in the beverage industry. Come on over, Danny Stepper.
Guys,
How's
how
it
are
going?
you? How are
Good. A principal, a co-founder, a powerful figure.
Oh, come on.
But he's one of the co-founders of LA Libations, which is a brand incubation unit here in Southern California. You guys work with a lot of brands, including Just Chill.
Have you seen this yet?
I have not seen Just Chill Zero. No, very cool. Tell us all about
Ginger,
it.
this is great. So Max and Russell did a great job with this.
Max and Russell, the founders of Just Chill.
Of Just Chill, yeah. We work closely with those guys, and it tastes so good. This is the first 0 calorie. I think this is the first of a few more to come, but it tastes so good. You got to try it.
Okay.
So-
Do you have enough for me?
Yeah, we brought a bunch. So.
Okay, good. What is it sweetened with?
It's the same sweetening as the others. So, and you know, the secret sauce in here is L-theanine. That's what gives the power of calm. So check it out. The store near you.
Okay. Now you work with a bunch of other brands, including some that you launched on your own. Aloe Glow. Tell us about the development of that brand.
Super exciting times for Aloe Glow. You know, we launched on Coke trucks in the LA market unit. It's been a big success.
Which is pretty rare, I mean, for an entrepreneurial brand to be on Coke trucks at this point, right?
Yeah, so, you know, obviously we have a unique relationship with Coke. We've worked with them for so long, and, you know, they made an investment in LA Libations, and this is kind of a test, and so far it's going really, really well, and it's really fun, you know, to be out in the stores that, you know, I grew up in, you know, throwing cases alongside the Coke guys. It's pretty awesome, and the brand's really kicking in. We've invested quite a lot in sampling, and that investment's really paying out, so, you know, the future is super bright for Aloe Glow. Really excited about what's going on with Aloe.
Yeah. Now, another brand that you guys built was Ariba, which started as a horchata energy drink, but you have a few different varieties at this point.
Right. So I'm actually here with Jesus Delgado from 7-Eleven today, and we did that in conjunction with 7-Eleven.
You launched the brand in 7-Eleven.
Yeah, we launched it on the front door in 8,000 7-Elevens, and it's really exciting. We rebranded it since then, and we really think the brand's in a good spot. We're really honing in. We started, it was horchata plus energy.
Okay.
You know, horchata is a thing now.
Yeah.
If you look at it, you know, McDonald's has a national McFrappe, horchata McFrappe. Starbucks has a national Frappuccino, horchata Frappuccino. Blue Moon, the beer, just launched a horchata flavor. So horchata is really trending, and we think, you know, we were able to secure the trademark Ariba, which we think is, you know, we're very fortunate to get, and we got some really exciting news coming up around Ariba.
Tell us all about it.
So I don't want to steal all the thunder, but, you know, we have 3 SKUs now. We have original, just straight horchata.
Yep.
We have horchata plus coffee, which is really a rich, you know, indulgent experience, and then we have the horchata plus energy.
Yep.
And so you're going to start seeing that heavily marketed. We're going to spend some money against it this year for the first time, and really excited where it's going. We feel like we really got the branding right finally on it. We kind of did it really fast and probably rushed it out a little too quick, but we got some good learnings, and now we're going to be coming back strong.
Now, what's interesting is that you launched the brand in a convenience store, which is something that, you know, a lot of our entrepreneurs don't do. A lot of our entrepreneurs are like, I want to launch in Whole Foods. I want to be in Whole Foods. You know, what's it like launching a product in the convenience store channel?
So, you know, we obviously have a unique relationship with a lot of the major retailers. We hold the title. It's an honor. We hold it as the emerging beverage category captain at places like 7-Eleven and Walmart and Kroger. And, you know, we're really about the democratization of Whole Foods. You know, Whole Foods has obviously got a great consumer that every entrepreneur wants. However, that's really bleeding into traditional channels where we have been, you know, there for a long time. And if you look at what people like Costco and Kroger are doing, I mean, it's incredible. I mean, there's a reason why, you know, their stocks are flying. And, you know, why Whole Foods is being pressured a little bit is because, you know, that competitive advantage of organic and sustainable, that advantage is actually not sustainable. Everybody's doing it now, and we kind of are right in a good spot to really exploit that and bring organic to the masses.
Okay. Anything you see that you want to invest in and from New Beverage Showdown?
I saw some interesting things. Yeah, you know, I like milk. I think that's really interesting.
Sure.
Pecan milk, I think, is interesting. The one thing I'm still surprised that I haven't really seen a lot of is macadamia nut milk. I think that's going to be a thing.
Macadamia nut milk, I would think that that's kind of high in fat. I mean, you've always been told macadamia nuts are kind of high in fat, right?
Yeah, but there's also a lot of nutrition in them. All nuts have some fat, but I think there's an opportunity out there one day with that. But what else did I see that I liked? Brew.
The brew broth?
That is definitely bleeding edge. I was
Yeah.
sitting next to Jesus from 7-Eleven, and he was like, "What? Are you kidding me? People are drinking bone broth and HPP juice."
Yeah.
So BevNET, man, it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. You always see the cutting and bleeding edge stuff.
I always feel like Forrest Gump when I come to BevNet Live.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. Neil, would you drink any of that stuff that you saw today? I mean, it's funny because, you kind of came into the beverage industry about a year ago, and, there's a lot of different things out there.
Right.
About a year and a half ago, we'll call it.
Right. I would. First of all, I would. I think that there were a lot of...
Pay attention to this, because this is the consumer you're reaching out to.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
I'm the very elusive millennial right here. So take a
You got
take
the
a good
fashion
look,
beard,
you know?
so yeah,
The
definitely.
Brew is bone broth in itself was so cutting edge. So then to see bone broth with turmeric or bone broth with all these other things, it was like, whoa, it's accelerated even past what does Jeff always say? Bleeding edge, right? There's cutting edge and then bleeding edge. So yeah, far out stuff, man.
Yeah, really, it really was, yeah. So I want to ask you one more thing, Danny. In terms of your team at LA Libations, I'm sure you get a lot of pitches from brands that want to work with you. Tell us about what it takes to approach you with an idea, with a brand, so that you'll take it on and help to scale that brand.
Yeah, it's not hard to get a meeting with us. We see everything. That's by nature of who we are and what we do. So we take every meeting. We waste a lot of time, to be honest. But once in a while, you find and meet an entrepreneur like Max that just chill and it clicks, and we end up working together. For us, it's before you even get to the brand. There's so many factors. There's the entrepreneur themselves. Are they going to be able to get there? Do they have the ability to raise finance alongside us so that we can actually get the brand and take it to a place where we need it to be? We're an incubator, but for us, it's all about working with our partners to scale.
Okay.
Retailers don't, want to do small things for a long time.
Yep.
They're okay with it, doing it with us in the early days, but it's got to be able to catch some fire. And so we're very open-minded in taking meetings. We meet with everybody, and it's a number of things, including the people behind the brand, the entrepreneur, the story, the brand's reason to be. Are they a team player? Do they buy into our strategy? Is there a fit there? So there's a lot of factors that go into it, but we're very open-minded, and we're always taking meetings.
Now,
Man.
how do you get a meeting? You want to give us your email address?
I'm easy to find, but no, I'm not going to give it out right now.
LALBev.com.
Stop it. Yeah,
is that what it is?
yeah.
And I'm not giving out what your exact email address is, but in terms of the .com, it's LALBev.com.
No, we're very approachable. We're easy to find. So.
Or just email me, and I'll tell you exactly where Danny lives.
There you go.
All right.
There you go. Actually, email Dino.
Dino's his business partner as well. All right, Danny, it's always great talking to you. You have so much knowledge and information, and glad to hear things are going with your brands.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for
Good seeing you.
stopping
All right. All right. That was great. Next up, we have Chris Cooper. Chris Cooper is the president of Black Medicine Coffee. How are you?
Hey, great, Ray.
How's your BevNet Live going?
Good so far.
Good deal. Good deal. I know Neil has a host of questions for you. So
Okay. Great, Neil.
Well, first of all, thanks for joining us. I was curious, we're hearing so much about cold brew coffee. I guess the coffee category on the whole, you guys have a very different, innovative proposition. I don't know. Can you talk to our live stream viewers a little bit about how Black Medicine is made?
Sure. There is, of course, as you say, a lot of cold brews on the market. And they all, in our opinion, tend to taste pretty much the same. It's the process of brewing. The cold brew process itself tends to extract certain flavors from the coffee bean that you can get when it's cold, but they don't extract all the flavors that are there. It's why when you go to a coffee bar and you get a coffee, it's brewed hot. It's brewed hot for a reason, and that's to extract most of the flavor from the bean. So what we do is we've developed a process that brews hot under pressure in a nitrogen atmosphere to extract as much flavor as we can from the coffee bean. And get it all into your drink instead of giving it the typical cold brew flavor profile. It tastes a little bit more flavorful, a little bit more complex, a little more interesting, I think.
Yeah, now it's interesting, you own your own production facility, which is something that not a lot of beverage companies do because it's a very expensive and time-consuming process. But tell us, what are the advantages of having your own facility versus co-packing?
There are advantages, as you mentioned. There are disadvantages too, and I wouldn't necessarily recommend it for a beverage maker starting out.
Yeah.
It's something that we were pretty much forced into because of the qualities that we wanted in our product.
Yep.
So our focus was really on quality and getting the top quality product possible. What that means is that we have a product that has a shelf life. It has a shelf life of 12 weeks.
Yep.
And it has to be therefore refrigerated all the time. That makes it much more difficult to do co-packing because our volumes are not so high. If we were, if we were Starbucks, it would be a different thing.
Sure.
But at our volume starting out, we can't go to a co-packer and say, run us a batch every week, and we only want so much. It's not economical for them.
Right.
So starting out, we're kind of forced to do our own production. Now that has advantages in that it gives us a lot of control over the quality.
Sure.
It means that we can turn on a dime if we have to. It means that if we have any issues with the recipe or any issues out in the field, that we can fix them immediately.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a stock of products sitting in a warehouse for months at a time
Sure.
that we need to work through. So there are a lot of advantages, but I got to tell you, it's very expensive and it's difficult and it's a lot harder than I thought it would be when I started.
So in other words, don't start your own production facility unless you've got a lot of money and a lot of patience.
Well, yeah.
In a nutshell. Now, I got 2 more quick questions for you. Yeah. You are a participant in last year's New Beverage Showdown in our show here in Santa Monica. How was your experience, and how do you think the folks did today?
Our experience was great. No, it was really very helpful. What was it?
You made it all the way to the finals, too.
We made it to the finals. We didn't quite win, but we think we were pretty close. But what was valuable for us as a producer was getting feedback from people in the business who know what they're talking about.
Right.
And they gave us feedback about improving our story, about improving what we were putting on the labels,
Correct,
things like
right.
that. We took those to heart, and we actually made changes in our bottling and our packaging a little bit,
Yep.
and made changes to the product and the website so that it would reflect the kinds of things that they were giving us information back on.
Now, very quickly, where are your products sold?
Our products are sold in Northern California, Oregon, and Washington in many grocery stores and many chains, including Whole Foods, Safeway, New Seasons Markets, most chains. We expect to be in Southern California in the spring, but we haven't expanded yet beyond California, Oregon, and Washington.
Well, they are sampling Black Medicine coffee here at the show, and so I can't wait to try some. I know I haven't had a bottle in a little bit. You got us to send us more product to the office.
Yeah, I should do that.
You should
I'd be
do that.
happy
Yeah.
to, yeah.
All right, fantastic.
All right.
Chris, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you,
really
Ray.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Neil.
All right, you can just pass on your mic to our producer here. Pass it right on to our next guest. How about that? Ari Tolwin. Have a seat on the live stream.
Hey, Ray,
Labs.
good
Thanks
to
so
see
much
you.
for being with us. Good to see you. How are you?
How are you? Hey, sorry. Nice
You know our editorial guru, Neil Martinez-Belkin?
I don't think we've met up until now, but nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure.
And,
I keep giving Neil like these new titles, like crack reporter. But crack reporter that's like kind of a weird connotation. I don't think anybody says that anymore.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, only in Baltimore. Anyway,
I was
that's
going to say DC, but...
See, I shouldn't be saying these things in case we have some Baltimore live stream viewers. Anyway, it's all good. So, Happy Tree Maple Water, a New Beverage Showdown finalist also from a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I know Neil, once again, he has a bunch of questions for you, so we'll start there.
Well, I'm trying to think. I remember a press release came across like a week or 2 weeks ago of some new distribution gains, and just in July, I feel like you guys had been in 150 Whole Foods, and now you're in 200 Whole Foods. Talk a little bit about kind of the growth that you guys have seen.
Yeah, so Whole Foods has been a great partner for us.
Yes.
Whole Foods has been a great partner for us. Last year, I would say about 14 months ago, we were in 30 stores in one region, and now we're in 7 regions, which is more than half the chain. and I think it's probably over 250 stores now.
Wow.
Been a fantastic partner for us. We started just with a single SKU. Now we're going to have 4 SKUs in the Northeast Whole Foods. So there's been region growth with Whole Foods, there's been door growth, and there's also been SKU growth. And the SKU growth is really important to us because it's nice to grow doors, and it's a real validation for the product in the category. But what we really want internally is to drive more volume from the doors that we're in. We're in fantastic doors. There aren't a whole lot more that we want other than what we have right now. But getting more SKUs in there and continuing to grow sales within the same stores that we're in is really what we're focused on right now.
Now, you mentioned you have 4 SKUs. What are the 4 SKUs?
So we have 2 sizes on the original: a smaller bottle, like a grab and go, and then a larger bottle for workout, or if you're really thirsty, or if you're using it at home and putting it in a smoothie. And then we have the smaller size on the original. Then we have the lemon, which came out for the summer, and then in about a week and a half, or actually next week, I believe, we're going to have a ginger in the Whole Foods as well. So.
Ginger in the Whole Foods.
Yes,
Did you bring any with you?
We do have some. We're not going to have in the sampling bar, but
you can get a little for
we've
us.
got some. Yeah.
From BevNet, all right?
I think Will has. If you see Will, ask
Will?
one.
I have to find Will? Okay, fine. Yes. So tell us a little bit about the growth of the maple water category. It was, again, to use your word, Neil, very bleeding edge a couple of years ago. Now you just see maple water in so many different places. It's pretty amazing. What's going on with the category?
Yeah, it's cool. I feel like I have a front seat view. And when we started,
you certainly do. You're one of the leading brands.
Well, when we started, I was doing demos, and I remember like the first demos I did. It was in the Brooklyn store, and people looked at me, kind of like I was crazy. No one had heard of it. And then there was one fellow who was, I think it was a woman from Ukraine, and she's like, "Oh man, we drank birch water from our tree," and I don't remember if I did or not. Maybe it was inappropriate, but I wanted to give her a hug. You're the first person to tell me that I'm not nuts. But now, I mean, you were at Expo East. I think 6 different brands presenting.
I was,
Obviously, Trader Joe's is in the category.
Yep.
I believe that it took about 7 years after Zico and Vita Coco first launched for Trader Joe's to make a coconut water, and it took 1 year after we launched and some of the other maple waters launched for Trader Joe's to make a maple water.
Right.
And I think that's it means something. Trader Joe's is not a frivolous organization. They're not placing a lot of different bets. So when they're investing in something, it's for real.
Interesting outfits, but not frivolous.
Yeah, no.
No. Neil?
Sorry, had a little someone in my ear there, so I missed you. But
yeah.
But no, I'm curious, kind of in adding the lemon SKU, and just it really is a validation to show that it's ready for kind of flavor extensions, and how you went about choosing to kind of introduce a maple water with lemon and now a maple water with ginger. Kind of what the process is of kind of growing the category out with new flavor profiles.
Yeah, so there's a few things that we think about. We want to stay within a certain band of flavors. So there's some things that we wouldn't do without going into too much detail. There's certain flavors that we wouldn't do because, we want it to be clean and clear, and we don't want multiple flavors. So you're not going to see any concoctions from us of 5, 6, 7 different ingredients anytime soon. The lemon was interesting. Actually, it was the demo people who were doing demos for us in Texas. One of the demo coordinators, I forgot the store, but she was squeezing lemon as an option just to spruce it up while she was doing the demos for us, and she was putting it on the reports, and it was really, really well received. So, we had played with it in the office, and we weren't really sure what we wanted to do in terms of flavors, but seeing those reports happen very organically within Whole Foods by Whole Foods employees kind of pushed us over the edge and said, hey, guys, let's just do it.
Yeah.
And then ginger is something I love, and something a lot of people love. Healthy, really good for you, and we're launching it in the fall, so we figured it was a really good fall flavor.
Yeah. Well, it tastes really good, and if you're near a Whole Foods, you're probably lucky enough to grab one of those bottles. So, Ari, always great talking to you. Thanks so much for being with us. I really appreciate it.
Cool. All right. Good to meet you as well.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank you. You can just hand the mic over to our next guest. The superstar, Rebecca Messina, CMO of VEB. Now, CMO an accurate title?
Well, a Coca-Cola company, there's only one CMO.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
We had CMO up there, but still.
Yeah, I mean, that's very generous of you. I think at a company like ours, there should only be one.
Yep.
I'm very honored to be in charge of marketing for VEB, though.
Okay, fair enough. You were a judge in the semifinal round of the New Beverage Showdown, and you've done this a couple times now. What do you think of this crop of folks? Now, I asked you that on stage, but live stream audience, you can elaborate.
Well, a couple things. I've never done this one before.
Right.
So super cool because you really see 15's a lot and a lot at 7 in the morning. But you saw such a range of things from next gen to new versions of things that are kind of already hot. So I really enjoyed that. There's definitely a couple winners in there. I will tell you, we deliberated hard to get to 6.
Yep.
But there's some breakthrough things going on. There's some nice innovation in current categories, as I said. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, you guys seem like you did. You know, it's funny because when you came out of the room, I saw you, and yeah, drinking 15 different beverages at 7 in the morning, that's kind of a tough task. But then seeing the presentations come together, I could see you guys thought there was a lot of promise there.
Yeah, and it's interesting, when you do the final round, you don't do the order like we just did. So we just literally got to taste something without the story.
Yep.
So the package and the taste had to do everything for us. That's all we had going for us. Then when you come in there and you get the story from the person, so a lot of them got brought to life, and a lot of them changed my mind, or I forgave maybe some taste.
Right.
Because of some other things that were more redeeming in terms of a story or an understanding where they're sourcing from, and things that the package wasn't doing justice to. So it just does show you how you really do need the whole thing to come together.
Right. Yeah. Neil?
You know, I'm curious, Rebecca, like in the capacity that you work in at VEB, you know, we talk with so many brands that if they could only get to $5 million in sales, if they could get to $10 million in sales, but really for you, you know, with VEB always looking for the $1 billion, the next $1 billion brand, what is kind of like, I guess, the variables that you're looking for something to be kind of at that size versus, you know, what could still be a very successful beverage brand?
Yeah, very good question. And you're absolutely right. Like, we shouldn't be the benchmark only for what success is. It's got to be that billion. What we mean by that is it's got to be big. Yeah. There's got to be some scale to it. And big can come in many ways. There's international plays for us. There's lots of ways to grow these brands. But it's got to be a great pick. It's got to be on trend. It's got to be something we believe in. It's got to be something that we think is scalable. It's got to have a great management team. It's got to have a great story, because we believe in emotional brands. And that's really our bread and butter. And they got to stand on strong functional attributes. And, you know, we'll do a lot of the heavy lifting to get the brand over some of those corners. But if at the core those things aren't there, it's tough for us.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned on stage that Coke is looking and interested in plant-based beverages. You know, in terms of like what we saw today, and even some of the stuff we didn't see today, what are the categories that you find most interesting at this point?
Yeah, the plant-based are fascinating because you see them through the value-added dairy, so there's that whole plant-based side, but then there's all the plant-based waters and the functional waters. And so we are really watching them all. Now, interesting though is it's like, how are they different? Is right? Like, why is a maple or an aloe or a birch or a coconut? And I think that's where this is going to get very, very interesting.
Right.
Do we have room for all of those as individuals?
Yep.
But I think what we're really showing the world right now is that there's a lot to be sourced that we haven't been tapping into, bringing a lot of functionality forward. Some of them better on taste than others, but we're keeping our eye on all of them. I mean, as protein sources, as sources of antioxidants, algae, I think is coming up. You can't.
Algae that was really bleeding edge back in the day, but now you're starting to see it.
Yeah, we're seeing it in research, ethnography. We're seeing it. It's happening. It's abundant.
Yeah.
There's plenty of it.
Yeah. What I wanted to, one other question I wanted to ask was about Suja, and I don't know how much you can talk about it. You guys, obviously Coca-Cola and VEB, really VEB was leading the way in the Suja investment. I mean, it's still early for that relationship, but how's it going?
Really well. Jeff Church and his team are so solid to work with. So they brought with them such a solid management team.
Yep.
They continue to innovate. They're a pleasure to work with. The product tastes great. Customers love it. Consumers love it. It's really, really going very, very well. And I'm very fortunate to be part of that brand.
Great. And later today, Jeff Church is going to be speaking, actually, and telling us a little bit about working with you guys.
Yeah, probably better to ask him than us how it's
going.
going.
Right. Well, I figured I'd ask you. You're right here. So, but anyway, Rebecca, you know, you're such an important part of these conferences, and I really appreciate you being here and being a judge. So thanks so much for doing that.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. Good seeing you again.
Good seeing you.
All right.
Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Great to meet you.
All right, that was Rebecca Messina, who heads up marketing for VEB, and you know, obviously a fantastic judge and a really, really knowledgeable person about the beverage industry.
Very much so.
Yeah. All right. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for right now for the morning break. We'll be back here at the lunch break around 1 o'clock, I believe. Is that what we're going to call it?
Yeah, I'll be back here at 12:35.
12:35. See, I'm glad I asked Neil because he knows better than I do. All right, 12:35. So the conference may be off the stage, but we're right here at the Livestream Lounge. Keep watching, and thanks once again to our sponsor, McLean Design. See you soon.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Ganeden is the premier innovator in probiotics. With an extensive library of published studies and more than 100 patents for probiotic technologies in the food, beverage, animal health, sports nutrition, and personal care ingredients markets, Ganeden remains at the forefront of probiotic research and product development. Ganeden BC30, Ganeden's patented food and beverage probiotic ingredient, is found in over 200 products around the world. The unique composition of Ganeden BC30 makes it the perfect ingredient for innovation in the food and beverage industry. Unlike most other probiotic strains, Ganeden BC30 is a spore former, which makes it highly stable and allows it to remain viable through most manufacturing processes, a 3-year shelf life, and the low pH of stomach acid. Ideally suited for almost any food, beverage, or companion animal application, Ganeden BC30 does not change or adjust the manufacturing process, has no effect on the taste or texture profile, and can easily be cleaned from the manufacturing plant. The efficacy of Ganeden BC30 is backed by over 20 published studies showing digestive, immune, and protein utilization support. Ganeden BC30 is a flexible fortification option as compared to more traditional probiotic strains. Ganeden works with its clients as a partner, taking special care to add value from initial contact to product launch and beyond. For more information on how to profit with probiotics, please visit GanedenProbiotics.com.
This never was a plan stand. Up in arms like the can-can. In the middle of the street and you're beeping your horn like you chitty bang bang. I'm a madman on reflection. We both made promises, couple novices. Honestly, like that's stating the obvious. Sounds like I resent you, equally mad. I'm just a little less mental. That girl I used to know, where did she go? Maybe I chased her away. That man I used to be, no longer see. Maybe he wasted away. It's only now I can see what
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360...
So my name is John Craven. I'm the founder and CEO of BevNET. I guess I was up here before for the judging, but I want to, again, welcome you all here to BevNET Live, winter 2015. I think this is our 14th one of these that we've done. Yeah, Jeff has given me a dirty look about that, but sorry, Jeff. Anyway, we're going to try to get the day going and get things going smoothly here. But again, I want to just thank everyone for coming here. We're really honored to have you all here, and we hope that these next 2 days are really insightful and valuable for you. And hopefully I get to meet some of you during the break. So real quick, before we turn the stage over to Jeff here, I want to just quickly thank our sponsors, who are Blue Pacific Flavors, Cargill, the Can Manufacturers Institute, Dueler North America, Draco Natural Products, Good Nature, Milne Fruit Products, Monk Fruit Organetics, Vegetable Juices, Wild Flavors, BevForce, and Metabrand. All of them are key in helping us be able to put this on, so thanks to them as well. Finally, one or two, I guess, important housekeeping notes, since we always get these questions. The Wi-Fi in here is called BevNet Live. The password's on the bottom of the printed agenda. It's BP flavor. And then the other thing is just about question and answer during the sessions. Also on the bottom of the agenda is information on how to
Teen juice, cold brewed coffee, alt dairy, natural energy, HPP. What an amazing year it was, a groundbreaking year for innovation in 2013. Coke invested billions in a tiny but established entrepreneurial energy drink brand called Monster. Then it backed a new technology platform owned by Green Mountain Coffee Roasters. We saw a foreign investment fund acquire a huge stake of Vita Coco. What a year it was for big money deals in 2014. So what did 2015 bring? It's this. Look, after the groundbreaking innovation comes, you've still got to build. Innovation doesn't immediately beget massive growth. Things take time. Groundbreaking innovation has to be followed by intense execution. Now, this is my first time ever saying something's a bit of an eye chart, and there's a little bit of cherry picking here of categories. But I want this up here so you can see some of the progress of the brands that we tend to associate with innovation from a couple of years ago. Now, what's interesting here is that these are numbers from IRI. So they're showing how these brands that have incubation channel origins are starting to track compared to brands that have long had prominence in more traditional channels. And you can see they sort of stick out like odd ducks in these traditional categories, but their momentum, their massive growth compared to the category averages, shows that they're starting at least to grow into swans. So here's the good news about that. There are big rewards that have been shown this year if you can find the sweet spot between innovation and execution. Now, before the news about the buyout of Keurig Green Mountain hit this morning, and we'll get to that throughout the day, I'm sure, this year there were two investments in ready-to-drink beverage platforms that really caught people's attention. Coke and Goldman Sachs invested about $150 million in Suja, and the Stripes Group placed about $50 million in Califia Farms. Now, compared with 2014, the thing that we need to keep in mind that these are still long bets. They're minority stakes, and the valuations assume a lot of growth in the future. Now, much more typical of the key investments that we've seen and written about during the past 12 months were things in the $3 to $10 million range. We saw brands like Chameleon Cold Brew, Temple Turmeric, Daily Greens, Bhakti Chai. They all received VC-type funding of under about $5 million. More established brands like Bai and Body Armor boasted strategic investment at higher valuations, but those came from Dr. Pepper Snapple, a longtime distribution partner, and at $15 million and $20 million respectively. You know, look, that's nice money, and I wouldn't turn it down, but it feels like a vote of confidence more than a declaration of triumph. There was also a lot of investment based around crowdfunding. Circle Up, we got a new update from them every day about a beverage company or a food company that was using that platform. So that's gaining momentum. Beyond that, people remain interested in innovation and in startups. There is still money out there for the right plays. We constantly hear about how global M&A is incredibly active. But here's the bottom line. The money that's come in this year has amounted to growth capital for brands that are trying to approach or have recently reached proof of concept. It's not bad to have, but there's a lot of work yet to come. So in looking at this combination of growth capital and execution, as well as the brands that are having some nice incursion into conventional retailers, what we can see is that evolution is happening, but that happens in fits and starts. There are always going to be headwinds and pitfalls. So what are we talking about when we bring those up? Here are some of the things that we're describing as headwinds that are going to be a drag on innovators. Now, at the leading edge, we think there's still a lot of uncertainty around the appropriate platforms to manifest these trends. The biggest beverage-related news this year was probably Peet's Coffee's recent acquisition spree. Now, the acquisition of Stumptown, the acquisition of Intelligentsia, these were big deals, but they haven't necessarily manifested for RTD yet. There's still a lot of discussion of cold brew as a huge growth engine. We're going to hear about it with our first presentation from Joth Ricci, but it's still a tiny part of the business in the coffee category, and nationally, we haven't seen things stacked high and flying. I think with the Keurig Green Mountain deal, we might have gotten a glimpse of which way that's headed as well. Now, HPP, which has been a highly innovative growth driver, faces the same level of uncertainty. The Sujas, the Daily Greens, the Evolution Freshes are racing home juicing and on-premise bars as much as they are each other. So this uncertainty around platform has helped hold back some of the investment in innovative RTD. Now, beyond that, on the consumer side, we're seeing some legal and PR and regulatory issues. For smaller companies, lawsuits that continue to bedevil leaders like GTs and even smaller companies like Health-Ade result in bad press for all, whether or not the companies are culpable. We are seeing a great deal of litigation. Monster and Vitamin Water gave people that idea. They settled older lawsuits this year, but that continued to stoke doubts about categories and encourage class action suits in categories that should be long past these issues. The effects of Coke's debacle with the Global Energy Balance Network are yet to be determined, but they probably haven't inspired faith in any large company portfolio. So now the third factor that we think presents as a headwind for entrepreneurial brands is that the innovation cycle has done nothing but speed up. There's always talk that bone broth may be the next HPP juice, that switchels and vinegar-based sodas will offer more accessibility than kombuchas. There's always the possibility that the big guys will come into your space and promote your key ingredient. Also, there are plenty of promising ideas that haven't yet fully launched, so competition and follow-through are what get you through those headwinds. But beyond that, knowing those things, those drags are out there, what's to the good this year? First of all, there's ongoing generational change. In addition to the numbers we already saw for brands that are considered cutting edge, there's the growth of those that are leading edge and surfing trends as well. The movement away from CSDs has allowed older entrepreneurial enterprises to continue to progress. The growth of sparkling ice and LaCroix, the incremental growth of premium sodas and mixers shows that bubbles are falling into event-specific uses rather than ubiquity. But Honest Tea, Zico, Vita Coco, they continue to grow on the new age side. Water variants like Bai, Essentia, Core, and Aqua Hydrate are progressive products being lifted by mainstream trends toward health and wellness. When you have the fat part of the bell curve moving, it indicates, I think, increased share for the brands that are more radical. Now, tomorrow, when we have our data geeks from Spins and IRI on stage, they'll be talking a little bit more about how that's being borne out. Additionally, retailers are waking up to it more and more, and it's in mainstream channels. We're going to hear in a few minutes how open 7-Eleven is to cutting-edge innovation. Target's Made to Matter program is embracing emerging brands. Safeway and Whole Foods continue to not just stock, but actually invest in innovative brands. And Costco and Walmart and Kroger are behind organics and are even trying to co-create with entrepreneurs. And there's this. You're here, and there are more of you than ever. And that's my leading indication that you're interested in facing the challenges and doing what it takes to not just innovate, but to grow. The market changes, the ground breaks. For some, that opens a gaping chasm. But for you, it's a way of establishing the foundation and building up toward the sky. So let's start talking about how we grow into 2016. So to do that, to start that discussion, I'm going to turn things back over to John Craven.
Thanks. Thanks, Jeff. So now we're going to get started with our first speaker in just a second here, who is Joth Ricci, who is the president of Stumptown Coffee Roasters. Stumptown was founded in 1999 and is one of the key players in the third wave coffee movement. The company currently operates cafes in Portland, Seattle, Los Angeles, and New York. They offer wholesale distribution and e-commerce sales of their coffee beans, and they also have ready-to-drink cold brew products that are available nationwide at Whole Foods as well as other retailers. I think there's plenty of them out there for you to sample today. I could honestly use one myself right now, but and of course, as everyone knows, Stumptown was recently acquired by Peet's in October. As for Joth, he's a veteran of the beverage industry, having worked at First Beverage, Jones Soda, Talking Rain, and others. Since he joined Stumptown in 2013 as its president, he's helped the company hone their focus with an emphasis on expanding their wholesale distribution, and they're now rapidly expanding cold brew coffee business. So today he's going to share some insight into the Stumptown story and also talk about how they've evolved from being a scattered but highly regarded on-premise business into being a national player and leader in the third wave coffee movement. So Joth, take it away.
A good cup of coffee is one that stops me in my tracks. That I take that first sip and I'm thinking about the profile, I'm thinking about the weight, the body, is there concentrated acidity, all those things. But when they're all present, that's not even what I'm thinking about. I take a sip and it's like the world stops turning on its axis.
I think a good roaster needs to have humility. Ultimately, it's a very solitary craft. There's a lot of time you spend in your own head, which I think is similar to when you're taking a hike or out in nature. You feel so connected to this thing all of a sudden.
What makes a good barista is someone who really cares about what they're doing. I think that there's an element to the idea of something that my dad used to say, which is how you do anything is how you do everything. And I really believe in that, and I really try to live my life that way. And I think that the best baristas are the people that have an attention to detail, people that have really good palates, or people that are just passionate in general.
And to look back at it now, like I have a house and a job I actually, don't mind going to every day, and at the same time, like at the end of every day, and when it seems like your day's over, I get more excited because I'm like, all right, now I can start like what I want to do. My grandfather put like Folgers crystals in a frying pan with water, and that's how he made his coffee. For the most part, like probably just drink it with cream, and just like make it just because it tastes good. It tastes like a freaking candy bar that's helping your brain like energize and blow up.
If it wasn't for the employees at Stumptown, there wouldn't be a Stumptown. Mostly everyone's artists, musicians, creative types, passionate types. And that helps our coffee taste better. They understand hard work. They understand if something is going to be special, you got to go outside the lines and outside the box.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. I like to show that video because, the number one thing people ask me is like, so what's important? Like, what matters? And I think that in maintaining, we talk about being big and being small, but it really starts with the people on the screen, and it's all about culture. And I know that's thousands of books have been written about culture, and thousands of books have been written about people selection, but there's two things that happen to companies as they grow. Is that one is they make bad culture decisions with people, and two is they don't learn how to say no. And I think that those two things are really important to the growth story of Stumptown. So before I get started, I need to get a picture, everybody. Okay, good, all right. Give me a wave, like don't just sit there, do something. There we go, all right. Okay, good, all right, thank you. Okay, so Stumptown Coffee started in 1999, so it's a 16-year-old kind of small business. What I liked about the business when I got here is that they had spent a ton of time curating. November 1st, 1999, 45th in Division, Portland, Oregon. The first Stumptown Coffee opens. It's a roastery, it's a cafe. The name of the location, it was a burnt-down hair salon. And for those of you that know the Stumptown brand, the name of that hair salon was called Hairbender. The Hairbender name, which is now our number one product, was originally a hair salon on 45th and Division, which we got really cheap and bought, and that's become kind of our namesake. Here's Dwayne. Another important part of a great story is a great founder. Dwayne spent the better part of the 90s, actually came out of Seattle, roasting on the old coffee carts in Seattle, which were the big boon then, and spent a lot of time trying to figure out, as the Starbucks revolution was happening, he was really kind of challenging that revolution and saying, wait a second, like, I get all this, and I think it's great that they're creating the third place, and that's really important, but there's a better way to do coffee, and coffee around the world is done differently than it is in the U.S. Typically in the U.S., we like to commoditize stuff, so coffee's kind of gotten that way. But Dwayne thought, you know what, coffee's about flavor, and it's about places, and it's about people. And so he really pushed the envelope and really gets credit for starting and really, I would say, thrusting the third wave coffee movement forward. And him and a few other people from around the country did a great job in that time. So who are we? We operate out of 3 growing regions. Coffee's actually grown around the world, and the beauty of coffee is that it's harvested at 3 different times a year from 3 different regions, which keeps the supply chain going. So you have Indonesia, East Africa, and Latin America is where we get all of our coffee. We have 4 roasteries. We roast in Portland, Seattle, Brooklyn, and LA. As John mentioned, we operate a hub and spoke model, so we basically roast to order. So everything that we do is a 48-hour turnaround. So think of it as like fresh bread, except we're selling coffee. We have a short shelf life product, so we like our coffee to be consumed in 14 days or less. It's good till about 30, but we want it really sold and consumed within 30 days. So that's really, it starts an innovation movement, right? It changes something in a category when you start talking that way. Now you're talking about people, flavor, places, freshness. You're changing the conversation as it relates to the category. We have 10 cafes. We're opening our 11th in New Orleans on March 1st with Ace Hotel, and really excited about that. And we have about 300 employees. So we do two things. We talk about product and channel, product and channel, product and channel. As we're building brand and as we're scaling the smallness, as we talk about, we really focus on product and channel in every market that we're in. So first is our whole bean lineup. We operate a starting price point of $14, a 12-ounce bag. And one of the things I liked about the category and the opportunity for third wave at grocery was that price compression had happened. As price pressure went down on Starbucks and they started to lower price, they really escaped kind of the super premium and premium segment. And it created an opportunity for basically third wave roasters, very similar to what happened with craft beer and domestic beer in the mid-90s. Similar situation, just a different category. And so you'll start to see that grow. Brown is a blended product. Blue is from Latin America. Orange is from East Africa. Green is from Indonesia. And yellow is the best decaf product on the planet. That's Trapper Creek, and it's available out front if you haven't had that. Then we have our cold brew business. Really interesting lineup, and we're going to talk a lot about it. I know Jeff mentioned it as well. But cold brew is just this disruptive innovation that really was served as toddies and has really started to hit the ground running over the last, I'd say, 5 years, more or less. But this is our base cold brew lineup. We have our bottled product, our stubby bottle. We launched our 2 milk-based products in the last couple of years, and then we just made Nitro Can, which is basically pours like a Guinness, available now, and it's available now around the country. What's interesting about all this is that it's simple, and one of the things that Tom First and I used to talk about at First Beverage when we looked at brands, and I encourage people, is that simple matters. People get simple, and people understand it. So as I go out, it's just coffee and milk, and it's very simple ingredient statements that are really easy for people to follow. You don't have to overthink this, and plus it has to be great. So as we were making each one of these, our goal was to make great products that were simple to understand, that when you drank it, it had to arguably be the best thing that you've ever had in that category. And if we didn't feel like it was the best product that was going to be out there, we won't put it on the shelf. Other things with innovation that's interesting with cold brew that I think will be great about the category is this whole draft segment. We're actually installing draft lines in coffee bars now all over the country, and you're seeing this continued movement. About 30% of our volume in cold brew is actually done in kegs. And if you go into southern markets, like where the Chameleon guys are from in Austin, or if you look in New Orleans, you go to other places, or even in LA now, you're seeing multi-tap systems being put in place for coffee. We're actually selling it in 6-barrel and quarter-barrel and half-barrel kegs, which is amazing. But from an operator standpoint, it's a great thing because they can move lines through and move it through pretty quickly. Great trial opportunity for the category as well. And I think this will halo into the off-premise as it grows. It just drives great trial for the business. The other pieces of innovation, we launched Winter Cheer, which is also available out there. It's just our take on a eggnog-type product, except we didn't want it to be eggnog and be like everybody else. We felt like we needed to challenge status quo and do something different. So this has mulling spices, half and half, and cold brew in it, which is a fabulous product that we only sell from October through December. We think that, again, like craft beer, we think that cold brew had an opportunity to take different taste profiles throughout the season. And the other thing I was concerned about is I didn't want cold brew to die off in November and December. I needed to find something to get people into the brand over the course of the year. We pushed innovation again. In November, we launched our Grand Cru. This is one of the best coffees on the planet. It's out of Honduras. That's our geisha product. We sell actually geisha for $75 a bag online. Pre-orders, we sold out in a matter of a week. This product, we actually brewed a coffee, sold it in a 750 ml swing top, did it in cafes only, and we sold it at $28 a bottle, and we're sold out. So the market for the super premium, for the high end, for understanding quality, and multi-price point segments, I think is similar to the wine business. For those of you that know, that really understand the wine industry, is that you have a lot of great brands that can operate at multiple price points and continue to step up quality. And coffee has a similar segment to that. The last thing, and I guess I'm announcing today that we're launching our dairy-free cold brew product effective on January 1. It's a coconut milk-based product, so you have that hint of coconut sweetness along with the cold brew. We also took the carrageenan out of this product, so it has no stabilizer, and it's a pure natural product that needs to be well shaken. And we got a lot of feedback that people were looking for dairy-free, and we felt like after all the ones we tested that this had the best opportunity to be successful. And we're excited about this one. It's tasted very well. So we talk about channel. I'll move through this quick, and we talked about it before. So that's product, and then we talk channel. We have our cafes. Our cafes are brand awareness centers. You walk into any Stumptown cafe in the 4 markets they're in, and then the 5th in New Orleans, and you walk into a very different brand experience, but a brand experience that really replicates the area. It honors the culture of the area, and is a great place to be. I want you to walk out of there having a great product, a great experience, maybe heard some music that was off the charts that you'd never heard of before, but it was really good, and got treated very well. So excited about the growth of that, and we'll continue to look at new concepts here over the next few years. Our e-commerce business, which is special about coffee, is you can go direct to consumer. I think the direct to consumer market is going to continue to explode in consumable goods. And we're making an early bet on what I think is probably 3 to 4 years out of a regularity for products. It's there today, but I think as it hits the 3rd and 4th level of consumer, I think it's going to become a big business. Our on-premise business is independent coffee shops. Jones on 3rd across the street is a great example of that. We drive trial there. For the off-premise, we move through grocery quickly. We're building grocery. Whole Foods is a good example, but also specialty foods around the country. We'll go into markets that has a good specialty food, independent specialty food business established. Last couple things, and I'm moving quick because I'm looking at my man over here. Social media. Social media, we don't spend a lot of money on marketing, but what I have is an awesome social media director. In fact, we've taken our Instagram account from about 15,000 people 3 years ago to we have 147,000 followers right now. And that's been through a very dedicated effort to improve how we do things with social media. I think there's a really good way to do it, and there's a really bad way to do it. And we've been pretty successful in that. Picks up from like the chocolate milk look is actually from Jimmy Fallon. Didn't pay him, I promise. He posted a picture of Stumptown Cold Brew, and our web traffic went up 4-fold in that day. Real power. The other thing we're big on is events. We want to get to events that circle what's important is not only culture of the people, but culture of the brand. So we're going to find events. So for example, we were at Coachella, and we don't sponsor Coachella as we're a named listed somewhere, but we do the campground, and we set up a coffee shop inside the campground where there's 30,000 people for the week. Every one of them that wake up in the morning and they need coffee. So we try to do things in an innovative way and a different way in order to meet our consumers. This is kind of where we're at, and lots of work to do. There's a lot of white space on that map that I'd like to see us do more with. But in our new opportunity that we have with our new partnership, hopefully some of the resources will be available for us to expand that and grow our business. So that's a quick overlook at Stumptown. I think we're going to talk for a few minutes on stage, but thank you.
They got up here. All right. Make our way over to the couch here. Have a seat. So I guess while we get some audience questions, we could start with the obvious one, just sort of what's up with the Pete's deal, and if there's anything kind of going on with that you can share with a room of 500 people.
Well, first of all, the standard answer is we're actually really excited about the partnership. We're excited to be part of a coffee family again, and being owned by private equity since 2011, and now being part of a coffee family has been great. There's really not much to talk about. I mean, we've been very forward with that these businesses will remain separate. They offer some infrastructure to us in their routing and some of the behind-the-scenes logistics that we'll be able to really take advantage of that smaller businesses like us can't do. But we're excited about what to come, and we're still got to kind of figure it all out. But right now, we'll remain very independent, and we're excited about staying that way.
Cool. Well, let's talk a little bit about cold brew coffee, since that's probably most relevant to the audience here. What do you think the growth potential for cold brew is? I mean, we've been sort of long talking about ready-to-drink coffee products as Frappuccino killers and stuff like that, but generally, nothing's really made a dent in that end of the business. What do you see cold brew sort of? Is it a challenge to it eventually?
I think cold brew again, I think it's a lot like the craft beer business related to domestic beer. I think that we have a great opportunity in this space to improve people's perception of quality. I think we have a great opportunity to bring unique positioning to what people traditionally know as iced coffee. And I think we can bring unique flavors to the category. I don't know that we'll, the challenge is it's a refrigerated product for the most part, with the exception of some businesses. And as far as getting route to market will be tough. But I think the regional opportunities of the regional work that a lot of companies are doing now around the country are really making cold brew a name with retailers. And I don't think we're going to kill Frappuccino. In fact, I'd like to see them continue to be successful because I think it halos the rest of us.
Gotcha. What about like the draft coffee end of things? We had an audience question about that too. That's something that seems to be popping up more and more, both Stumptown and, even companies that are just exclusively focused on that. Where do you see that going? Is that something that, kind of makes its way into like craft beer type places, or where does that go?
Yeah, it's been really surprising to me, the adoption of that in multiple channels. So not only in coffee shops, but we're getting it like in the Northwest, we're being served on tap at like growler stations where you'll have 30 taps, and they usually reserve like a root beer and a kombucha, and now you're starting to see a cold brew on tap. So you're getting good fill stations with that. I think it's great. I think that a lot of coffee shop adoption to that is important because they just like it's a very efficient way to sell a lot of product in the summer.
So some of your competitors have been more focused on, building out cafes and, expanding that footprint. But I guess as you pointed out in there, they're more brand centers for you than, something that you really want to have hundreds of. How does that differ, just in terms of the business model and capital needs, going more for wholesale as opposed to like, building out this, chain of retail stores?
Yeah, I think... So again, we treat our cafes very different. Our cafes are meant to be marketing vehicles, and we'll curate those in the right neighborhoods, in the right places, and doing the right things. I think that the Stumptown model has been really to build out a wholesale business because you're really scaling it through independent coffee shops, through restaurants. The other segment is office. Office coffee has been changing as we see it, and we've got a lot of great adoption either through places like Nike or Intel or Google, or places where they're starting to turn into more, improving their office quality. And I had a VP of HR come to me and say, I've been trying to do employee programs for 15 years, and if I would have known all I had to do was change the coffee, what a difference that made in just morale.
Well, I guess it's a little simple thing, as you pointed out with the Coachella thing. Everyone wakes up, they need good coffee, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Put them in a better mood in the office. I guess that's, we have Stumptown in our office. It's worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
There are still a lot of cold brew offerings, coming to market. I feel like we see one at our office probably, every other week maybe at this point. Some of them are,
you know, people have these farmers market style products. Some of them are more serious, trying to go in a, you know, every possible direction. And some are also from other coffee chains. You know, how do you feel about kind of the products that are coming to market now? I mean, do you think there's still opportunity for, you know, a new brown bottle of cold brew coffee?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think I'm excited about what's coming. I think that the local innovation that's going to happen with cold brew and the different styles that are hitting the market and the different approaches to it, I think are really important to building the category. I think that the challenge, and I think what's important to everybody, is that we focus on quality. I think that the closer you get to an iced coffee profile, the more you start to lose the premium side of what we have. And I think we need to continue to focus on quality and make sure that whatever product goes out under a cold brew name is really, really good.
So as long as the quality's up to snuff, you're in favor.
Bring it. I love it. I think the more the better.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I guess my timer tells me that we're out of time here.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot, Joth.
Yeah.
It's awesome stuff.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. All right. So our next speaker, I guess we're sticking a little bit with the coffee theme, but going in a slightly different direction. Our next speaker is Dave Asprey, who's the founder of Bulletproof. He's got quite the resume. He's an author of a New York Times bestseller, The Bulletproof Diet. He's also a Silicon Valley investor and technology entrepreneur. But really with Bulletproof, it started with an over 2-decade journey, and I guess it also cost him $300,000 kind of hacking his own biology, which was really the impetus for starting Bulletproof. And Bulletproof today is kind of a brand and a movement. It focuses on helping your body and mind achieve a high state of performance. Their flagship product, Bulletproof Coffee, is a blend of coffee, grass-fed butter, and brain octane oil, where I guess we're going to be sampling it later today at our expo, so stick around for some of that. In addition, the company sells a host of different products, including supplements, snacks, and a now ready-to-drink beverage called Fat Water. To reach consumers, they've developed a highly tuned approach to e-commerce and digital marketing that engages their followers on a daily basis. And they've also recently opened 2 cafes here in Los Angeles. So today, Dave is going to give us some insight into the Bulletproof story, share some of the ideas behind Bulletproof's approach, and talk about the fundamentals of e-commerce and branding that are being used to fuel their growth. So Dave, take it away. Thanks.
I spent about 15 years working in Silicon Valley. My first big success was the company that held Google's first server, which was about disrupting telephone companies because they were dumb. Who likes telephone companies? We can say that in here, right? And from there, everything that I've done in Silicon Valley has been disruptive. I've run strategy for a couple of billion-dollar companies that have absolutely nothing to do with beverages, but they did have an awful lot to do with PowerPoint presentations, which is why today I will not be giving you a PowerPoint presentation, because I'm CEO. I don't have to. And PowerPoint, oh God, how many more times? I used to dream in PowerPoint, so I'm done with that. Now, what we're going to talk about is how Bulletproof came to be and what the heck is a Silicon Valley guy doing in the beverage business. And what I'm doing is a subset of what's happening in the food business, and that's what my whole career has been about, which is about disruption. And it's about taking something that's been done one way and saying, can't we do it very differently and have a different outcome? And the reason this matters to me so much is that I used to weigh 300 pounds. And I did something differently, had a different outcome, and I'm reasonably happy with how I look, especially because I barely exercise, which is kind of cool. Now, how did I do that? Biohacking. And biohacking is this idea that you can change the environment around you in order to cause your biology to change, so you can have control of your biology. And I started looking at what are the things that I want in order to have more control of my body that I can't buy today, and maybe I could make a few of those things, and maybe 100 other people will be as interested in them as me, and hey, it's the internet. You can launch products that only 100 people want. And today we call that Kickstarter. Back when I started doing this stuff, we just called it like sending emails to friends. But whatever you want to call it today, there's lots of beverages being launched on Kickstarter. People are crowdfunding things. Most of them have no chance of success because, well, the people don't know anything about the industry. I have a lot of retail experience. I once in college, when I was starting the first e-commerce company that sold t-shirts, I worked at Baskin-Robbins at the same time to make ends meet. So I've scooped ice cream with the best of them. And that is the entire extent of my retail operations experience. Yet I'm CEO of a company that will soon have 4 Bulletproof coffee shops, and we're growing rapidly with venture backing. Why? Because I'm totally happy to hire people who have industry experience. The person who opened the first 4 Starbucks regions is the head of my retail operations, which is why I feel confident going out to do that, because I hire people with a lot more experience than I do. Which is funny, because that's what you do when you're disrupting industries. You don't come in like a crazy person and just do stuff because the titans of industry will stomp right on your head. What you do instead is you come in with a very different message and a different value proposition, and you actually really do things differently, and then demand will shift. The bet behind Bulletproof is that, well, for the last 40 or so years, the American government, and by de facto standards, the rest of the world, has taken on this position that sugar is just a calorie. And it's the same as canola oil, and it's the same as butter, and it's the same as white rice or gluten. However, as a former obese person, I can tell you that's a load of crap. It doesn't matter how many marketing dollars Coca-Cola, sorry if you're here, I'm not really picking on you, the soda, big soda, puts into that message, it actually doesn't work. And we have increasing amounts of obesity. So as an obese guy who didn't like having blood sugar swings that made me feel crappy when I was trying to do strategy at these big companies, I had to solve the problem. So I'd go to the cafeteria and eat chicken breasts and do weird things like that almost all of you have tried to do in an effort to stay thin or feel good, right? Well, eventually I said, why can't I buy things that let me do this? Why can't I buy a beverage that doesn't contain sugar, or something that's more harmful that's a sugar substitute? Right? Like, that's kind of cool. I see this is getting into our business now. Like, we've got monk fruit up here, which is really interesting. It's not sugar, yet it tastes sweet, and it doesn't kill you. Like, that's kind of a good thing. NutraSweet, sorry, I'll just be really blunt. If you're selling that stuff, you should stop it, because people are kind of figuring that out, and it used to be easy to use marketing dollars to fight it, but now with social media, it's hard to use marketing dollars to fight something that's readily apparent to the many people who get migraines and other neurodegenerative conditions as a result of that kind of sweetener. So what used to work, which was just tell people what you want them to believe, spend enough money on it, and they'll believe it, and then you can sell a lot of stuff, it's changing a little bit. The results have to match because people are figuring these results out faster. The backstory for Bulletproof, though, is back when I lost my 100 pounds, I said, I also want to learn meditation. I want to learn this from the masters. So, like a crazy, I went to Tibet. This was more than 10 years ago. I'd already done high-altitude mountaineering, and I knew to expect to feel like a remote western part of Tibet called Mount Kailash. And if you're from India or China, perhaps, you've heard of Mount Kailash because it's the headwaters of the Indus and Ganges rivers, and it's the holiest mountain in 2 of the world's largest religions because the gods live sort of at the top of that. You don't climb the mountain, but you walk in a 26-mile circle around it. I showed up late, as in there were no more tourists there because it was 10 degrees below zero. There were only 8 people on the mountain, other than a few people who lived in these little guest houses, the local Tibetans. So I'm feeling like death, which is what happens when it's 10 degrees below zero, when your water tube from your Camelback that's insulated is frozen solid, and you're sort of stumbling around thinking, why did I ever do this to myself? Like, this actually sucks. And then I get into a guest house, and these are little mud huts. Guest house is a very loose term. And this little Tibetan lady who stands almost up to my waist, there's great photos because I'm unusually tall and they're unusually short, given that there's no air where they live. And she gives me this little bowl of yak butter tea. And if you've ever had the misfortune of tasting yak butter tea, it's not that creamy and delicious. It's not bad, though, if it's fresh. But it's got salt, weak tea. Turns out it's pu'er tea, if it's made traditionally. And it's got butter from yaks in it, which is revered because it's about the only kind of fat you can get at that altitude. And I drank it, and I'm like, wow, my brain turned on, like in a new and different way. Like I felt better than I had in a long time. I'd been a raw vegan for a year before that too, as part of my dietary experiment stuff. And I'm like, what's going on? But it was such a strong feeling. Say, how is it possible that I'm like wanting to dance at 18,000 feet instead of wanting to just die? And it was that made me come back and start hacking. And hacking is a really cool term now. You can life hack, you can hack your phone bill, you can hack your mom, you can hack whatever you want. So it's been misused at this point, but it doesn't really matter, because what I started doing was saying, how do I recreate this beverage? So I bought some butter, I bought some tea, and it tasted like crap, and it didn't make me feel good. Now, this is really important. Make me feel good. That's what mattered more than taste. Because the people that I hang with, by the way, I have 20 million podcast downloads this week. We haven't announced that yet. That's 2-3 million people on social every month. We send millions of emails every month. So the people I hang with are more than a small amount of the population, but actually they're still tiny compared to 300 million. But we'll drink bowls of gravel mixed with liver if it makes us feel good, right? Fortunately, that doesn't make you feel good, because that's not good. Have I tried a raw liver smoothie? Absolutely, and you should not try that. Now, the whole core thing here is whatever I put in my mouth is going to affect how my brain works, how my body works, how much energy I have, whether I have control of my emotions, whether I look good in the mirror. That's all that matters. So you can make a product that tastes really gross, and if you tell people it's good for them, they'll drink it for a while. And if it's actually good for them, they'll keep drinking it and they'll tell all their friends. And this is something that's really rough, because historically, all you had to do was get people to feel good for a short period of time, and there's a very quick recipe for that. It's called caffeine and sugar. Maybe a little salt if you want to get savory, but that's all it takes. People will do that all day long. There's animals, like lots of species of animals, who will seek out caffeine-containing plants and eat them because caffeine is so amazing. So we can take advantage of that. The problem is that now we're understanding there are adrenal effects and things like this. You probably don't hear about that unless you're in the really focused health category. Having a green juice without a little pinch of salt in it actually stresses out your adrenals. It makes you more tired and more weak. Did you know that cutting salt below the recommended levels that the government has, or even at the recommended levels, increases heart attack risk? They've pushed the levels down so far that you're getting pressure from regulatory to have less salt in your beverage, but people who drink it are going to get tired because there isn't enough salt in it. So we're facing kind of a weird situation. What I'm here to share today, though, is a perspective that's probably very different from yours if you haven't figured that out already, but it's also fresh in that I haven't been there's a word for this from tech, but after a while you get groupthink, where everyone in an industry acts the same way, and I don't quite have that yet, although it's happening, because it happens when you walk into the same walls that everyone else who's come before you have walked into. And I certainly learned from that and from hiring people who've done it. But one of the things that drives me crazy is the regulatory side. And as a beverage company, we can't use some ingredients, at least, well, we can, we're just not in the US. These are ingredients that are really effective, that actually make people live longer, feel better, smarter. Try including a smart drug in your beverage, and you know what's going to happen. You're going to get a warning letter. There's no reason for that. None whatsoever. It's just there. It's just regulatory. As someone who uses smart drugs on a regular basis, in fact, I'm on 2 of them right now, that's a problem. And for consumers right now who want to put things like, medicinal mushrooms into their green beverage, they want to buy it and you're not allowed to sell it. So what's happening is people are doing it anyway, which makes me laugh with glee. These are the Kickstarter innovators, and they're the ones who are going to get shut down, which makes me sad, because I'd rather that they succeed. But what I believe you will be seeing is a bunch of weird upstarts doing things that shouldn't be done and probably aren't allowed. They'll grow quickly because they're doing things that customers actually want, and then they'll get slapped down by regulatory, because they're doing something that broke a rule that no sane person would ever make, so those young entrepreneurs didn't think to do it. If they don't have good legal representation, if they're not sitting in this room, they probably aren't going to fall into those pitfalls. And that's something that I've seen before, and I predict it's going to happen a lot more. One of the things that you can do, or I should say we can do as an industry, is to push those limits. push the regulatory limits and to fight the good fight there that says, actually, we're allowed to make truthful claims. For instance, coffee. Every week, a new study comes out. They say things like, coffee makes you live longer, coffee and depression, coffee and heart disease, coffee and diabetes, coffee and cancer. I don't ever talk about those things because those are big words that are bad. And right now, the perspective from the regulatory side is that, look, if it's on the website, it's on the label, which is an unreasonable standard, and it's not true in other countries, but it is true in the US. I know multiple companies, if you go to their .co.uk websites, you can read the truth. And if you go to their .com website in the US, you see things like, helps to maintain healthy levels of normalcy. Great claim, right? Sorry, not allowed by regulatory. Normalcy can't be quantified, right? FTC claims, those are even more expensive than FDA claims. What the hell? How many of you right now are never certain that what you're saying on your bottle is okay? Okay, a few of you are willing to raise your hands. It doesn't matter what you say, you're still exposed, which is a really interesting place to be. So what does that mean you do? It means you charge more, and you just add lots of money to the legal side of things, just in case, right? You basically come loaded for a fight. At least that's what I do. I have, helping to support Bulletproof, people who've gone to the Supreme Court twice fighting against this kind of stuff. So the idea is that you want to say smart things that are truthful and that are not going to get you in hot water, but that if you get in hot water, you have a pretty good parachute and jumping board, whatever you use to get out of hot water. I never thought about that problem before. But you want to come ready for that. And I find a lot of smaller brands who are now coming to Bulletproof saying, how did you do that? We want to talk. That they haven't thought about that whatsoever. And for me, it's one of the biggest things that I'm concerned about. Because there's 500,000 words of content on the Bulletproof website. This week, I just launched my second, fingers crossed, New York Times best-selling book about hacking the human body. The second book is a cookbook, which is kind of cool. I encourage all of you to buy it, by the way. I'll sign it for you. But if you were to buy that book and you were to look at the flavor profiles of those foods and you were to look at the ingredients, you'd find a lot of those are ingredients that you don't use in your kitchen today, and you probably haven't thought about putting in beverages, but they're things that we did put in beverages. A prime example there is our RTD beverage, which is called fat water. Like, when you look at that, I'm hoping that there's a little bit of revulsion. That's by design, which means when the average consumer who's been programmed to think that if you eat fat, you'll get fat, therefore only bad people get fat. In fact, if I enjoy fat, I'm probably a bad person and mommy doesn't love me, which is kind of the consumer psychology, unconscious, subconscious, internal messaging that we all have. I want them to go, what the hell? Which is good, because I'm disrupting something. And what I'm disrupting is that belief that fat's bad for you. So they're going to pick up the bottle and say, how can this be possible? And they're going to see that there's a saturated fat. Oh my God, the worst kind. Did you know that? The canola oil industry has told you that it's a bad kind, and you should believe that. It turns out that the kind of saturated fat that we're using is very, very unusual, and it doesn't raise cholesterol even slightly. In fact, it's not even metabolized like a saturated fat, and it probably shouldn't be categorized that way. But it was categorized that way in 1992 by a bunch of people who apparently didn't read biology textbooks, they only read chemistry textbooks. And to this day, it is illegal for me to say it's a healthy saturated fat. In fact, any saturated fat cannot be labeled as healthy, and a lot of you probably know that. So Stumptown's doing a coconut milk beverage which contains saturated fats. That's not healthy, except if you go to the average consumer and you say, is coconut milk healthy? They'll say, oh my God, it's so much healthier than milk. Like, there's all kinds of problems with milk. Milk has these things in it, and you'll have a long conversation about A1 versus A2 casein if you get one of the people who's like me, or you'll have just a normal conversation that says, I've heard milk makes you fat, which is the much more common thing. Whatever it is, milk isn't a panacea the way it once was. So we have a major issue, and my biggest issue right now is my hands are tied behind me by regulatory, because on one hand, in the business, I'm interviewing experts from around the world 2 times a week, talking about the latest things that influence the human body, but I'm also not allowed to say the actual things that are there. So all the studies pointing to coffee and any disease They're not on the website, but they should be, and people deserve to know. What this means for you is that if you have a beverage that does healthy stuff, and you're not allowed to say that it does healthy stuff, you should have pretty good evidence it does healthy stuff, but you also should have people who are not employees or paid by the company who support your message and talk about it a lot. And if you have unpaid brand ambassadors who might get like a few cases of your beverage on a regular basis, that might be helpful. How many ambassadors does Bulletproof have? I don't know, but it's a lot, like at least 100. And in order to do that, you'd want to have a brand that people really like and appreciate. And that is one of the reasons that the Bulletproof brand is where it is today, is that we do what Lululemon does, which is brand ambassadors. So there are CrossFit athletes, world champion athletes, people who are aerial acrobats, bobsled champions, few people in more cognitive demanding realms, people who are memory experts. And they do it because it's actually helped them. And if you're selling green juice, there's a great green juice community who will do the same thing for you. And if you're selling high fructose corn syrup mixed with some other random stuff, you're probably not going to be able to take advantage of that unless you're a monster. In which case, actually you can. So what this comes down to is the value of your brand and how engaged you are with influencers. But one of the things that's made Bulletproof grow so quickly is that ability to connect with people, which is the core part of brand value. And I would love to tell you, here's the 10-step recipe. In fact, this would be a great blog post if you like clickbait headlines. Here's the 10 things to do to create a great brand. But there isn't such a thing, because the brand that you're building is built in partnership with the community that you're serving. Which means if you know your customers really, really well, what you say for your brand and what you do and how your package looks and how it feels and the experience of opening it, all of that stuff is different. And what that means is that to build a brand, what you do is you figure out who your target market is, and then you spend as much time with them as you possibly can, and you understand them psychologically. Ideally, you are one of them, and you show them that you're one of them, and you overshare information. And you realize that they're your partners in building your brand, and that your biggest fans are what help you do that. And this may sound like some sort of marketing rah-rah strategy. I don't know another way to build a brand. All of the companies that I've built up until now, or helped to build more likely, have enjoyed pretty darn strong customer advocacy, even though a lot of them were, we're disrupting the switch and routing business. It's really exciting. Let me tell you about how to secure your laptop, right? Even there, you get rabid fans because people have this tribal drive that's part of our biology that's not really a conscious part of the biology. And when they identify with what you're doing, you can do something really, really big. So I wish I had a really specific thing to tell you about building a brand other than figure out what that core market wants. What I'm working on now, though, is what else can we do? Do we expand markets, or do we expand product lines? And I'm doing neither one. I'm doing something that my friend Joe Polish, who runs the Genius Network, which is a relatively large, high-end marketing, I don't know what to call it, networking group that meets once a year with guys like Richard Branson and very influential executives. It's removing annoyances. So the thing that annoys me the most right now is that when I'm thirsty and I want to drink something, you know what I drink? It's really exciting. I drink water and maybe it has bubbles in it. Why? Because almost everything I can get is full of fructose. It might be natural, fresh, squeezed fructose, but I could show you like dozens of studies that say fructose raises triglycerides, and it's not going to make me live to 200, and that's one of my many goals. Maybe only 180, I'd be okay with that. And I'm not even kidding. Like, I actually fully expect that to be a possibility, and if it is a possibility, then I'll do everything I can right now to make sure that that happens in 50 or 100 years. It's the same thing that Ray Kurzweil. In fact, when you go to a meeting of very successful CEOs running companies more than $100 million, I challenge you to find a CEO who doesn't have a pocket full of supplements, who isn't on this same challenge, who isn't paying attention to what he drinks or what she drinks. It is that big of a sea change where the most successful people are paying the most attention, and it flows down from them. You don't see Twinkie-eating professional athletes unless they're paid a lot to eat Twinkies. What you see is they're saying, like the LA Lakers, oh, we went paleo, oh, we're drinking Bulletproof coffee. Stuff like that happens, and it happens organically. So you are existing in a world like that where it's going to continue changing. So I was incredibly stoked to see that Stumptown is coming out with a coconut-based beverage, because I tell you, the market would rather have coconut than they would yet another sugary beverage. At the same time, there'll be a huge number of beverages out there that have 20 grams of sugar, 1 gram of coconut milk, and huge stickers on the front that say, coconut, coconut, did you know coconut? And we'll use weasel words, because we're not going to be allowed to say it's healthy, so we'll say things like supports normalcy and other things like that. But consumers already know that coconut milk is probably a better choice than a lot of other things. So what I'm going to do now is have some time for questions. I have 40 seconds left, but I think the most important thing we can do is just have a one-on-one connection.
Well, let's have a seat for a second.
All right.
We'll go a little more than 40 seconds, but yeah, not too much time for questions. But I guess, first and foremost, I think one of the things that we're seeing in this industry are people who are coming from tech and Silicon Valley and getting interested in food and beverage. And I guess I'm curious, just as someone who's, in that space, like, why do you think that's happening? And, is that something that we're going to continue to see?
If you've spent a good part of your career sitting, staring at a screen, writing code, you spend a lot of time looking at what's going on in your head, and you get really annoyed when you're tired. And the normal path for this, at least if you're from my generation, you drank Jolt Cola. And the more modern, younger programmers would be drinking whatever the current energy craze of the day is, and you do this. But after you hit about 26, you realize, A, you're getting fat and like your body starts to hurt, and that it's not working very well. And you start realizing, wait a minute, I make a living with this up here, and if what I'm doing doesn't support this, I don't get paid as much. And it's actually irritating when you're trying to write code and you can't pay attention. In fact, it's incredibly frustrating. So you're going to do what it takes, and you're going to try pizza, and you're going to try staying up all night. You're going to do all the dumb things that young people tend to do, and you're going to realize none of that works. And if I want to keep doing what I get paid to do, I want to keep putting food on the table, then I'm going to have to pay attention to this, and I'm going to have to do it. And what we find is that changes come, and when they can't find the things they want, programmers, all we do is solve problems all day long. Like you look at it, isn't there a better way to hack that, to route around that, to write better code? We see the world that way. So when I see a wall of sugary beverages, I'm like, okay, how do you hack that? Well, you put fat in one, because when I have fat, I feel better, and when I have sugar, I don't feel better. So there you go. But it's that thinking about hacking that does it.
Sure. And I guess, you guys started with fat water. I assume a coffee beverage is probably somewhere in the future, right?
I'm investigating it. There's some difficulties with coffee. When you make coffee with a metal filter, it has coffee oil in it, and coffee oil does magic things for your brain. It's very different to drink a French press or espresso versus a1-paper-filtered coffee. So most cold brew leaves the coffee oils in the cold beans, not where you want them. So I'm looking for a way to make a non-bitter, flavorful, properly brewed RTD.
Just got to keep hacking, I guess, huh?
We'll get there.
Awesome. Well, hey, I think that's all we have for time, so thanks a lot, Dave.
Thank you.
I am not on smart drugs. I think that's fairly obvious to everyone. But I am very high on the idea of talking to Kevin Klock right now. He's always been one of my favorite people to interview for a couple of reasons. Kevin's remarkably candid about how close sparkling ice came to not making it and how far the brand has come since it turned around. He's always been extremely humble about the success that's come to the company and to him since then, but still really thoughtful about the road ahead. and he's always been willing to turn the company into an operational case study for our benefit. Now that makes our talk with Kevin at this particular juncture a little more complicated, as Sparkling Ice has moved into a position that has a lot more size and leverage than most of the companies who are going through the process at BevNet Live. Not that most of you won't get there yourselves someday, of course, but because there's a little more extra work involved to turn this into a relatable case study. Or so you might think. But the truth is that Kevin has remained candid about the challenges that face Sparkling Ice and Talking Rain when we've spoken recently. And they're not too dissimilar from those that a smaller company might face. There are just more of them happening at once, and part of the trick is figuring out which ones to address first. So let's talk about how you think about these problems when you move beyond the niche into the position of a fully realized brand and company. Kevin, let's talk about what you do now. Great to have you back.
Thank you very much.
So the company has a proven commodity. What are the big challenges when you've got a proven commodity?
Well, actually, the proven commodity can actually be a challenge itself in the sense that as you start to launch additional line extensions, as you launch maybe a different brand, you've got the success path already out there, and the expectation of everybody is that everything else that comes right behind it has to be at that level. And as we know, Sparkling Ice is kind of a unique success. So take some education to the market to say, hey, by the way, these other products are successful and you should carry them, but they may not be at the rate of Sparkling Ice.
So how do you reset expectations in advance then?
So one of the things we've had to do, and this is one of the challenges of any fast-growing company, is you have to reach a point of where you get active in the category management game. And that's not necessarily an easy thing to get into, and it costs a lot of money. So we've fortunately got scale now, and we're able to have category teams. We're able to get to the point where we're category advising, or at least helping audit the categories, and thus we get enough time with the buyer, which is a luxury for us, to be able to educate them on why our brands and our products should be on the shelf.
Now, what was the inflection point at which you said, well, we can manage categories, let's start building that infrastructure?
I don't think it was necessarily around can as we had to. We were with a major national retailer. The sets were late. When the sets came late, suddenly we found our top selling SKUs had single facings. Obviously the category, it looked like somebody was using that to their advantage. We recognize that in the competitive environment that you reach once you get this size and you're on radar, that suddenly there's a lot more activity going on. So to keep that growth rate up, to get the acceptable shelf space, we had to. So it wasn't really could we had to, and it's an expense you have to take on.
Now, what are the expectations in terms of yearly innovation, and how do they change as you become larger? I mean, do you feel like you have to roll out a line extension or play in a new category every time?
You know, that's one of the dangers of being at this level. Suddenly you've got resources, you've got people, probably more so than you had before, but the danger is you can lose focus on what you've got. Sparkling Ice as a brand still is very small and convenient, still very small food service, international, and there's a lot of space to grow. So we have to be careful not to lose sight. On the other hand, now that we see opportunities within the market and we've got a pipeline of innovation, it's tempting to want to get out there, get quickly, because we can do it very rapidly. We did that with our teas. Suddenly we can go from 0 to 60 ACV overnight. Those temptations are there, but on the other hand, you got to be careful. You've only got so much of a marketing bucket to deal with.
Now, how much has your marketing bucket become?
Well, Jeff and I always talk about this, privately held company we don't usually talk a lot about, but we spent over probably $75 million in sales and marketing this year. It may seem like a lot. There are a couple of our marketing people in this room, and they'll tell you it's really not that much. By the time you break it out, marketing has changed so much, and that it used to be the traditional marketing. You had television and radio and print, but now that you got social, digital, mobile, endorsements, sponsorships, you've got you're dealing with retailer programming on a field level now rather than just one national. add in the traditional stuff, and you've got a very broad base now that you have to provide funding for.
So do you feel like the company is at the peak? Is it past peak growth? And how do you extend out whatever area you're at?
It's fun because everyone always looks at percentages and say, oh, it looks like, are you getting towards peak? This year, in terms of our growth will be as big as some of our biggest years we've had percentage-wise, but as you get larger, your percentage goes down. But by no means are we at peak. I think, where we're at is we've got getting into the categories that are a little bit more challenging. There's a couple of large competitors out there who are challenging. They're good competitors. So getting into some of these new spaces are probably going a little slower than we anticipate. But also we're seeing really good growth with the new products we're bringing, and international acceptance seems to be high. So we're very bullish on where we're headed.
So competition has come and in some cases gone already. And you guys are entering, for them it's entry into a new category, or re-entry into a category that they may once have been in. And in some cases they say, well, we can't make it, we're pulling the plug. We're going to try and retrench. Are you looking across different categories and saying, whoa, this isn't working out, we need to pull the ripcord on some of these things? In other words, how does it feel to be in that position where you have to penetrate places in order to prove out innovation?
We're not too concerned about it at this point in time. There's nothing on our radar that has us really concerned about how we're doing. And in the categories that we're getting into with innovation, all of them are actually performing very well. We just introduced our small cans, and very rapidly we were actually outselling Diet Pepsi in the United States in their 7.5-ounce cans. Our teas, we're the #1 sparkling tea in the market, and that's despite all the money that Lipton threw at teas this year, sparkling teas. So we're pretty happy with how we've gone. Not that we can't get better. I think that's the thing that we've always done extremely well, is that we don't just put it on the shelf and then move on to the next thing. That's something culturally we changed a lot in the last 5 years. It's about continuing to push and make it better. And again, that also helps when we've got, and you and I've talked about this, we got a lot of wonderful partners out there, vendors, distributors, retailers, who give us feedback that we can use to help, improve where we're at if we got an area of concern.
How do you keep them thinking about long-range planning, though, those suppliers and retailers and other partners you work with? Because you have to adopt a longer-range planning view at this point, right?
Yeah, we actually have a 5-year business plan. Go figure, right? And now a couple years ago that might have been a little bit, but we have to. And I think there's a great opportunity out there as a beverage company, and that's why you hear us talk more that we're not sparkling ice, we're talking Rain Beverage Company. And the reason for that is that we really see there's an opportunity to bring more value to our vendors, the retailers, and our distributors by putting products on the market that may be more where the consumer is shifting. And we think we've created a platform that can deliver them effectively and at a price that's competitive.
Now, you mentioned talking Rain Beverage Company, and you and I have talked about this shift to a total beverage company now. How to come to that?
I think, it was once when you reach the platform level that we're at now, suddenly we have a national sales force, we have distribution for every county in the United States, except for 3 in eastern Montana. I got to get on my sales guys about that. But we continue to have...
I think those 3 distributors in Montana are the ones we were having trouble with 6 months ago, too, right?
Yep. They thought they had it closed in October, so evidently the mail service won't deliver or something like that. But... I think it's one of those things. We recognize that we now have this platform, and we got to be more than just sparkling ice. Beverage companies are either big or small. You usually aren't in between, and we suddenly saw that we could really start leveraging some synergies by either doing with our existing brands, or maybe at some point in time start to acquire.
What are you starting to look at?
I think, I probably won't get into that too much, but certainly we started to take a look around. But, I kind of fall in the same camp. Larry Young's made the comment. A lot of the entrepreneurs want high multiples. I think those days are slipping away. You've seen not a lot of movement in the beverage space in the last couple years. I think people, venture capitalists are getting a little leery. So, those who are out there looking to want to get to a platform that can grow big, getting those giant multiples, I think, are a thing of the past.
Beverage companies are either big or small. Do you have to grow then to truly become a big beverage company? And what are some of the things that you think about to make that happen?
I think we definitely have to grow. I think what I would always tell you is you need about the same business group at 200 million that you need at 700 million. So there's a lot of synergies and profits that come as you start pushing up to the higher levels. So it's important to continue to push to get bigger, because as you get bigger, all that money drops to the bottom line and can fund and fuel growth. So it's important to get there. And the way I see that, we've got tremendous amount of room with sparkling ice. So we're not, we got to be careful not to lose focus on that. Like I said, the international is starting to really kick in. But on the other hand, we recognize that there's some value to the market. So we are looking to different categories, and whether it'll be a line extension or brands, I'm not going to say, but we're certainly going to be hitting into other parts of the store.
Now, you talked about your first 5-year plan. How do you train the rest of the company and yourself? Have you changed as a leader to start thinking about what's on the plate 3 to 5 years from now? And what advice would you give to the folks in the audience who are going to start facing that sort of longer range thought goal in the years to come?
Yeah, I remember hearing Rodney Sachs say this, and he was talked about when you start growing rapidly as a company, you end up turning, fortunately in our case, I guess we didn't have a lot of personnel. We've added 200 new people in the last 2 years. So you start hiring people who are already, what really changes is the people that you hire. And hopefully the people that are with your company can grow. That doesn't always work out, but hopefully you can get in people who understand more long-range planning. They typically have backgrounds from some of the major companies, Unilever, P&G, Nestle are all going to have so they're more used to those kind of planning modes, because things have to be put out a lot further in advance. For me, it was, about 6 months ago when, the C-suite had finally been filled. We'd had some time. We got marketing starting to build up. We finally got our demand planning group is underway. We finally are getting where we started to settle in as an organization. And suddenly I found myself going, wow, now I can be CEO, which means I need to sit and think and prepare this company for where it needs to be 3 to 5 years from now.
What smart drugs did you buy?
I didn't buy any smart drugs. That's red wine works well, but no smart drugs. But it's been a change, right? My background. I'm an operational guy. I love to be involved. I love to be hands-on. And suddenly sitting there and in your office and realizing that you got to sit and think out 3 years to 5 years. That's not a just overnight transition. It takes some time, but I've got some really great team members who come in, CFO with a solid background, chief operating officer. We just added chief marketing officer, the executive team, a tremendous amount of experience. I have someone in IT came in, and we've got, a 3-year technical plan on how we grow our ERP, CRM, and all that kind of stuff. So it's about building the team to prepare for it. Now I've got to do my job in terms of with the vision. And then, the team has to now write the chapters to get to the vision.
We talked a little bit about more options, so more things to turn down. And what's your evaluation process for opportunity, and how has it changed over the past few years as you've grown?
So in the past few years, I would say it's pretty much snap decision. We now have actually a team resides within marketing. They review category size. They review what's going on in the category, what the pricing structures look like, and we really start trying to look for what that white space is. We don't want to get in. We want to be careful not to be too much of a me too. We've seen that with our brand, right? Everyone raced out there with me too's and sparkling ice, and they're all going away now. But so we don't see that as being a successful model, because it doesn't seem to work in the U.S. beverage business. So we really are looking at kind of where is that white space, and then what do we think the size can be. But I'm fortunate that we have a couple people now that are dedicated just to looking at that.
Where do you think the water category is going overall? I mean, we've seen so much kind of subcategory growth?
I think we're headed for continued solid growth for long term for water. I think as consumers, we understand hydration more than ever. So we brought the refreshment or the kind of the fun part of refreshment to it with sparkling ice. But I think the consumer really understands it, and I think the water category is interesting because you got some really high end growing rapidly, and you also got the heavy bulk. The big bulk waters going rapidly, and it's all water in a sense, but it's the consumers seem to really be latching onto it. And I think your predictions that it will pass the other major categories in a couple of years is probably going to stay true.
Now, one of the things that I've always found interesting about sparkling ice is you talk about consumer appeal, and look, my kids in school will see a lot of kids drinking sparkling ice. Ours don't. They don't like flavor. We don't know what's up with them. But it's got a lot of lunchbox appeal, and then certainly partially as a result of pricing. It's also got a lot of I don't want to call it senior appeal. And one of the things we've discussed is how you create this, how you target broader swaths of the population as you start to grow. How do you fill in gaps in your demographic footprint?
It probably leads to one of the more spirited discussions around at the office. Our demo is really 0 to 100. You'll find pretty much all ages drinking it. Now, if you're going to focus your marketing dollars, that makes it very difficult when you have that broad a demographic. The way we're approaching it now, and it's evolving, instead of looking at it male, female, or age, we're looking at it more from a lifestyle perspective, and maybe targeting more lifestyle so that you're hitting a broader swath, but yet you're focused in on a specific group.
Now, you achieve that through packaging?
You can through packaging, through social, through just looking at the different media types we can use to reach that audience. The people who are out there as the Kevin Durants of the world and Canoes and those folks, Seahawk partnerships, finding ways to really get in front of where our consumers at. So much not so much anymore looking at it from an age standpoint, or male female, but really targeting in the lifestyle.
What's the biggest challenge that you guys have faced in the past year?
I think the biggest challenge was being willing to step back and say, rather than just continue to push hard on growth, smart growth, right? Stay to smart growth. Take the steps, and you know what? We've added 200 more people in the last 2 years. We need to get settled in, get this whole system working together, and we've still continued with solid growth, even though that wasn't just a sole focus. It was hard, it's all about growth, and but on the other hand, as a result of doing that, we've got margin growth that's coming in faster than expected, or earlier than expected, so that's all positive. And I think the team is really starting to settle in and really work well. So there was a lot. It was hard just to say, let's. But we have been growing so fast, and we were laying tracks down in front of the train, and once in a while you got to step back and say, hey, okay, guys, let's get this settled up a little bit.
And so where did those tracks focus, and where did you say we're going to build here later?
So in terms of focusing on the tracks, we really was about getting this whole, everything from supply chain to demand planning and marketing and sales, and everybody starting to work together.
So it's balancing the table. It's not considering different channel opportunities.
Well, certainly, and that's part of it too. I think we when we got into these other channels, recognizing we've now had to reorg sales to align with the channels. We're busy continuing to work on route to markets on some of these channels that are a little bit more difficult. I mean, DSD doesn't go to Home Depot, so how do you get yourself delivered there? So we had a lot of things we needed to think about in terms of putting in place. Now with those in place, now we can, same thing with international, sitting down and really looking at the countries and saying, we're not the kind of companies sitting on tons of money that can go, let's go lose money in China for 5 years. We have to target the markets and know pretty confidence that we're not going to put a drag on the P&L to go into those countries. So just a lot of real smart sitting back thinking, looking at.
but figuring out if DSD goes to Home Depot or not is a nice problem to have.
Yes. Yeah, we really thrilled. You know, we're huge advocates of DSD, and we have great DSD partners. We get together with them, as we've talked about, as a council. We listen. They really help keeping us from making, I think, mistakes. We also have the opportunity to, talk in advance of programming and stuff. And people will ask, why do you like an independent DSD system? And one of the things that's great about it is we can work with them on our marketing program on a timing that works for us and them. If you're inside of a major organization, sometimes you're kind of stuck into a marketing cycle. Or if you're with somebody who's distributing for you and you're solely in it, or you're 100% dependent on them, you're going to potentially get lost in the marketing cycle. So the great part is we have the ability to control, and our distributors just do a wonderful job providing input.
Great. Well, listen, I know you've got some judging to do, so I'm going to let you get back to it. But
all right.
Thanks for sharing your nice problems.
Thank you.
So moving from supplier to retailer, we've got a great opportunity from our friends at LA Libations to hear some thoughts from a global retailing executive who's taken his perspectives from grocery, convenience consulting, and even government and helped create a push toward innovation throughout the 7-Eleven system. Jesus Delgado Jenkins is the Executive Vice President and Chief Merchandising Officer at 7-Eleven. And in this role, he's taken a strong customer-based approach to introducing innovation. The idea that the consumer needs to be able to buy as many products that interest them in a store as possible, regardless of channel, and that it's the store's responsibility to make those products readily available due to the growth of cross-shopping. That means for us here today that he's taken a very open stance toward having brands become the source of a satisfaction of consumer need states. And he's here to talk about the how, when, where, and why of pitching these products to 7-Eleven. Please welcome Jesus Delgado Jenkins. Great to have you here. So, what'd you think of the new product Showdown brands?
I absolutely loved it, and kudos to the entrepreneurs that are bringing those products and brands to market. I found it to be very exciting. I saw a lot of alignment with the products and the brands, with the emerging world that's going on around us. And so I really liked all of the linkage and all the creativity in the products that I saw this morning. Very, very exciting.
You've told me that one of the reasons you're here specifically is to encourage our attendees to bring out more new product innovation and bring it to 7-Eleven. So yes. Why is that?
Innovation is the lifeblood of growth for a retailer. We like to manage our categories on a 52-week cycle. And in order to drive and propel growth, I know that if I'm looking at what I did in the last year, if I'm not bringing out a new item, either on that 52nd week or sooner, it's going to be very difficult for us to first further satisfy our customers with the new products that are coming out, and then propel and grow the business and drive profitability. So we are very aggressive in terms of looking at the new products in the marketplace, working with those entrepreneurs to bring them into a test, 80 stores, 160 stores, with the right merchandising, product placement, and pricing in order to gauge what the consumer interest in it is as quickly as possible so that, again, we can satisfy the most number of customers and then drive and propel profitability.
Do you want them to pitch you coming out of incubation channels, or do you want them to pitch you direct?
We prefer to see some amount of movement and some amount of sales levels out in the marketplace, because we believe that once we see that, when the entrepreneur comes to visit with us, they'll have a better defined definition around the space, the opportunity, the potential growth rates. Is it a national product? Is it a regional or more localized product based on ethnography or income levels? And so we prefer to see some amount of engagement in the marketplace first before they come and visit with us.
What categories are you guys interested in right now?
I like all categories. All categories. Right now we see water significantly growing, energy, health and wellness, functional beverages. Much of what you saw and heard this morning and the different panelists and judges talked about is, we're seeing the same thing in our retail.
So if I were to walk in with an alt milk, what would you say?
Let's take a look at it. First, talk to me about the customer. Why do they need this product? What problem are you solving for them? Why is your product different? How are you going to differentiate? And then from there, we take a look at the sales figures, the specific retail outlets where these products are selling, the package size, the occasion that the consumer is drinking this beverage with. And then we try to take a step back and say, where is this going to fit in the 7-Eleven assortment? Is it a local fit? Is it a regional fit? Or is it a national play?
You said talk to me about the customer. Is there a specific customer who you guys are looking to meet?
Lots of times when we speak with our partners, especially the big companies and in many cases entrepreneurs, they talk about a broad consumer segmentation, fairly large. We like to focus in on the 7-Eleven shopper. What are the reasons they're coming to 7-Eleven? How do they use the 7-Eleven? And so we want to narrow the discussion around, I understand you've got broad consumer appeal, but how is this going to appeal to our shopper? We believe we get better hit rates, better take rates by our franchisees, and we can help small companies grow extremely fast when we really hit the nail on the head.
So who is your shopper, and how, and are they different from who they used to be?
Very different. They're connected 24/7. They're on the go. They're consolidating their trips. Trips overall in the U.S. over the last 12 to 18 months are down about 4%. Yet shoppers that go to 1 or 5 or less stores to meet their needs, that's up 17%. And convenience and 7-Eleven are in that sweet spot. We've seen our transactions grow, our items per transaction grow, because when the customer's walking into our store, they're looking to satisfy a broader need with less trips.
Okay.
That's positioned us to propel growth. So we've got all types. We over-index on Hispanics. Surprisingly, we over-index on females above and beyond what you would find in the typical convenience channel or small store format. And so, we have about 8 to 10 million customers per day, per store day. So we have a broad array, but those customers are on the go. They're looking for immediate consumption needs and also to meet their emergency needs as well.
So I think that's really interesting, this idea that when they're coming, they're shopping more broadly in the store.
Yes.
How does that lead to opportunity for the folks out here?
Whatever segment you're in, you got to consider different package sizes, and you don't want to eliminate the small store as a format or a channel that you want to play in. When I speak with our distributor partners and our brand partners, a lot of times they will curate their catalog and they won't make certain products available to 7-Eleven because they call it a drugstore product, or they call it a grocery product, or they call it a high-end Whole Foods product. And what I tell them is that you are bypassing sales opportunities and you're bypassing the opportunity to engage with your brand with these customers each and every day. So we're channel agnostic. I'm looking for different types of package sizes and different types of solutions to allow that customer to pick and choose where they're going to shop to get that product.
But when you're a small entrepreneur, it's hard to come up with enough capital to create a product line for a specific channel unless you get some help. Is there a way that you guys are working with entrepreneurs to get them across the line?
We have selectively in the past, and will continue to do so in the future, partnered with a few brands and product types in order to facilitate and assist that particular company getting ramped up in order to drive sales through our networks.
Okay, so how does that work?
Well, we have our own internal processes, as well as me being here today. And we also lean heavily on LA Libations, our emerging brands category captain, as well as networking with serial entrepreneurs who've proven their success in the past That combination of internal processes and external processes has really paid off for us.
Well, I think they're all here and happy to network with you. In terms of positioning, though, can we talk about some demand indicators that are changing your assortments?
In terms of demand indicators, I've seen water, low calorie, taste, and organic. So really the big three for me are low cal, taste, and organic. If you bring those three, we see those in terms of when the customer gives us feedback, I really like the taste of this product. And it's organic and it's lower in calorie than what you typically have found in the past. We see those growth rates hitting double digits. It's really resonating with the customer. Then there's a common denominator, quality ingredients. The ingredients are called out. They make a difference for that specific segment or consumer. When you combine those three and then the common denominator of the ingredient playing an important role, you really see the growth rates take off and the success rates increase.
Now, would you rather see that come from an established supplier, or would you rather start bringing in newer companies?
I like to see it from both.
Mm-hmm.
I've been pushing and asking our large suppliers to ramp up their innovation. We've actually asked them to give us the opportunity to co-produce or co-create innovations with them. We share all of our consumer shopping data with these large partners to encourage and incentivize the co-creation of products. But at the same time, we believe there are many entrepreneurs out there that are going through life and walking a mile in the customer's shoes, and they're being creative, they're disrupting, and they're coming up with products that in many cases the large companies haven't been able to come up with.
Certainly. But they're doing it on a small scale.
And we welcome that. We'll do an 80-store test. We'll do a 160-store test with that small entrepreneur just to see what the take rate is.
If I'm doing that test, how do I prove out success in your store?
Sales per store day. We have got to hit, I don't want to, we'll share that number confidentially with the specific entrepreneurs that we'll work with, but there's a certain hurdle rate that we want to get to. There's an exception to every rule. There will be products that may not hit the hurdle rate, but they serve a specific function for a certain type of customer. We're willing to allow that product to stay on the shelf in order to meet that customer's needs.
What's the best way to support an entrepreneurial brand in 7-Eleven?
You've really got to bring us information first. We call it bringing us paper. We got to understand the segment. We got to know that you understand the segment. We then got to understand how you're going to market this product once it begins to gain distribution. We have to make sure that your manufacturing and your distribution network can handle the type of volumes that we're talking about when we expand from 80 or 160 stores to 1,200 stores to 2,400, upwards of 8,500 stores, which is what we have in the U.S. and Canada. And we've also been known to take certain brands into Mexico. So when you couple all that together, it's north of 10,500 stores which have an above average sales rate relative to the average convenience store in the U.S. We can pump and drive a lot of volume through our system.
That said, going from 160 to 1,200 or 2,000 stores, what are the major transitional challenges that you find for brands as they start to really ramp up through your system?
You've got to have a manufacturer that's willing to work with you and plan out that line time. And then you've got to be associated with certain distributors so that you minimize gaps and you can get quick distribution once the manufacturing is ramped up. But the focus has got to be quality. The taste has to be consistent. You've got to deliver on the packaging and the taste and the quality across all the manufacturing lines that you're going to bring to bear in order to meet our demand.
So these are traditional scaling issues.
Yes.
For companies that have kind of unique supply chains, unique routes to market, how do you work with them if you want them badly?
I would say recently here, I'd say in the last 24 months, we're very open to regional and local products. So you don't have to be in every single store. You don't even have to be in every single store within a region. The U.S. now obviously has become a polycultural, multilingual society, and even within a 5-mile by 5-mile box, you find significant differences in the neighborhoods and communities and in the income levels that our stores serve. And so if we've got 900 stores in Los Angeles, but your product only makes sense in 400 of those stores, we're very open to driving that type of presence, within our store network. We don't have to be in every single store, and you don't have to go across the country in order to satisfy the most amount of customers, and we're very open to that.
Now, is that something where you want the entrepreneur to approach you and say, well, I think, these 19 stores are a fit, or is it something, there's an idea?
I think it's a two-way street. It's having a discussion with them about, their intimate knowledge around the customer base that they're targeting, and then we share our data with them. We can certainly help drive and facilitate some of the segmentation, but we're going to want them to own it as well.
Do you think there's a way for brands to avoid incubating in natural and specialty and just come to you directly?
It would have to be an opportunity that we've already identified that we believe the large players are bypassing because they've got other issues and obstacles that they're working on, that a $10 million or $15 or $25 million opportunity at this point in time just isn't big enough for them. And so, we're going to come at it from both ways.
And
we're going to want those small. We're going to want to take a look at those opportunities. If we think it's large and we want to play a role up front, we also do that as well. And we've done that before.
Yeah, no, and you guys have also worked in store brands as well.
Our own store brand?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So how is an entrepreneur to take that into account?
Our private brands business, when I first got to 7-Eleven in 2010, we were focused on being a lower priced alternative to the national brands and regional local brands. And we shifted away from lower price to quality equal to or better than the national brands and premium segments. And in the last 2 years, our private brand business has grown 19% in 2014. It's north of 34%. This is all same stores in the U.S. This year, and we project growing north of 40% next year. So I think store brands, we don't like to call it a store brand, it's our 7-Eleven brand. I think private brands and entrepreneurial brands and national brands can coexist on the shelf. I mean, more competition breeds more innovation because you continue to further understand the customer, refine the segmentation, and meet more needs. So I think they can all coexist.
What's the retailer's role in positioning innovative brands to be successful?
Our role is to really understand what the proposition is and what the customer's looking for and why this product understands it. We then have to educate our sales associate and sales force in the stores so that they understand the product and the why of it being brought to market. We also got to work on the right placement, merchandising, messaging, and communication of the product to the consumer, both in-store, out-of-store with traditional media, and obviously with social media. And then from there, depending on whether it's a regional or national launch, we like to go fast. I mean, we can get products into 8,000 stores within 4 weeks when we do a launch, if we decide it's a national launch. So we've got to plan all that detail out with the entrepreneur to get that product in the customer's hands.
So let's talk about some specific examples of launches that have gone well and launches that maybe haven't gone as well as you would have liked, and what the exogenous factors were and the internal factors.
All of our launches, I would say, have gone well. Most of them have been with national players. We've done work with Red Bull, Monster. These are all exclusives. Mm-hmm. We've done work with Coke and Pepsi and Gatorade. We're currently working, that I don't really want to talk about because it's going to be a major launch for us. We're currently working with companies that have less than 10 million in sales. And we project, we're going to contribute anywhere from 20 to 40 million in sales next year once we launch these products. So I hate to not answer the question, but we have small companies that are currently now finding themselves with high growth rates in the marketplace that we're actually going to be launching next year across our network.
How are you prepping those sort of 10 million revenue companies for that rapid escalation?
The first thing we do is we do a market test. We then get the information that we're going to use to educate the sales force so that when the product hits stores, it's going to be placed right, it's going to get into the assortment, and it's going to sell.
Is the entrepreneur, I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt,
right.
but is the entrepreneur also playing a role in that informational and educational process, or is it more you're figuring out how to position within the
We take the reins at that point in time, and we work our internal processes to prepare our sales associates and sales forces inside the stores to drive the merchandising of these products. In the meantime, we work a very detailed parallel process where we make sure that the production's going to be ready, that the distributors are in place with the right agreements, that we've got everything set up, and that there's a merchandising and promotion plan in place in order to incentivize and gain trial by the customer when the product launches.
Entrepreneur comes to you with that idea, with that kind of growth plan. They're prepared. Is that more or less likely to help them get into your stores?
More likely. I'm very bullish on entrepreneurs. We got to take a very hard look at the idea, and then we got to take a look at the initial sales results and the retail formats where they're selling. The price points that they're selling at, does the price point line up with the product proposition and what that customer is into? If all that lines up and we see growth, then we're willing to do the test, and then from there we move on to the next level very aggressively.
We've talked about the speed of the innovation cycle changing and really growing, and you yourself said, look, you're on a 52-week cycle. How does that affect product life cycles and their ability to extend within your stores?
The interesting thing is that we want to get away from a chain store mentality. I don't want to print store footprints and assortments. I want them, we de-average our planograms. We've got hundreds and hundreds of planograms for certain numbers of our categories, and we want to de-average by neighborhood, by DMA, by region. And so, even though the number of products is growing, if you let the store customize the assortment for that neighborhood or trade area, we can absorb many of those products across our entire store network and propel growth.
So do you want people pitching regions then?
Regions are just as well as national, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a lot of software humming away.
A lot of brain power as well.
Yeah. Now, there's some interesting things going on with 7-Eleven's delivery formats as well. Can you talk a little bit about your new platform for text delivery?
We're partnering with a significant number of companies that are doing delivery today, DoorDash, Postmates, and the list goes on. We're doing it regionally, and we're quickly expanding nationally. The average ticket for delivery is a lot higher than our average ticket in the store. Everybody knows the smartphone is a remote control for inventory, any inventory in your city or across the globe. What 7-Eleven wants to do is play a role where we partner with these companies. We let them know the specific products that are available at any one point in time so that that delivery person knows where they can go with a high degree of reliability that that product's going to be there. They can pick it up and deliver it to the customer as quickly as possible.
How's that?
We're very aggressive about getting into that.
How's that feeding entrepreneurial brands?
How's that what?
Do you find that that platform tends to favor newer companies or established? Is it pantry loading?
I think it favors the right company. Do you really understand the customer? Have you designed the product or the service around that customer's needs? Are you not forcing them to do certain things? Earlier you said in terms of innovation, I don't like to force innovation, so I don't really like to communicate a point of view around the life cycle of a product. The life cycle is going to take care of itself. Some products are going to be around forever. You tap a nerve, it's a long horizon nerve, it's a certain need that's not going to go away for a while. If you do that product right and you subtly innovate and maintain the quality and the taste and an attractive price for that proposition, you're going to be around for a long time. Other products, they're going to solve a problem or meet a need that has a shorter time horizon. I'd rather let the solution get pulled by the consumer versus us through some type of channel mechanism or promotional mechanism, try and force and push the product onto the customer.
Yeah,
and that's worked better for us.
It's interesting because innovation in a lot of ways is meeting consumers with a solution that they didn't know they already needed. You guys just happen to be able to put it everywhere they might possibly need it. So I want to thank you for joining us and doing that, and I think there are a lot of people who are looking forward to speaking with you.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot, man.
We're going to bring Ray Latif back on.
Is your iPad? Thanks. Thank you. All right. Our next panel is very tied to what we were doing this morning at the New Beverage Showdown. As many of you might have guessed, getting up here is pretty nerve-wracking. The preparation is pretty difficult and time-consuming, but it's nothing like actually being out there in the marketplace. And so we're going to talk to 3 former winners who are going to tell you just how fun and difficult it is out there, but also how wonderful it is to have won competition and see where they've gone from there. So before we get started, I just want to introduce our panelists. We have Daina Trout, who's the CEO and co-founder of Health-Ade, Daren Myers, who's the co-founder of Raw Chocolate and Austin Allan, the founder of Gazpacho. And we're going to talk about the sales, distribution, and investment opportunities that have emerged from these companies and how they've set the course for the next steps of development. They're also going to talk about the ways that they've incorporated some of the feedback from the judges into their business plans. So without further ado, come on to the stage. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thanks so much for being here.
Hey, Ray.
All right.
1, 2, 3, sit.
I know. It feels like, it's funny because it feels like I've seen you guys quite a bit over the last few couple of years, but, when you first started out, you were just like a lot of these folks, in the semifinals, just starting your company. What's been the immediate feedback of the New Beverage Showdown win, for your companies? Austin?
I mean, for us, it was just more eyeballs on our brand and more street cred, if you will. Coming into this, we were in about 20 stores, 30 stores just in Miami, and immediately I had national attention and retailers and distributors and just people calling from all over the country wanting to know where they could get the product and what our plans were for growth.
Mm-hmm. Daina?
I would agree with that and echo that. That was huge. We definitely wanted to win, and that was big for us. I think one thing that we took home was feedback about our packaging. We needed to update it in certain ways, and we made that decision to do it right in the beginning of the year, and it helped us a lot.
Mm-hmm. And Daren?
Yeah, to go with what they said, the exposure aspect of it, both positive and negative, which are both actually just as important for getting back into your branding, understanding your distribution, your messaging, etc.
Mm-hmm. So along those lines, how has your business strategy evolved since the competition? Daina, you guys are in a lot of different markets now, and it's got to be kind of difficult to figure out, when you're up here on stage to say, okay, yeah, we want to be in Southern California, but there's so much demand elsewhere right now. How has your business strategy evolved in terms of production and distribution?
So that's a good question. I would say as it related to the Showdown, some of the feedback we received was, be prepared for the scaling and the growth of your product. We brew in-house. So I think that feedback was taken to heart, and we focused a lot on production that first year after winning so that we could scale up and grow really quickly. I remember standing up on the stage and saying, we'll work until we can't stand up, and that's very much been the truth. So, but I am still standing. I'm still working. And I'd say that's what we've taken with it.
Yeah, I mean, you've expanded your production facility too, and you've actually moved into a new facility twice. What's that process been like? I mean, is it something you expected? Is that something that, before you actually got on the stage, you kind of predicted that maybe this would be a possibility, or is it sort of learning on the fly?
It's been a lot of learning on the fly, but as we've been growing, we've been getting more ahead of the game. So I think in the beginning, we didn't expect to grow as quickly as we did, which is obviously a great thing. But we now moving forward are getting ahead of it, and I think the more we can do that, the better we can plan for the future. So this one that we're moving into, the new brewery we're moving into, that should last us a little longer than 7 months.
Right. In Austin, I mean, I know pretty much, I think it was a couple months after you guys launched, you went organic. And that was something you mentioned up here on stage that you were planning to do that. Yeah. How has that adjusted? How has that changed how you approach your brand and your business?
Well, we always were organic, but we got our certification right after winning the Showdown, and it opened up, as many doors as it opened up. It also creates challenges because organic is obviously a more premium product. It's a higher price point. So we've been trying to balance the price point and the quality aspect with the cachet that comes with the organic certification. Mm-hmm. And we actually took almost an opposite approach. I think both are pretty valid and interesting, but we opened up the New York market and the kind of the tri-state area right after winning the Showdown, and then we decided to really hunker down and focus on that market, the South Florida market where we were based, and then also the New York market, to really understand our product, because our product was brand new to market. There was no other really soup in a bottle at the time. There was definitely no other gazpacho that was still standing on the market at that moment. So we wanted to understand how people perceived the product, when they bought it, what they used it for, if they thought of it as a beverage, if they thought of it as a soup. And so we decided to focus our efforts and just pay attention to one particular market. And then next year is the year that we have big plans for growth.
Mm-hmm. And Daren, you guys kind of changed your brand positioning since the Showdown. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so going back to the question, the feedback we received and we really took personal was the messaging of our product. And I think Austin can speak to this as well. Having something that's unique, different, and first of its kind in a sense.
Drinkable chocolate.
You have a huge hurdle of overcoming that gap between message to all walks of life. You have your core, you have your early adopters, but it's understanding how you can get as close to possible to that mainstream consumer through messaging. And so for us, it was really getting back to the drawing board on the messaging front, shifting our focus a little bit more off of functionality being primary to more of flavor profile, indulgent, really the thing that everyone holds to on when they hear of chocolate is how delicious chocolate is.
Yeah. Can you describe what the environment's like, not necessarily since the win, but as a part of your win, the environment for outside investment in your companies, or in the environment for outside investment in all small entrepreneurial companies? I mean, I know are you guys still in the midst of your raise?
We're this close away from finalizing it.
Yeah, awesome.
Literally.
Yeah, talk about that. And is it becoming easier? Is it harder? Do people understand gazpacho at this point, or?
I mean, for us in particular, there was a little bit of a challenge because we wanted to find the right investors. I mean, up until now, I only had ever taken investment from friends and family, so people that knew me, and so they were investing in me, and they knew my passion and my vision. I think it just depends on the brand. I mean, if you have a tested concept, if you're doing a cold pressed juice, no matter what you think of, how the opportunities available for cold pressed juice, that's something that's been tested, so people know that gazpacho in a bottle or soup in a bottle is a relatively new concept, so it's tricky. But as long as you have, as long as you persevere and you have a strong brand and a strong vision, I don't think it's impossible, but you just have to know what you're doing, and you have to have a strong business plan, because I did not for a while, and it wasn't until I finalized a really strong business plan that people started to pay attention.
And you capped your raise at a level that some other companies, you're at 500,000.
Yeah.
Why did you choose that number when you see other companies that are attempting to raise millions at this point?
So we capped it at that, or that's the number we threw out, and that was because we didn't want to scare people off by thinking or we didn't want to come off as arrogant, like we're this little tiny company, we're trying to raise $10 million, right? The number that we were actually trying to raise and we're going to end up raising is a little bit more than the 500,000, but we wanted to make sure that we were having conversations with anybody that would be interested in something that was early stage, because early stage has its challenges, but it also has its rewards, because you're getting in really early and you help to shape the product, or not so much the product, but to shape the company and the direction of the company. So we threw that number out there to make it a reasonable number and a reasonable request and not scare any investors off. And there was a strategy that worked, because a lot of the investors came to us and they said, we love you, we love this concept, but we think you need a little bit more money than that. So I said, yeah.
Yeah. And Daina, you guys got investment even before you got up here on stage.
Just before.
Just before, yeah. How has that process evolved since you've been out there for the last couple of years?
Yeah, I mean, it's just about being smart with where you spend your dollars, and continuing to be resourceful has been really important for us, because it goes very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And how do you know when it's the right time to say, we're going to re-up on our investment and go out there and try to find more money?
When you have none left. You just have to be smart looking ahead. I'd say we're already planning for the 2016. We were already planning for the 2016 year about 6 months ago. So knowing what it was going to take to be successful next year, and what that would cost, it's an important conversation to have early on. So I think the earlier you can plan, the better.
And how do you kind of identify what you need to spend the money? How you need to spend the money first? Is it production? Is it distribution? Is it sales and marketing?
I think that depends on every company. I mean, for us, we from BevNet understood the importance of differentiating in the kombucha marketplace. So for us, being the best tasting and highest quality kombucha was always important. So number one, we had to focus on production, making the product, making it the best we could, and learning how to scale it. So our first dollars went to that, and then subsequently came sales and marketing. So I think next year you'll see a real push there. up to this point, we focused a lot on production and scaling.
Mm-hmm. And Daren, in terms of investment, I mean, how much have you guys done at this point? And, what are you finding is the best way to kind of approach fundraising?
Yeah, going on her point of resourceful, we've been a grassroots company that was self-funded for the first 2.5 years from, myself and my business partner and friends and family. And so now we're coming into that next stage and understanding how important a marriage is, the relationship, people you work with, and how valuable that is to the future of your business and really the future of the relationship and the obligation that you have to your investing partners.
Mm-hmm. And also to your consumers. Right. I mean, both you and Tío Gazpacho, or Raw and Tío Gazpacho, you can still kind of call what you guys are offering as bleeding edge innovation. How are you educating people about the brand? And, are you finding that, people are more accepting of what you're trying to put out there?
Brands like Raw and Tío, I think it's, high risk, high reward. And we've embraced that. And then really for us over the past 2.5, 3 years, it's been really dialing down and understanding who our consumer is, understanding how our product fits into the current market, where it fits 2 years, 5 years from now. On the bleeding edge side of things, it's going to be a constant challenge, and it's a constant absorption from your surroundings, whether it's the retail side, the consumer, the distribution, even the manufacturing side, and being able to use that information, understand it, and evolve continuously. I don't think there's ever a point you hit where you say, I've got it, we're good. I think you're constantly receiving that feedback, being open to it, absorbing it, and regurgitating it back out in a manner that connects.
Mm-hmm. And we saw some drinkable soup in terms of at least drinkable bone broth today in the New Beverage Showdown. Drinkable gazpacho, drinkable soup. I mean, where's that category at, or where's that, the information in terms of, are people getting it at this point?
It's funny, we're here a year later after our big win, and it's still an emerging category. It's not something that has found a home yet. I think this is 2016 is the year that we're going to see the drinkable soup find its home, because the biggest challenge, to answer your earlier question, that we faced this year was we'd go into these retailer meetings and they would say, well, where does this go? And there's opportunities. It's unlike things that are straight up beverages. Ours is more of a hybrid. There's a place for kombucha. There's a place for chocolate beverage. Is it a soup? Is it a beverage? Is it a grab and go option? Is it a salad in a bottle? Like, what is it and where does it live? And so we keep having to answer that question again and again and again, because there's no one dedicated space in the store for it. But as more brands come online, I think we're going to find that it's probably going to end up in the functional beverage cooler alongside these fantastic brands, and it'll end up living there. And because that's the cooler where people go for innovation, and they go for function, and they go for great taste all in one and high quality. And so that's where we're going to end up. But it's been a challenge just convincing retailers that this doesn't go in the prepared soup section with chicken noodle soup and minestrone and things like that.
Yeah, and how many demos, how many doors have you been able to open up, just saying, hey, we can do some demos, and just walk right in and say, hey, if people like it, they like it, and we just want to test it out right now on the market?
I mean, that's our sales strategy, because there's a lot of skepticism. Some retailers are really open to it. King's Marcus, for example, in North Jersey, and Fresh Direct, even though it's not a conventional brick and mortar retailer, was really open to the product, and so they took it on immediately right after the New Beverage Showdown. But other retailers have been very skeptical, so we always say, listen, people are going to love it when they taste it, so we're going to come in and we're going to do one demo per store per quarter to start out, and then we'll keep doing at least one demo per quarter after that. And that's been very successful to get the product moving. And then after that, as we grow, we're not going to be able to sustain that, but we're confident that the buzz that the brand has will carry us forward.
Mm-hmm. Different kind of challenge for Health-Ade and I guess the rest of the kombucha category at this point. There's been some scrutiny about alcohol content and a few other things. How have you guys been able to navigate that, Daina?
So I think every industry has its risks, and kombucha is no different. It's a raw, especially considering it's raw, live, fermented, and somewhat new. I mean, it's growing like crazy, but it is relatively new, a new category. In the past, I think companies have chosen to be silent about this issue and kind of just avoiding it. And I think Health-Ade knew from the beginning, certainly the beginning of 2015, that this was an issue that was going to have to be dealt with. If the industry was going to continue to grow the way we knew it could, it was going to have to be dealt with. So from the beginning, we started the conversation. We've been heavily involved with, and I think it's safe to say in many ways leading the dialogue with other raw kombucha companies in the industry, government agencies, scientific bodies, in order to get this conversation going. And so far, I think it's working. And it should work because we stand behind our product 100%. So the question about how we navigate it, I'd say, number one, you got to be smart about it. You have to plan for it. You have to know everything there is to know about it. Number two, you got to get ahead of it. And then number three, you got to stand up to it.
Mm-hmm. And how do you go through the process of finding the right attorney to help you through that process?
It's funny, so many called us.
Yeah.
You got to find somebody who's got experience in your marketplace, in the region, and make sure it's a good fit, just like anything else.
Well, I mean, one of the interesting things about starting in the HPP business, which is both of what you guys do, or both your brands are HPP, is something that people didn't think a few years ago that would be something that would have as many entrants in it right now. And now you see HPP beverages all over the place. How's that process been like, or what's that process been like? Is that still something that you're having to teach people? Is that something that you are still having a little bit of a challenge in terms of explaining what it is and why it's a benefit to your brands and your products?
For us, it's sort of a footnote. It's not really an important detail. It's not on the front of our packaging. It's really just there on the side. It says, never heated, high pressure processed. And because we're not a functional beverage, so we're not touting the fact that it's HPP'd, so it's better for you. What it comes down to for us is taste. I mean, if you make a gazpacho and then you heat pasteurize it, or you put citric acid or any sort of preservative, it's not gazpacho anymore because it has strange flavors or it's been cooked, right? So we wanted to put a product out there that was as close to raw as you can get and that tasted like your Spanish grandmother had just whipped this up. And I get that feedback from people constantly. They say, especially Spanish people come up to me at trade shows and they say, this tastes like my grandmother made it, which is, thank you HPP, and thank you Hyperbaric, by the way. But for us, it's not a functional beverage claim or something like that. So we don't talk about it too much. And when people ask, we give them a little bit of detail, but nothing like we don't go into a whole story or we don't have a whole website dedicated to it.
Daren?
We're on the exact opposite end of that.
Yeah.
Cold pressured HPP is what differentiates our beverage, our chocolate beverage, from any other chocolate beverage on the market. We've been very thankful that the technology's been created and that it's been driven by substantial growth and now at this point some pretty successful companies that have a lot of leverage on the educational side, and with them on the forefront driving that education, it's making it easier for us to connect to that consumer and explain our product a little more clear. Simply because they've either heard of cold pressure, they've heard of HPP. They may not know exactly what it is, but they understand that it's moving towards that healthier trend, and that there's a reason why there's a premium that you're paying for.
Interesting. So it's important for other companies to kind of promote what HPP is and cold pressuring, but what do you call it? I mean, what's the best way to describe HPP to a consumer that doesn't know anything about it? And this is something that has been an issue for everyone with HPP at this point.
They would kill me because I say this a lot, and they have ridiculed me, but I would say it's cold pasteurized because people get that makes sense to them. If you have half of a second to explain it to somebody, they get pasteurization makes it safe, and they get that it's not heat. The HPP people don't like using that term, but it makes sense to people. So you can say cold pressure, you could say HPP. HPP sounds a little bit like something from outer space, so I shy away from that as well. And high pressure processed, it doesn't make a lot of sense to your average consumer. So I mean, if I'm talking to somebody that's in the know, that's in the industry, I'll say it's an HPP product. But if not, if it's a consumer, I'll say we go use a cold pasteurization process that allows it to retain that fresh made taste. And people get it.
Yeah, we've been able to add an extension, like some of the other more familiar HPP brands, using cold pressured. People understand cold pressured versus HPP.
Mm-hmm.
I would say processed all day.
Okay.
High pressure processed all day. But yeah, we've been able to incorporate that cold pressured aspect to define HPP or to create that connection to consumers that may not have that level of education or really simply don't want to have that level of education. It gets the point across very quickly without having to, pull up your phone and Google HPP.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about line extensions because you all started out with just a handful of products and now you're continuing to innovate and expand. I see Daina, you're holding. Is it that your new holiday line edition? There you go. What's been the approach to?
No, not holiday. This is our super tea line.
Oh, this is the super tea line. Excuse
Yes.
me. I thought that was your
That's okay.
holiday cheer,
No,
Sweet Thorn. But what's the process like of introducing line extensions and introducing new flavors? How do you approach that type of innovation?
Man, you can never do it soon enough. I feel like we're always rushed in the end. It would be awesome if in Beverage, by the way, we could launch a product all in one day like you do in retail or something, but it's not reality because really you think it's the launch, but really it's just the distributors got your product and then it takes several weeks to actually get on the shelf. So it's kind of like anticlimactic, You launch it on social media and people are like, I can't find it anywhere. And you're like, check in 2 to 3 weeks. So that's kind of a reality of the business that I think would be awesome if we could change. But, you just got to plan for it. I mean, I think it takes longer than you think. You have to test it all through to the end of its shelf life. So if you think about kombucha being 6 months shelf life, that means we were testing these products a year ago. So, we're doing that now for next year's products that are coming out. So, yeah.
Interesting. Awesome.
So, actually, this goes in line with something you asked earlier. One of the pieces of feedback that we got from the judges and then subsequently from other people in the industry, advisors, was that that they felt that our product was a little bit niche-y, and so I disagree. I think it has a wide reach, but it still has a potential, or it still could just be considered a little bit more exotic, I think is probably a better word. So we are going to be rounding out the line with one more Gazpacho flavor very soon in February, and then we're hard at work developing a whole new line of products. And this time we're trying to really push the envelope, or not push the envelope, but really change people's perceptions of soup. We're creating some new soups that are not Gazpacho, they're still drinkable, organic, vegan, all the wonderful things about our product, but have different flavor profiles and a cheaper price point to get into some more conventional retailers and some food service and things like that. So, I listened to that feedback. Initially, I was like, no, we're going to have 50 SKUs of Gazpacho, and we're going to take up a whole end cap at every natural retailer in the country. But the reality is, you have to listen to feedback from advisors and judges and consumers as well, and develop those products that people are interested in trying.
Interesting. Daren?
Yeah, feedback from BevNet back to us revisiting our message and our conversation has led us to shift from 16-ounce bottles to 12-ounce bottles. We're also, speaking of, we're launching in January, but we've been working on it for the past year, 2 new flavors that are more sweet forward. And we actually have those 2 here for sampling, which are banana and semi-sweet. So that's kind of our way of tapping into more of that mainstream versus, up to this point, we've been heavily focused on that early adopter, that core consumer, that whole food shopper. It's been very easy to get the point across and the education across, but through that feedback, we've been very open and have made some significant changes over the past 6 months here.
So it sounds like the line extensions have been more tailored toward mainstream audiences,
yeah.
Is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, you want to stick to your core, you want to stick to your mission, your values, but understanding and recognizing that thing that we haven't yet experienced and receiving that feedback from people who already have or have a great understanding of those markets. It's very important to, the long-term success of your business.
Now, we're about to announce the finalists for this year's New Beverage Showdown. Any advice that you guys can give those guys up on stage? Austin?
I would say listen to that feedback, whether it's from the judges that you're going to get today and from people in the industry, but also at the same time stay true to your vision. Because if I had listened to the feedback that I'd gotten, all the feedback that I've gotten over the past year and a half, 2 years, we'd have 50 SKUs and multiple price points and, organic and non-organic and Gazpacho and milk cartons and, we'd have all sorts of crazy things. So, I've listened to that feedback and I take it with a grain of salt and then act on the things that really make sense and stay true to my vision and my brand.
Okay, done.
I would totally echo that. I think the success of your company very much resides on your ability to stand true to who you are. And so listen to listen to yourself for other things, and then work your butt off.
When listening to yourself,
yeah.
How much of that it evolves as well? I mean, does your vision evolve personally?
Of course, and you have to pick and choose where it's right to listen to what everybody is telling you is wrong, but is right, and then where you have to let that go and say probably nobody's going to care about that in the end. And that I think entirely depends on the question, but I just know that certain things we stayed true to ourselves, and in the end, it ended up being a very positive thing for us. For example, staying in the brown bottle, something that a lot of people wanted us to change in the beginning, now is something that people actually recognize us by, and it's now the one in the brown bottle. So knowing where to stick to it and knowing where to take risks and try something new is just, part of the game. But there's no real answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Daren?
I think they all know that they're well prepared. But just to reiterate, exude that confidence in yourself, your brand, your product, and your message.
And that goes beyond the competition too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Thanks so much, guys. Great panel. See
Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, as I mentioned, it's time to announce the finalists for the new Beverage Showdown that you'll be seeing tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the competition. The end of the competition, you'll see 3 brands present in the morning and 3 brands present in the afternoon. We'll announce the winner at the end of the day. But for right now, I don't have a drum roll, but we're going to announce the 6 winners. All right, first up, the winners. T-Riot, Malk, 3 Trees, Brew Broth, 1821 Bitters, and the last one is Chunga Chonga. Well done. So you'll see those brands in the finals tomorrow, and one of them will be the winner of $10,000 in cash and prizes, furnished by Venturing and Emerging Brands. All right, before we break for lunch, we're going to do one more thing, and that is announce the Best of 2015 winners, BevNet's Best of 2015 winners, and we have some visuals for that as well. We got a video that we're going to roll right about now. All right, fantastic stuff. Right now I'm going to bring up to the stage Jeff Klineman, who's going to be talking to Greg Steltenpole, who is the president and CEO, or the CEO and founder of Calafia Farms. Come on up.
Let me go on.
Wow, this is heavy, man. Oh.
It is heavy.
So, congratulations to you. As you could hear from the applause, they actually like you.
For now.
Yeah. So, we're between people in lunch. So, I just have a couple of quick questions for you. This company's come really far, really quickly, and it's done so while really staying rooted in farming and agriculture. Whereas some might see that as an obstacle, you guys have really been able to build a brand platform off of it. So how have you been able to do it?
Well, first of all, thanks to Jeff and BevNET for recognizing a lot of the hard work. And I guess the whole challenge is how you reduce your dependencies if you're thinking about scaling. So for us to try to be a competitor to Fortune 500 companies, we had to kind of think through where their strengths and weaknesses were, and where, if we were successful, where could we get caught. So nothing ever becomes really independent. So we're looking more for interdependencies, and where can our supply chain partners become real partners, and they benefit as we benefit. And I learned a hard lesson at Odwalla, because we started to make fresh squeezed orange juice really popular, and we had no protection on the supply side. So as it grew in popularity, I think the suppliers recognized it and wanted a bigger and bigger piece, and pretty soon there weren't margins left. So we're just trying to think ahead and try to make those things win-win, try to always look for the win-win solutions in the end.
Is there an idea now that you guys need to add growers?
Well, Calafia kind of got where it is because we didn't want to be dependent on a single category. So we really look for places, opportunities in that non-dairy, that big wall of, used to be called the dairy case. Hopefully we call it something else in the future. But it's some place where you have to try to make a difference pretty quick, because the velocities that are so significant there. So we knew from the beginning, to compete there, we were going to have to do a lot of things right ahead of time. So when you get there, you don't get, booted out.
How much innovation is sitting down the road? I mean, what are the next steps for you guys as a brand, filling in between those branches where you already are with the juice and the coffee and the milk?
Right. Well, all three of those big segments have now there's so much creativity at a craft level in the sub-segments, all those, and in the kind of super premium, ultra premium HPP area, for example. So we look for where the trends come together. We look for convenient packaging choices and try to find a middle ground on the price point between that uber premium and the more traditional national brands. And that's the sweet spot for us, and we try to just scale up that difference.
One final question for you. You guys did just finish a remarkably large raise. For an entrepreneurial company of your age.
Yeah.
How do you deploy that to establish what you're trying to do?
Well, it's not, everything's relative, Jeff. 50 can go real fast too. I think entrepreneurs have to figure out how to hold the reins back just a little bit to keep some in the kitty. That's part of it, but also
you're not mulching with bills now.
it's hard to say because this business is so dynamic. It really is. And we just entered the creamer category, for example, just less than a year ago. And already it's a huge part of our business. And it's we want to be disruptive in that category. So we didn't know if our brand could take to that kind of product. We didn't know if the consumer was ready to consider other options there. So all I can say is you have to figure out the right innovation cycle so that you can, have enough things in the wind that you can push where all of a sudden the wave starts to form,
Do you have trouble staying deliberate then? So if something turns out to be bigger than it should have, what's your process for thinking through whether we go that way or whether we stick to strategy?
Well, super adaptive, thinking. And really, we've had to build the whole concept of innovation is an easy word to throw out there, but you have to first hire great people so you can build the kind of team that understands, what it is to move between these size chunks. And then just rely on a constant drumbeat where people are feeling the rhythm of the market all the way through into production machinery guys and everything else. So we work really hard at developing a unified company culture around innovation, even the way we structure the income statement, we structure all the weekly meetings, all that stuff. We look at base business, commercializing business, and innovation business as three distinct, parallel paths. So that way you never get into this thing where all of a sudden innovation becomes, optional.
That's very interesting. It's not just one category. It's sort of where your growth is what you're constantly looking at.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't want to get gobbled up by one of the big guys. So there's no poison pill, but one way to do it is be broad enough that you don't fit into one of the narrow little purchase niches. And so we're probably real different than most.
Yeah, well, you're so broad that you've formed a platform, and congratulations for that.
That's all about the brand.
Way to go.
Right. Thanks.
Okay, couple quick notes before we go to lunch. I want to point out our event director told me that all of the buffets are downstairs and then the Venice room on the pool deck and an Ocean and Vine. Just that's a note. Also, quick note about for our live stream viewers, we're going to continue the conversation on our live stream lounge, so don't change the channel. One more thing about tonight is the after party. So if you on your table or on your chair you have this little card. This is the BevNet after party being sponsored by Forest Brands. It tells you exactly where it is, the time, and all that. So please come. It's going to be a really fun time. Last thing for social media use, if you guys are tweeting, Instagramming, Facebooking, whatever you're doing, please use the hashtag BevNet Live. We'd love to hear from you and see what you guys are up to. So that's it. Let's head to lunch. Thanks.
Ganeden is the premier innovator in probiotics. With an extensive library of published studies and more than 100 patents for probiotic technologies in the food, beverage, animal health, sports nutrition, and personal care ingredients markets, Ganeden remains at the forefront of probiotic research and product development. Ganeden BC30, Ganeden's patented food and beverage probiotic ingredient, is found in over 200 products around the world. The unique composition of Ganeden BC30 makes it the perfect ingredient for innovation in the food and beverage industry. Unlike most other probiotic strains, Ganeden BC30 is a spore former, which makes it highly stable and allows it to remain viable through most manufacturing processes, a 3-year shelf life, and the low pH of stomach acid. Ideally suited for almost any food, beverage, or companion animal application, Ganeden BC30 does not change or adjust the manufacturing process, has no effect on the taste or texture profile, and can easily be cleaned from the manufacturing plant. The efficacy of Ganeden BC30 is backed by over 20 published studies showing digestive, immune, and protein utilization support.
1, 2, 3.
Ganeden BC30
Test,
is a
test.
flexible fortification option as compared to more traditional probiotic strains. Ganeden works with its clients as a partner, taking special care to add value from initial contact to product launch and beyond. For more information on how to profit with probiotics, please visit GanedenProbiotics.com.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
We're back here at the Livestream Lounge. My name is Neil Martinez Belkin. I'm a staff writer here at BevNet, joined right now by Chameleon Cold Brew CEO Chris Campbell. Chris, thanks for joining us.
Happy to be here, Neil.
I feel like this morning has been like such a validation, as a continued validation, right? Every BevNet Live, I feel like I keep seeing it validated of the coffee category and cold brew on the whole, and you just got a little bit more validation with the Best of Award, which you missed. I guess I had to break the news here, but congratulations. I'll start with that.
Thanks. We're real happy. It makes 3 in a row for us, and so we're pretty excited.
Very cool. And this comes about, I guess, you guys launched the single serve RTD at Expo West 2014. Does that sound about right?
That's correct.
So how has that journey been since then, moving away from not moving away, sorry, but extending from the concentrate with a single serve, 10 ounce RTD?
It's been good. I mean, it was always a core part of our strategy. There's a lot of places where that product plays that our concentrate doesn't. They're both pillars of our business, so they're very, very important. That said, we've seen explosive growth in that area. We launched the 3 original flavors, vanilla, mocha, and plain black coffee, back in 2014, and then this year came to market with the winners for this one, which
In March,
is the
right?
espresso.
Yep.
Correct. Basically around Expo. The espresso, the Mexican, which has a lot of horchata notes to it, and then our chicory coffee as well. They started at Whole Foods, and then they have gone much broader than that since then.
Yeah, speaking of that growth and going broader, I know kind of recently it's been the move into Target, into Kroger. What can you tell us about kind of that expansion into more conventional channels and going beyond the natural channel?
It's going well. I mean, we're trying to be selective and strategic, but also recognizing, as you mentioned, the momentum behind what we do, and that these retailers want the products, so they're going to get it from somewhere, whether it's from us or from elsewhere. And we want to make sure that we get a quality product out there. We educate consumers about good cold brew versus something coming to market at a later date that may not be as quality. That's key for us. So we make some strategic decisions to say yes at a time when the playbook may say it seems early, but we're also having success. So our footprint at Target will be expanding significantly over the next 6 weeks. We'll be going into a handful of new conventional retailers as well that we're excited about. And we've got a lot of different products going into multiple channels relatively early for a brand our size and our stage.
Super cool. And yeah, I know you guys, I think in September or August, I'm trying to remember when it was, had a capital raise, and where are you kind of planning on deploying this cash infusion?
So short of me taking the money and going to Mexico.
Right.
Yeah. No, so obviously for us, there's a need for personnel. So we're certainly investing heavily in our people. We're getting the best in class across all positions. Next to that becomes production capacity, and then R&D and innovation. So we have some exciting things, I think, coming down the pipeline over the next 3 to 6 months that are the result of deploying some of that funding against the innovation pipeline that we already have in place.
Cool. Anything you ready to break some news here, or are you gonna?
Well, the Target is new news. So we do have a new item, is what I'll say, coming to Target in about 6 weeks. And then also we have a 1 gallon bag-in-box package available at select Costco's right now as well.
That's actually, I was going to ask you about the bag-in-box, which I remember hearing about a little bit.
It came out of food service for us.
Okay.
It was a food service pack.
Right.
And then we made it look a little bit better and brought the price to where we needed to be, shrunk the pack size, and that product is on the shelves now at select Costco's.
Awesome. Well, Chris, thanks so much for joining us today, and looking forward to kind of hearing more news from the brand as it comes together.
You bet.
All
Thanks,
right.
Neil.
Yeah.
All right. Bye-bye.
So next up here, we have Amy DiBianca. If Amy looks familiar, you may have seen her, you might remember her from such shows like Desperate Housewives and ER, and where else? I was looking over the list earlier, but I can't remember.
Oh my gosh. I've been on Private Practice. I've been on all the CSIs, Without a Trace. I just did 2 episodes of a new show called Code Black. That's on CBS. I don't know, pretty much any primetime drama where someone gets beaten up or hurt or run over by a train or bloodied, and then they have to cry. I'd say I'm your girl. I'm your girl.
Well, today, Amy's actually here with us as the co-founder of Leaf and Love Lemonade. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your brand story?
Okay, well, Leaf and Love Organic Lemonade is a creation that my best friend from 8th grade and I made when we had kids. And our pediatricians told us, don't give them fruit juice. Even 100% fruit juice is metabolized by the body like sugar, like taking a candy bar and sort of injecting it into their veins in a lot of ways. And it seems very odd because it seems like 100% fruit juice is really, really healthy, but there's a high sugar content, and it's just not recommended. And then we realized as our kids got to be, 3 and 4 and 5, that they were being invited to birthday parties and play dates and any kind of venue that has kids has juice boxes, because kids are not just going to drink water. For the most part, they're not going to just drink water or milk for some kids. They're going to have juice boxes. So it was a reality that we realized was filled with this huge white space of nothing that was sugar-free but also organic, no chemicals, no aspartame, no Splenda, just something totally natural. So we spent a good 8 months of our lives and our own money and came together and we just created a drink that was for our own kids and then tested it among our friends and their kids. And a few months later, we had Leaf and Love Organic Zero Sugar Lemonade, and it's very exciting.
Very cool. And where can people find your product?
Right now, we're distributed on Amazon. We're one of the top sellers in our category. And also, we are in select retailers in Northern California, the natural specialty food stores, such as Andronico's or Draeger's, Molly Stone's. We're also in all the Nob Hill stores and Rayleigh's stores as well. So we're just getting started, but that's where we are right now.
Awesome. Yeah, it's funny seeing kind of the trends that are of, the health-conscious consumer that are kind of permeating across the food and beverage industries, and now they're kind of passing them on to their kids, and you're seeing that kind of in the success of like Honest Kids or Drazzle and a brand such as yours. I'm curious, where do you see your brand kind of within this space of these like healthier children's beverages?
So what we are doing is we're extending our flavors past just the original lemonade, and we're going to have other flavors that kids can throw into their backpacks or lunch boxes and moms can throw into their purse. And then we plan to become an all-family beverage, something that, because so many parents are letting us know that they're stealing their kids' Leaf and Love and they can't keep it in the refrigerator because they're drinking it for themselves. But when you see people in their 40s and 50s and older walking around with a juice box, it's very sweet, but it's I don't know how well that's going to take off among all adults. So we're definitely going to start expanding into the all family, adult and kids, and really focus on the highest quality ingredients, organic, zero sugar, but really, really flavorful.
Speaking of expanding, I know that you guys are ready to kind of embark on your first kind of capital raise. Yes. What can you tell me about that, and what can you tell me about where you're looking to kind of deploy once you do raise some funds? Where you're looking to kind of deploy those resources?
Yes. So I've been told I can't go into the specifics yet about the people involved with our capital raise.
Sworn to secrecy.
And for legal reasons, I'm not allowed to. But yes, we are beginning our seed round. We've been completely self-funded until now. And basically what we're doing is expanding our brand from Northern California through Southern California and the Pacific Northwest and then outward. And that's going to take, obviously, resources to roll out those new flavors, to move, east from the West Coast, and also, to really market the product and hit it out of the park by getting the social media on board, by, getting more demos in the stores. We didn't start demoing until in October. October was the first time we ever demoed our product. We put money aside to do that, and we sold 40 units they're in an 8-pack. We sold 40 units in 3.5 hours, which is way more than we would normally sell, like in a 1-month period in a store. And that told us that this is a product that when people try it and they hear about it and they look at it, they will buy it. And so now it's time to get the story out there more expanded.
Well, here we are telling the story. Amy, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. It's so great to be here.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Neil.
All right, I'm going to jump in here with Neil. My name is Chris. I'm the editor of Brewbound, our sister website. Neil, how do you think the day is going so far? I mean, what's really stood out to you here?
What has really, I'm seeing kind of like all these categories that I'm hearing about and writing about on a daily basis, and you're seeing them kind of really come to life from the ground up, and you're seeing what these brands, as they did in the new Beverage Showdown, it's time to kind of prove it, and it's fun to see, there's a lot of ideas and that are interesting and innovative and breaking ground, but it's cool to see them kind of go and have to present in front of people that are going to say to them, well, is this going to work? Is this going to sell? Because, there's so much stuff that is an interesting concept, but you need to prove that it's going to work out in the market.
Yeah, I mean, there are some pretty interesting brands up there too. I mean, I was pretty surprised to see the 6 finalists. Did anything kind of stick out to you or surprise you from the 6 that were picked?
Let's see.
I mean, I noticed there was like that bitters company. Was it 1861 bitters?
Right.
That was pretty or 1821.
I think so.
They were actually pretty interesting. I mean, I didn't expect to see something like that get through because it is sort of, it is pretty unique, and it's something totally different that we don't normally see at BevNet Live.
Right, and I'm curious actually as to your perspective, because though you work on craft beer and not like hard liquor and mixers, it is kind of a little bit more in your wheelhouse. On the whole, are you seeing products like that? And because I assume you're a little bit more familiar with them than me, kind of find success in the market?
Yeah, I mean, I think people are looking for craft products. They're looking for things that are unique. Consumers are really just thirsty for any kind of beverage products, be them non-alcoholic, craft beer, spirits. They're really looking for super unique brands that can be identified. I think that's the type of thing that can play pretty well. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how they do in the finals. It certainly seemed like the judges liked it, but maybe it was just the bourbon.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, I'm going to go find our next speaker. Neil, you're going to have to kill some time here.
She's right there, isn't she?
I think. Oh, there she is. Okay. All right. Well, come on up over here. Austin Vega from Malk Organics.
August Vega.
Oh, August Vega.
August, Austin, it'll work.
August, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
It's been a good morning for you guys so far.
It's been an amazing morning.
So
just unbelievable.
You've advanced to the finals of the New Beverage Showdown.
Yes.
And you just won a Best of award for Best Non-Carbonated Beverage.
Indeed.
What else is going well today?
I'm not sure if I'm having a good hair day, but the other two really kind of overcome that. So I'm just overwhelmed. I know, everyone back home that's involved with Malk, there's a lot of moving parts, and I know that they're all just overjoyed that all of our hard work is really, people notice, so it's amazing.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be paying off. One thing that I was kind of familiarizing myself with the brand this morning when you guys were presented. I'm curious, when you kind of introduced the newer, and I think they're newer, line extensions like with coffee and then maple previously and vanilla. Why pecans versus one of the cashew milks or the almond milks that you had in your lineup?
Well, we're based out of Texas,
Right.
and pecans are a native, nut, and so we've really received a lot of attention over our pecan milks, in that they're a healthy beverage. If you look at the list of ingredients, there's nothing that stands out as harmful. And yet people are saying, it tastes like melted pecan ice cream. So I think when you got something like that, where it's actually good for you, but people are going crazy over it, you kind of want to keep that momentum going.
Totally.
And it just so happens that pecan milk pairs just amazingly with coffee. So it was kind of a no-brainer for us.
That's great. And, we've seen there's the nut milks and plant-based milks is proving to be kind of a growth category, but you guys seem to really be bringing innovation to it, combining it with cold brew coffee and utilizing high-pressure processing. What do you think is kind of your, niche within that broader nut milk space?
I think we're at a good price point where there are some really elite nut milks out there, but we've really tried to keep things at a price point where everyone can afford it. And by using HPP or high pressure process, it's just the freshest milk you can taste, so it just puts us in a really good position, especially during demos. People are really shocked when they taste it. They go like, wow, this is actually different.
Right.
I get that there's no carrageenan and all that, whether they understand what that means or not. But when they taste it, they go, wow, this is different, so.
Totally. And, that experience you describe, it's so funny. I hear that so much just kind of on the high pressure processing technology, whether I'm talking about HPP coconut water or in your case with the cashew milk. It's really incredible to see kind of brands utilizing this technology and what they've been able to do with it.
It's amazing. I think that's just going to continue to grow. Every beverage that I've personally tasted that's been HPP'd versus heat pasteurized, it's just a world of difference. So I think that's just going to continue to grow and grow into other types of beverage lines.
That's great. You want to give us a look into what you've got for tomorrow when you go back to the finals for the New Beverage Showdown?
Elaborating more on what we had for 2 minutes. We've
Right.
got a full 5 minutes tomorrow. So there was a lot of practice in the last week of just trying to condense everything into 5 minutes, but really more about, where we've come and how we've gotten there, but really where we plan to take the company.
Awesome. Well, August, I'm so happy that you could join us here, and congratulations
Thank you
on your
so
wins,
much.
and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much. This has just been amazing. Thank you.
Likewise. So we've got our managing editor Ray Latif. They're putting the microphone in his ear, or the earpiece in his ear now, and our next speaker is ready as well. We want to thank our sponsor for the Livestream Lounge, McLean Design. And yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
I don't know. What did you guys think? Oh,
So actually, we're
is
going
that-
to interview.
looks like we're ready.
Yes,
Ray?
I'm coming on.
All right.
Yes. All right. Thanks. Trade mics. Yes. Can you trade mics? There you go. All right. The transition begins. That was great. I know Neil did a great job on the Livestream Lounge, but now back to me, and we have Beth from SIP. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Beth Wilson is the founder and CEO of SIP, Eco Beverage Company. You guys market a range of premium and organic sodas, if you want to call them sodas these days. What do you call them?
We call them soda just because I think people resonate with that, because it is lightly sweetened and it's carbonated, so it falls into that category. Although I think we're trying to sort of break the traditional mold of soda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you guys started out, how many years ago was it?
5 years ago.
5 years ago, and you've made a ton of distribution gains since, including a recent test at Starbucks.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we're very excited about it. We've actually, I think it's kind of just, we're just kind of in there now because it's been a while. We got in at the end of the summer, and it's been going really well. So we're in about 100 stores in Southern California right now.
Now, what was the interest? I mean, did they approach you? Did you approach them?
They approached us, and I think it was to try to bring something different into Starbucks. I think they're getting away, in my opinion, from their own branded products and trying to bring in specialty products that they can offer to their customers, like something unique and different and not traditional.
One of the things that's been non-traditional about your brand is you guys introduced a new blood orange soda, which is a big hit in our office. It's got a little bit of jalapeno in it, gave it a kick, and we talked about it in our recent cover story called Something Spicy. Spice attacks the beverage aisle. What really got you to the point of saying, we can actually put something that's really not really spicy, but that kick of spice in a soda, where not many people have ever encountered something like that.
Yeah, I think it's actually because of my love of margaritas. It seems like all the flavors of SIP stem from my love of cocktails. So something related like the mojo berries, like blackberry, mint, and lime, sort of based on a mojito.
Yep.
And I love margaritas, and I was drinking margaritas with blood orange juice and just like a slice of jalapeno in it.
Yep.
And so I kind of just sort of translated that into a new flavor for SIP.
Well, it's really good.
Thank you.
Now, how do you market? Do you market your brand as being a cocktail mixer as well? Because you're starting to see a lot of premium soda companies and premium sparkling beverage companies say, hey, you know what? Our product isn't just good for refreshing drinks, it's good for alcoholic drinks, which I guess would be somehow refreshing sometimes too. But how are you positioning your product as a cocktail mixer? Or at all? Are you at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think we do. It's not really the niche that we're kind of going after,
right.
But it's kind of like a soda alternative that can also be a cocktail mixer. So I think, in my mind, I think of it as more of like an entertaining beverage, because people can have it that don't drink alcohol, and it's like a cocktail in a bottle, or you can mix it. Kids drink it as well because it's a great soda alternative. But we do find that when we're at trade shows sampling SIP, pretty much every other person that comes up tries it, says, this would be great with some vodka.
I haven't done that yet, but I can only imagine. We have time for one more question. I want to talk to you about your new can line.
Yeah.
I remember, I think it was at it was at Fancy Food Show in New York, actually, I think.
Yeah.
You guys showed two different versions of the can. Have you decided on which one, and when are we going to see those in the market?
We have finally decided. We went back and forth. We were going with the silver. Now we're going with the more colored pattern.
Okay.
And we're planning to launch at the end of March.
Very cool. Well, looking forward to seeing that. Expo West, are we going to see those there?
We're hoping, but
you never know.
You know how that
you
goes.
Never know. The beverage industry is full of surprises.
Yes.
Yeah. Beth, thanks so much for being with us. Good luck in the rest of the future, and we'll see you very soon.
Thank you.
All right, I can take your mic. And we're just going to go to a quick commercial real quick. We'll be back in 40 seconds. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. I'm Ray Latif, if you didn't know. We're with John Craven, the CEO of BevNet, and we're here with Greg Fleischman, who's the CEO and founder of Purely Righteous Brands. Greg, thanks so much for being with us. Now, you had a I can't say kick-ass, can I? All right, I just said it. You had a kick-ass presentation yesterday at Beverage School session. Really good feedback on that. I mean, part of it was really educating these young brands about how to do marketing correctly and efficiently and at a budget that they can live with. Could you give some pointers to our audience on that subject?
Yeah, I think the first one is understand who you are as people. At an early stage, the brand's personality is a reflection of the people that work on it, and everything flows from that. That house is built on who you are as people, what you care about, and how you want to change the world. That influences package design, website copy, collateral, and even the initiatives that you go about. When I was thinking and talking to somebody earlier today, and they were asking, like, when did they go to Safeway or when do they go to Target? And you have to understand who you are as a brand first before you do that, and that's the next phase. So what's your DNA? And then that tells you what type of consumer you're going to be targeting, and then that will impact the channel strategy. After that.
Now, you infused a lot of that line of thinking into the rebrand for Temple Turmeric, which used to be Temple, I'm forgetting the name of it almost now.
It's Turmeric Elixir of Life,
Turmeric
and we took out the R.
Yes, it was missing an R. And BevNet awarded that the best product revamp of 2015. How involved were you in that process?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
But that was a classic example. So we brought out the brand's soul more fully with this brand name, this new brand name. So Daniel Sullivan, salt of the earth, a yogi, semi-committed to an active lifestyle, and the way that he treats his body is as a temple.
Right.
And so then the new brand name flowed right out of who he is as a person, and we didn't have to force it at all. So Temple, honor your body, is what that brand is all about, and now we materialize that through this new name, and it's getting some really positive feedback. We're excited.
Yeah, I know, John, you really like the revamp. I mean, I know you liked the brand beforehand, too. It's interesting, talking to Greg about, Temple as something that can go beyond just turmeric beverages, too. And I know you had some questions about that for him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question really is, like, what else could it be? I mean, you're someone who's connected to and into all the sort of bleeding edge stuff. I mean, what else do you do with a brand like that? Is it more beverages, food, like?
So the brand in of itself is trying to find more delightful delivery systems for turmeric. So turmeric is one of the easiest ways to manage an inflammation response, positive inflammation response. And as we're finding out now, managing inflammation in the body is a fast track to overall wellness and optimized wellness. So we would continue to find other ways to boost the bioavailability of turmeric in different formats. So you have the elixirs, which are juice-based, and then you've got the milks, and then who's to say we don't come out with other options? Could be savory, could be sparkling, you never know.
Guess we have to wait and see, huh?
We'll have to wait and see. And then how do you, the whole idea of ingredient synergies, there are other things that you can pack around that can enable a better digestive system, that can make it easier to get turmeric into your blood system faster and at a higher level. And so we are really looking at those symbiotic ingredients that are out there. Now there's some amazing botanicals and herbs that you can find that nobody's ever thought of. One would be Mucuna as an example. I don't want to build a brand around Mucuna seed. It's a southeastern herb. It calms the body so it can heal itself. It's right now in the pure fire cider. But I don't know that we want to be thinking about building independent brands under Temple, sub-brands that just have one marquee ingredient around it. Like the idea of offering other ways that can enable a better way to take in turmeric.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like that?
Sounds good to me.
Now, your ingredient is a proprietary ingredient. It's the Awana turmeric. You guys have branded that.
Yeah.
I mean, how much of that are you going to keep for your own beverages, and are you going to start supplying it to other brands as well?
We're exploring that. We just converted a portion of the farm in Hawaii over to biodynamic that we keep for ourselves, but we also have supply that we can put into non-competitive categories.
As long as they're using the Awana turmeric.
As long as they're using the branding for it, it's a one-of-a-kind a varietal of turmeric, and if we're going to supply it with the extra capacity that we have, it will have to be branded.
Okay.
And we've got a couple of brands that have in other snacks and non-liquid based categories that are looking for that, and it's something we're going to explore in 2016 for sure.
Cool. Let's talk quickly about one of your favorite aspects of BevNet Live. That is the New Beverage Showdown, of which you are a judge tomorrow for the finals.
Oh, geez, really?
Yeah.
I hope
that's crazy.
We have two judges.
I hope a couple of them made it through the semifinals.
Well, did you see the semifinals, or were you buzzing around?
I did see the semifinals.
Did you like the picks for what you're going to see tomorrow?
I think there was one I wish would have made it through.
Which was?
Well, tell me one of the ones that I don't want to speak right now about that. I'd rather leave it a mystery because those people will hunt me down.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about tomorrow in terms of the judging. You've been a judge before. What stood out for you in terms of the brands that have won and gone on to victory?
I think about Rao, which was over the summer. They're taking a category and turning it on its head, and they've been evolving. The idea of reinventing a chocolate milk. So you've got Nesquik, you've got Yoo-hoo. They've found an innovative way to leverage HPP technology, direct sourcing of cacao, in a format that's pleasing, and they can extend that for days and really take over the chocolate milk category. So they did it all right. The core proposition, the whole story behind the brand, and then how it got expressed through the packaging, and then the liquid itself was pretty delightful. So I think they nailed it. I think Health-Ade was another one where you're like, how do you win in a kombucha category that's dominated by this juggernaut? And sometimes you're like, well, who needs another kombucha? I think they did it. They are one of the best tasting kombuchas out there. Great story in terms of how it's made. And then I think they brought a new aesthetic in terms of design that makes it more appealing. When you go to a Vons, they're now in Vons, it looks like it's something that would appeal to a broader audience from a design standpoint. And historically, most of the kombucha brand design has been a little hippy-dippy, and that will polarize and be too extreme for that broader set of consumers. So right. I think when we look at these brands, we say, are they commerciable today? Are they ready? And Health-Ade, that thing was built for speed. It could go into Target and Costco and all the other outlets right from that award show.
So think about that from the beginning. How is this brand going to scale and make that a big part of your business plan?
Yeah, exactly.
I think, unfortunately, we're at...
And I would say out of that, sorry, Ray, was think of the end in mind.
Yeah.
You have to think about what's in front of you, what's 5 feet, but have a longer range view, and that will impact things like brand design.
Very interesting.
Cool.
Really, really good talking to you, Greg. Some outstanding advice for our live stream viewers, and can't wait to see you tomorrow and on that judging panel.
Can't wait. It's my favorite part.
All right, outstanding. Well, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
And please give your mic to our next guest, who is coming up right now. Oh, almost. We're going to actually have to push these chairs down a little bit, I just found out, actually. But so, yeah.
Oh, it's a little tight.
No.
A little tight.
Yeah, you're fine.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You want me to move?
Yes, these are the perils of a live stream. You gotta
move some chairs.
You gotta move some chairs on the fly. All right.
Welcome.
Up next, Adam Hurdle, the man, the myth, the legend, the myth, the man, the vice president of sales and natural sales. I'm gonna try that one more time. Vice president for natural and grocery in terms of sales for Ito North America. How are you?
Doing great.
Good.
Happy to time the interview right after the big award.
You won a big
honored.
award,
Yeah.
yes. Congratulations on the big award. Best tea or tea-based beverage for BevNet's Best of 2015. That's Matcha Love is the name of the brand that's name of the product that won the award. And I think one of the most interesting things about it is we saw a matcha beverage up there today on stage. We've seen other attempts and takes on matcha. But Matcha Love has this mainstream kind of appeal to it. How much of that went into the development of the brand?
Yeah, I think that we really steered the brand towards trying to make it scalable and trying to make it extendable as far as having an umbrella of products that we can continue moving forth with. We didn't just want to make it a ready-to-drink brand. We didn't just want to make it a PET or a can brand. So really being able to extend it out and have some longevity there with watching the different categories, the different spaces that we can move into with the brand. And it's so far been working out really well.
Great, and you have different kinds of, Matcha Love is actually a platform or it's a vertical within the Ito portfolio, but you have a lot of different varieties that you market with the Matcha Love brand.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. So we have the formerly the Whole Foods exclusives and the 3 SKUs, which are the Matcha Love Organic, the ready to drink, 16.9 ounce, currently in the traditional vanilla and ginger format. Then we have the smaller shots, which are a little bit more of kind of your clean energy, if you will, in a sweetened and unsweetened format. And then we also are now launching a variety of ceremonial tins, culinary powders, and some stuff that's more on the non-RTD side.
So for the RTD side, which is what the award was given for, where is it distributed right now?
So right now, in majority of the Whole Foods regions, I believe 7 of the Whole Foods regions that came off exclusive in October, and after the 6-month exclusive was up, we're now moving it into mainstream distribution across, letting it go wherever it can.
Okay.
So right now we're in the process of getting into Sprouts, actually going into Sprouts nationally in April, and then a variety of other regional players as well.
Interesting. And let's talk a little bit about. I'm sorry, John, I cut you off here. You wanted to? I'm asking too many questions.
I was just going to ask about matcha in general, and just I think we had this conversation. I feel like earlier in the year, just about all that was going on with matcha, as a category. I guess we should call it that now. What's your feeling just on kind of where it's at and what we're going to see next year? Obviously we even had a brand up there in the new Beverage Showdown. There's still plenty coming to market, so.
Yeah, I think I remember the conversation. I guess it was a year ago here, maybe back at Expo West, and I think we still were kind of saying bleeding edge, to use the terminology for matcha. And I feel like since those conversations, it's become a little bit, more than that, which is great news for us. And, I subscribe to the theory as well that, the more kind of entries that we get in the category, it strengthens all of our positioning, kind of the, the rising tide theory. So I think it's great to see in the new Beverage Showdown, those other folks that are out there, different, deliveries, whether it's the matcha packets and the other ready-to-drink stuff. So it's becoming, I think, I don't want to say mainstream, but it's certainly becoming more familiar. We're getting a lot of buyers that are coming to us and saying, my customers, my dietitians are saying, I need to get matcha. By the way, what is matcha? And so, we're doing the education, but they still know they need it. So it's kind of a unique position to be in, but certainly there's awareness, and I think all of the press has really been helping.
Is it like displacing green tea at all? I feel like that's one of those things that there'll always be somebody launching a green tea beverage, and honestly, I don't know the last time I saw that.
Right. I don't think it is. I think right now it's kind of in that space where it's being able to be a little bit of a chameleon between the HPP space and the perishable, and also what we're doing from more of a shelf-stable perspective. So I don't think it's going to get to a point, at least not in the foreseeable future, of displacing green tea. But I really think it's finally brought some innovation, I guess some sexiness to the category in terms of really breathing some new life into the green tea category and tea in general. Which I think was a reason, hopefully, for the award today, that we're kind of owning that space, and it's really rejuvenated the category, and I think that's great.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. One interesting thing about Matcha Love you mentioned was that it's shelf stable. At least the RTD products right now are shelf stable. But everyone wants to be in the cold box. Everyone wants to be in the perimeter of the store. Everyone wants to be refrigerated. You working with some of the buyers at all these different retailers. What's your approach to saying, hey, this belongs in the cold case. We want to be in the cold case. What does it take to get there?
Yeah, it's a really great question. It's something we've had a lot of internal dialogue about with the sales team. And one of the things we're seeing with the shots or the Matcha Love cans is that it's being merchandised, for example, in Whole Foods regions in that cold brew end cap cooler, and it's really helping. We're seeing that the pull through is a lot heavier. So what we're looking at now is some strategies to potentially do some labeling tweaks on the organics to look at how that can be more of a refrigerated product, and at least call that out more visibly and a little bit more loudly on the label. But we know that's going to be improved movement for us when we can get into that space. And I think it's also just an issue of it tastes better, and as we get more of that on the go impulse buy at Whole Foods, it's going to be a better position.
Okay,
nice.
Yeah. One more quick question about coffee. So J Street Coffee is the coffee brand that you guys represent, and then recently this year ETON bought Distant Lands Coffee for a pretty big number. I think it's $160 million. And I think earlier this year we were wondering, what's going to come out of that deal for RTD. What do you guys work on? What's in development? I know there's some things you may not be able to tell me, but how far along in development are you for that?
Yeah, no, we have made some progress. It's been almost a year already. It was January. So right now we're in the process of continuing to sell J Street actively. J Street's really with a new extra rich and the shots, continuing to get placements. So we're pushing the J Street line and getting new placements on it and a lot of national retailers and regional players. In the meantime, kind of in the back end right now where we are is we're looking at how to kind of combine the synergies with the vertical integration, the supply side, support that we have with Distant Lands, and looking at a new branded coffee line probably in late 2016.
RTD?
RTD, most likely. Yeah. So looking at where the white space is based on everything that we're hearing here, and doing a lot of kind of research right now in terms of what that'll look like. But we have a general idea and framework of what that would be.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting for a company like Ito Wen, which is so established at this point, trying to find the white space, trying to find that innovative stuff, and coming here and seeing some of that innovative stuff. I mean, it's hard to keep up with, I'm sure.
It is, yeah, and I think we're seeing a lot of these, really well-respected, great brands, doing amazing presentations, and what we're looking at now is we know we have the expertise in the supply side with Distant Lands. We know we have amazing sourcing, and we're going to look at how we can really key in on that, the vertical integration, and telling an authentic story, kind of from source to bean sort of thing. So hopefully that's where we're headed.
Very, very cool. Exciting stuff from Ito Wen and exciting stuff from Adam Hurdle. I always love seeing you, as you probably know, and I really appreciate you taking the time to be with us on the Livestream Lounge.
Awesome. Likewise. Glad to be here.
Thanks
guys.
so much, and congrats on the win.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, John.
All right, we're going to move on to Rexius. I think, John, you're going to have to, unfortunately, trade your mic in.
It's all right.
Because
See
we
ya.
got two
Give him the boot. Here you
All
go,
right.
Chuck. How's it going? Good. All right.
Right now, we have the folks from High Touch Distribution. Good to see you guys. How are you?
Doing well.
Good to see you as well.
Chuck and Czar, the founders of High Touch Distribution, which is based in Southern California, and you guys distribute a lot of these early stage brands and entrepreneurial brands that are up and coming in this area. Including a few of these that you saw at the show, including some of the folks that we're going to talk to today. So, but before we do that, can you talk a little bit about your portfolio and who's involved at this point?
So right now, the brands that we're selling we have like Forager juices, we have Revive kombucha, cold brew coffee. We do Seaworth. What else? We got
Genius Juice,
milk, Genius Juice.
Yep.
I think that's it for the beverages.
Okay.
That we're doing.
What are you doing for food?
For food, we're doing some private label stuff. We do like salads and some other like wraps and sandwich type items, but more on like private label side, no really branded.
So what is your approach to building your portfolio of products?
We try and pick one per category. We don't like to, we have strong brand partners as far as Forager's Project and Revive is concerned, so we're not exactly actively pursuing other kombuchas or juices in that stairs, and then build those brands up, get them comfortable, and then kind of look for other places in the store. We go around the stores and we look for things that are moving and stuff like that.
But so don't duplicate. But what's the criteria for getting on your trucks?
Stuff's got to sell. I mean,
Okay.
it's got,
Sure.
We're looking at hot categories. I think too, having good partnerships is the key to any success in any business, and so it's not only the category and the brand. And, we really look at the partners, and we're not in a hurry. We really want to partner with the right people and grow with our partners.
Yeah.
And so I think we look at early category stuff, and I think one learning is we really want to focus on what our customers want,
right?
What the Whole Foods of the world and the other retailers, instead of really going out there and sourcing new stuff and then trying to turn around and sell it. I think that the different approach is really trying to understand what the need is in the market, what our customers are looking for, and then really trying to hone in and find that right partner in that category. It's kind of a different approach versus just trying to nab an early new category.
Well, I mean, we heard that quite a bit on stage, and in Beverage School yesterday, which is, you're not just, the partnership isn't just about the brand or the product. The partnership is between the entrepreneur and everybody else as well. And Chuck, that from having launched a company called Pitaya Plus. And you were in the beverage space for a short amount, the RTD beverage space for a short amount of time. But how's Pitaya doing?
Pitaya's doing great. We're really excited. We're launching 800 Jamba Juices in January, which has been a huge deal for us.
Now this is the frozen.
So we just sell the fruit. So we sell the frozen smoothie packs.
Okay.
And that is something that's taken us literally 2 years of getting our production facility down in Nicaragua authorized, audited, and up to Jamba's quality standards, because obviously they're a publicly traded company and they have a lot of exposure.
And as far as the RTD part of it, I know it's something that you shut down in 2013. Looking back on it, is it something that might have been ahead of its time?
I think it was ahead of its time. What we were in that retail space, and then we kind of totally switched gears and went into food service and started hitting all these juice bars. And we were so fortunate because these juice bars did such a great job of educating our customers for us, because you go to your same juice bar every day, you walk in there, hey, what's new? We've got pitaya. What's pitaya? Oh, it's this fruit that comes from Central America, so on, etc.
Yep.
And so then once we built up, we have a good network of probably 1,000 different juice bars that we're selling to now, from Hawaii to New York. All those customers are starting to go to the retailers, hey, do you guys carry pitaya? And so then we had a little more of a better resume with the retailers, and now we launched Safeway, about 1,000 locations a couple months ago, and now we're getting that pull because people learned about it in the juice bars.
Yeah, so innovative ingredients are something that we saw in the new Beverage Showdown today. You see it in the sample coolers. How do you guys identify potential for innovative ingredients in beverages at this point, like a pitaya, for example?
As far as what we're looking for at High Touch?
What you're looking for at High Touch, and what you think is viable on the market.
I just asked my wife. She pretty much knows everything.
That's a good answer for everything. I just asked my wife, and she's watching right now.
Yes.
Hey, hon.
I walk in the kitchen. She's boiling up bone broth. What's bone broth? Now we need a bone broth.
Did that really happen?
Yeah, that's happening.
That's incredible.
And so that's just a small example, but really it's. We're out there. We're in the retailers.
Yep.
We're hitting every Whole Foods in Southern California, Arizona, and Nevada 3 times a week. We see what's moving. We have a great relationship with all our TSRs, our territory sales reps. Tell us what's moving.
Right.
And then tell us what category is moving. And so we kind of just develop it from there.
Yeah.
And we also love and eat the food. I mean,
sure.
we're in this health food business to be moving good food and also bring that type of stuff home to our family and keep tabs on our own health. And so we're kind of always educating ourselves on what's going to be hot and what we want to eat. And if that can translate into our business, it's sort of kind of is just all wrapped up together, just knowing what trends are coming, what's more fad, what's more kind of going to stick.
Right.
The best way to find out is to try it yourself, to eat it, to do your own research when you see these things. And I think we do a little bit of that by default, just by eating natural foods and trying to be in this space.
Well, it's on trend for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Outstanding. Well, thanks so much for coming by, guys. I really appreciate it. Czar.
Absolutely.
Chuck, good luck, and we'll see you at the rest of the conference. Thank you. All right, transition once again. Now we're going to bring up our, come on up, We have Carol Ortenberg, who's the editor of Project Naj, my colleague, and Tatiana from CPR. CPR stands for?
Cold Pressed Raw.
Cold Pressed Raw. Talk about on trend.
Yeah.
You guys are based in Miami, and you're a cold pressed juice company.
Correct.
Yes. Now, we were talking earlier, just in the conference hall. You guys don't just make your own brand; you co-pack for other brands.
Correct.
What's that business like? How's that going right now?
It's going really well. It's something that happened very naturally, as I had a really good relationship with a lot of my competitors, and we realized that if we started buying together and purchasing together, we were going to be more efficient. And most people hated making the juice, and I actually really liked it. And to me, that was a strength of mine. So we've been able to work with a lot of people and grow both things simultaneously. So we have our line of cold pressed juices, and then we actually do all the manufacturing, co-packing. We have our HPP machine, and it's all under one roof.
That's pretty amazing, actually. I mean, there's a lot more co-packing going on in cold pressed juice for sure. But when did what was the foresight like in terms of, hey, this could be a viable business, not just, opening our own facility, not just for our brand, but for, incremental revenue?
Well, we realized that all roads led to HPP. And that we were going to have to buy the machine. So when we bought the machine, it was a matter of making sure we utilized it as much as possible. And so by working with other people, we were not only bringing our costs down, we were bringing their costs down.
Okay.
And just having really good relationships with everybody else out there.
And
Carol?
do you think having your own brand helps you be a better co-packer? Has it taught you anything about the business?
Absolutely. I understand a lot of the different challenges that a company would have in terms of logistics, efficiencies, inventory management, etc. So by having been there doing the juices from day one and seeing what their different challenges are, I was able to help other companies.
Yeah, I mean, on the food side, you're starting to see a lot of different snack companies start to HPP their products. Are you starting to do some of that too, as well?
We are open to it. Our focus is the juice. I do think that there are some opportunities for things like guacamole and other foods, but we're mainly focused on, we have our hands full with cold pressed juice and other beverages.
Let's talk about your branding for a second. CPR is a name that a lot of people, I'm sure, know. It's something that just jumps out at you.
Yeah.
How did you decide on the name CPR? I mean, cold pressed raw obviously is something that people in the industry know all about, but for you guys and for your customers, why did you choose that?
We had a board with 1 million different names, and I bought a ton of domains, and it's the one that clicked and that I liked the most, and we ran with it.
Very cool. What is your domain name?
coldpressedraw.com.
That's a pretty good one. Holy crap.
Amazing. We have a bunch of other domains as well.
Oh, yeah? Okay, great. So tell us a little bit about your brand, in terms of your products and where they're sold. Miami, I know that, but up here in the or in Southern California and up in the Northeast, when are we going to see it there?
Hopefully soon enough. We just launched about 3 weeks ago in Winn-Dixie. We're Winn-Dixie's first cold pressed juice company.
Okay.
And we are in Miami International Airport, and we're in an Equinox in Brickell in Miami, and little by little we're growing, and I think Winn-Dixie has been a really big push and something really exciting for us.
Yeah, certainly, a conventional retailer, a conventional grocer, I mean, that for an early stage or at least a smaller cold pressed juice brand, I mean, it says a lot about what conventional grocers are looking for these days.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of a test for them, and the results have been great. And we're trying to bring the price point down. Our juices are certified organic, and we're just, we're at a $7.99 price point. Hopefully we can even bring that down more. But.
Sure. Last question before we go to break. How's the show going for you?
Great. I love being here. I can't get enough of all the different products I can taste. I love the industry. So there's some great people that I've met and great products that I've tasted, and I love it.
How big is your bag of beverages that you're going to take back?
It's really big. It's really, really big.
Great. Well, maybe some of these brands will end up co-packing with you pretty soon.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, please send us some product. Tell us more about your brand. Keep in touch. And thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, Tatiana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So it looks like that's all we have for this end of the Livestream Lounge. And come back and see us at the Expo Hour. We're going to be on stage at the Expo Hour around 3:30. So stay tuned. We're going to switch over to the breakout sessions. Once again, the live stream just keeps going. Keep watching. So much information we want to share with you. But for right now, thanks so much for watching Livestream Lounge, sponsored by McLean Design.
Congratulations. I'll start with that.
Ganeden is the premier innovator in probiotics. With an extensive library of published studies and more than 100 patents for probiotic technologies in the food, beverage, animal health, sports nutrition, and personal care ingredients markets, Ganeden remains at the forefront of probiotic research and product development. Ganeden BC30, Ganeden's patented food and beverage probiotic ingredient, is found in over 200 products around the world. The unique composition of Ganeden BC30 makes it the perfect ingredient for innovation in the food and beverage industry. Unlike most other probiotic strains, Ganeden BC30 is a spore former, which makes it highly stable and allows it to remain viable through most manufacturing processes, a 3-year shelf life, and the low pH of stomach acid. Ideally suited for almost any food, beverage, or companion animal application, Ganeden BC30 does not change or adjust the manufacturing process, has no effect on the taste or texture profile, and can easily be cleaned from the manufacturing plant. The efficacy of Ganeden BC30 is backed by over 20 published studies showing digestive, immune, and protein utilization support. Ganeden BC30 is a flexible fortification option as compared to more traditional probiotic strains. Ganeden works with its clients as a partner, taking special care to add value from initial contact to product launch and beyond. For more information on how to profit with probiotics, please visit GanedenProbiotics.com.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Ganeden is the premier innovator in probiotics. With an extensive library of published studies and more than 100 patents for probiotic technologies in the food, beverage, animal health, sports nutrition, and personal care ingredients markets, Ganeden remains at the forefront of probiotic research and product development. Ganeden BC30, Ganeden's patented food and beverage probiotic ingredient, is found in over 200 products around the world. The unique composition of Ganeden BC30 makes it the perfect ingredient for innovation in the food and beverage industry. Unlike most other probiotic strains, Ganeden BC30 is a spore former, which makes it highly stable and allows it to remain viable through most manufacturing processes, a 3-year shelf life, and the low pH of stomach acid. Ideally suited for almost any food, beverage, or companion animal application, Ganeden BC30 does not change or adjust the manufacturing process, has no effect on the taste or texture profile, and can easily be cleaned from the manufacturing plant. The efficacy of Ganeden BC30 is backed by over 20 published studies showing digestive, immune, and protein utilization support. Ganeden BC30 is a flexible fortification option as compared to more traditional probiotic strains. Ganeden works with its clients as a partner, taking special care to add value from initial contact to product launch and beyond. For more information on how to profit with probiotics, please visit GanedenProbiotics.com.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Ganeden is the premier innovator in probiotics. With an extensive library of published studies and more than 100 patents for probiotic technologies in the food, beverage, animal health, sports nutrition, and personal care ingredients markets, Ganeden remains at the forefront of probiotic research and product development. Ganeden BC30, Ganeden's patented food and beverage probiotic ingredient, is found in over 200 products around the world. The unique composition of Ganeden BC30 makes it the perfect ingredient for innovation in the food and beverage industry. Unlike most other probiotic strains, Ganeden BC30 is a spore former, which makes it highly stable and allows it to remain viable through most manufacturing processes, a 3-year shelf life, and the low pH of stomach acid. Ideally suited for almost any food, beverage, or companion animal application, Ganeden BC30 does not change or adjust the manufacturing process, has no effect on the taste or texture profile, and can easily be cleaned from the manufacturing plant. The efficacy of Ganeden BC30 is backed by over 20 published studies showing digestive, immune, and protein utilization support. Ganeden BC30 is a flexible fortification option as compared to more traditional probiotic strains. Ganeden works with its clients as a partner, taking special care to add value from initial contact to product launch and beyond. For more information on how to profit with probiotics, please visit GanedenProbiotics.com.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
As a small entrepreneur, you've likely only had to answer to yourself or a co-founder. But now you have a board and they want to know what you're doing, how you're doing it, and how you're going to be successful. We have a really stellar, wonderful panel to answer just these questions. Sort of leading this panel is Allan Murray, who's the CEO of Good Belly, probiotic beverage line, and he's also on several boards himself, including serving as chairman of the board at Sun Opta. Jeremy Halpern is a partner at Nutter, McLennan, and Fish, where he's the director of business development in the Emerging Companies Group. He's also on the board of directors for the Capital Network, Mass Ventures, and Pintly. And finally, Brad Barnhorn is on the board of directors for a slew of some of the hottest CPG brands, including Crave Jerky, Chameleon, Rhythm Superfoods, Health Warrior, Zola, and Kavita. So please welcome our panelists. And don't forget, if you have any questions, we'll come around at the end with a mic. But you can also tweet with the hashtag BevNetLive or email ask@BevNET.com. Thanks.
So I'll kick this thing off. With just talking about the internal stakeholders. So we have our external stakeholders, who would be your consumers, your customers, your distributors, maybe your bloggers, and the internal stakeholders being the board, the investors, employees, and your own management team. So that's what we're going to be focusing on now, specifically on the board and the management. I think the blurb that was sent out before with the program said how to make your life easy while dealing with the board. I've been in a couple of cases in the last 2 or 3 years where 3 or 4 of the board members didn't make their lives easy with the board. 3 or 4 CEOs didn't make their life easy. And when it goes wrong, it tends to go ugly and go ugly fast. And if your board members are also investors, it goes ugly fast and the CEO tends to lose. So focusing on this, getting this right is really important, just so that you're not firefighting and chasing down problems all the time. So the way we do that is we set strategic goals together with the management, then we present that to the board, and that happens around about this time of the year, because I seem to be constantly in these sort of what's next year's plans meetings at the moment. That's about the November, December agenda. From that stem your strategic priorities, i.e. these are the 5 or 6 things we're going to do to achieve that plan, to win. And then from that, we develop an operating plan. Once you have the operating plan together, you attach the metrics to that, and then, this is the easy part, all you need to do to report to the board is talk about the monthly dashboard against those strategic priorities. Because they've agreed this is what we're going to be doing, this is how we're going to measure success, and by measuring success with a monthly dashboard, they're kept informed all the time. So you're not meant to write all the detail down here, but a dashboard could look like this. It talks about revenue, it talks about profitability, and it talks about cash or cash burn. Those are the kind of the key things that boards are going to want to know about. We take it one step further than that, and we say, okay, of the 3 things we're going to do, we have a couple of retail indicators where we measure the natural channel, the grocery channel, and new accounts. And then we have our marketing indicators, which would talk about how many new consumers have we won. And then we have indicators on how long are people spending on our webpage, because that's another lead indicator of interest in the brand. And then a couple of business development activities where we'll have project 1, project 2, project 3, and we just put a dashboard up, what do you call those lights, like a green traffic lights or something? They're called different things in other English-speaking countries. So that's how we keep the board informed. Now, a lot of boards want to have a monthly call. I find that a pain, because you find yourself always prepping for discussions with the board, and then they always ask questions. And either they ask questions because they're really interested, or they ask questions because they're trying to pretend they're interested. Either way, it just costs work and time. So if you can keep them informed with a monthly dashboard, one line explaining each item, then you're saving yourself tons of work. Other boards that I'm involved in might even have a more frequent request for information. We'll get into that later. The way we run the company for the management and the board is not different at all. So you'll see we set the goals, we have the priorities, we have the operating plan. From the operator plan, key objectives, and those will be split over the different departments. Sales needs to get this many doors opened or launch the new product. Marketing needs to prepare the marketing plan and the collateral and the labels. And then we have a key objective meeting where we once a month hold each other accountable as a management team. And if what you're communicating within your management team is the same as what you're doing with the board, it's not double work, it's the same stuff. And then we have various sheets that we use to monitor this and keep our progress. But let's not forget the other really important internal audience, and that is our own employees. So once again, strategic priorities, operating plan, key objectives. Then what we do at Goodbelly is once a week, we have a what's up. Everybody in the company stands up and says, what's up? What's going on with their department? And you speak for 3 minutes or 5 minutes, and someone will tell you from accounts receivable that, Kroger finally paid their bill, and then someone else. Just basically, we're keeping each other informed about what's going on in the company. And then a monthly company meeting, and that's accompanied by the quarterly board meetings where straight after the board meeting, we call everybody together and we say, this is what we discussed in the board meeting. That way you keep the rumors and sort of people speculating about what's going on there, you keep that to a minimum by just answering these questions right away. That's all I have to say. Brad?
Jeremy, you next. Okay.
How's everybody doing? Let's try that again. How's everybody doing? Good. All right, excellent. We're post-lunch. More than one of us had more than one brownie.
Which brownie?
Yes. So Jeff Klineman, who's the editor-in-chief of BevNet, called me and said, can you present? I said, sure. Happy to present on all kinds of things around beverage. And he chose fiduciary duties. So I'm sorry in advance. Let's just take a quick poll. How many folks have a non-founder on their board at this point? Okay, so only a couple. So some of you, this is about preparation for what's it going to look like when people step onto your board. And for some of you, this is still going to be good practice for you. How many of you have co-founders? Okay, so there should already be some board meetings, even though it probably happens over beer at around 11 o'clock at night. 2 seconds on me. As Carol mentioned, I run the practice group at Nutter for food and beverage, specifically high growth food and beverage companies. We do that across a range of functions, and a lot of that is corporate governance work of helping people think about what's happening at the board and management level. All kinds of brands, tech companies as well that support the space. So we love this space. We're really passionate about it. And we work for some of these folks too, the big retailers and distributors. Just to give you a little bit of insight about me, I also run an investment group out of Boston called Edible Ventures Group. So we invest in companies and we think about what is it going to mean when we put money into a thing and we're going to sell on the board. So sometimes I'm thinking about it from the company perspective, helping them. Sometimes I'm thinking about it as an investor, so it gives me a little bit of a 360 view. So what does fiduciary mean? You hear it a lot. It means acting in the best interest of another person. And if you can't read that at the bottom, it says this fiduciary thing really complicates pillaging a corporation. What does fiduciary mean? It means that if you don't know anything else, it means that you have to kind of put your interest as a board member behind the interest of the company, right? And that's going to have a range of things that it's going to play out as we're going to see. But you all have fiduciaries in your life. You just may not know it. Anybody know who their fiduciaries are today? You have personal fiduciaries. I bet you almost everyone in here. How many people have a CPA file your tax returns? They are your fiduciary. They actually take a fiduciary oath as part of their accounting practice, right? They have to act in your best interests. Well, the same thing for board members. So 3 key principles: duty of care, duty of loyalty, duty of good faith. We're going to talk about what those mean. Duty of care: don't be an idiot. Okay? Duty of care is fancy Latin for don't be an idiot. What does that actually mean? It means that when courts assess whether or not you have satisfied your duty as a director or an officer of the company, they say, if you have made a decision in good faith, we'll see what that means in a second, and you are disinterested, we'll see what that means in a second, and if you act as a reasonable person should, after reasonable inquiry, the court is not going to second guess that judgment. Okay, so you have an investor, and the investor says, how could you possibly have thought it was a good idea to rebrand? That's stupid. Why would you ever have done that? And you say, we went out, we looked at the brands, we actually did a survey, we sat down with our marketing team, we made diligent inquiry into what this meant, and we made a decision. The court's going to say, you were entitled to make that decision. The investor doesn't get to second guess you just because the outcomes didn't go as they wanted. Theoretically, you're not even responsible for being grossly negligent in some states. Don't be the test case, right? Don't be the test case for like, well, we didn't really look at it, we just kind of tried a thing. Don't do that, right? It doesn't take a lot to satisfy your duties as a director and officer. It says, go be a reasonable person, go do your homework, go make a good decision, and then you're entitled to be wrong. What is the duty of loyalty? If you can't see the little icon there, we've made the don't backstab, right? What does that mean? It means that when you have to make a choice between your self-interest as a human being and the interest of the company, you have to prefer the company. What does that look like? Most of us in the food and beverage world wear multiple hats. For whatever reason, we all have ADD and we can't help ourselves. So if Brad is on 2 boards and those 2 companies are doing business together, he can't give one company a sweetheart deal for the other company. He would be breaching his fiduciary duty to the company, giving that extra special deal. He has to act as if it was on arm's length market terms, right? If you have a consulting hat and you are also a director, you can't pay yourself willy-nilly as a consultant. You have to do it on arm's length market terms. So no self-dealing. That's what no self-dealing means. What it also means, and this is where it gets complicated, is directors have to act in the best interest of all the stockholders. That seems obvious, right? Except for, how many of you have taken outside investment? Okay, so for those of you who have, 90+% of you have done so in a way where the investors get a special class of stock, usually called preferred stock. So they might have something called Series A preferred stock or convertible notes or some other thing. If they demand to be put on the board as part of that process, they can't act solely for the benefit of that class of stock. They have to now act for the benefit of all stockholders when they're wearing their board hat. So they can walk in the boardroom and say, I think that the company ought to do X, and that needs to go out to shareholder vote. And then they can step over here and say, but as a shareholder, I reject that, because as a shareholder, they're entitled to be completely self-interested. Director, for everybody, shareholder, can totally preference my own interest. Don't care about the rest of you, right? So how many of you own public stock, right? You get a little proxy from Microsoft, right? You can vote whatever way you want. You could vote, you could roll the dice and vote. It doesn't matter, right? You're not responsible to anyone when you vote as a stockholder. And so when you have this duty of loyalty thing, when it's implicated, when you have a transaction in which you might be benefiting personally or someone affiliated you might be benefiting personally, a court will judge those decisions by what's called the test of entire fairness, meaning they're going to look at it with hindsight and they're going to say, does this seem fair to all the corporation's stakeholders, to all the shareholders, or does it feel like you gave yourself something extra? You don't want to be in that situation. So what do you do about that? You disclose. You disclose, you disclose, you disclose. Anytime you think, not sure, a little weird, you raise your hand, you disclose. And that same should be true of your investor directors. Duty of good faith. This means the courts strangely try and peer inside people's heads and say things like, did you act with good intentions? Right? Really hard to judge, and it's not a technical duty, but we talked about in that duty of care context that you have to have acted in good faith, meaning if you wrote an email like, I'm going to screw these guys, right? That would come back to bite you. You would no longer be entitled to the reasonable protection, right? The reasonable business judgment rule defense that normally. But if you don't write that email, it's pretty hard for someone to peer into your head and figure out whether you were malintentioned or not. So we talked about board members are accountable to everyone. What does this mean practically for boards? Composition for early stage companies usually breaks down into one of these three scenarios. Either there's 2 founders and 1 investor at an early stage, 3 founders and 2 investor seats, or 3 founders, 1 investor seat, and 1 independent, plus or minus a board observer. This is, 95% of deals look like one of these alternatives. And so they're going to have some seat at the table. And interestingly, even though they may only have 1 seat, 1 vote, and typically in these things majority rules, they may have some special votes that say the company is not allowed to do these things unless that special investor director raises their hand and says yes. Right? So it's good to keep in mind that just because you're only giving them 1 seat out of 3 or 1 seat out of 5 or 2 seats out of 5 doesn't mean that they don't have special rights. You have to pay really close attention to the deal docs. More importantly, what do boards do? You hear a lot like, there's a board and they do stuff. What do boards do? Boards are really about big ticket decision making, right? They're in charge of decisions around finance, decisions around acquisition, or to exit the company, the hiring and firing of the CEO, typically the compensation of SVP or C-suite employees, the annual budget, which we just heard about, and granting equity compensation. So whenever you go to hire someone and you say things like, and we'll give you 2%, it turns out what you really mean is, we'll give you 2% subject to board approval. What does that mean practically? Because that's all nice legalese and stuff, but what does that mean practically? What should a board be doing? Well, yes, they should be setting policies and procedures, but you're tiny little companies, and you don't need a bunch of handbooks and lots of policies and procedures, but they should be setting the tone. The board should be helping the management set the tone of this company, right? What are our core values? What are the core principles? Ensuring financial resources, you just saw on the dashboard, right? Cash burn, where are we from a cash standpoint? Every single board meeting should include at least a few minutes where we talk about where do we run out of cash and what are we doing about that problem. Yes, the board's in charge of hiring and firing the CEO, but at the early stage, it should never be about that. It should be about how do we help the CEO? How do we coach them? How do we maximize you, the founder's talents? How do we get the most out of you? How do we encourage you? How do we challenge you to do new things? At some point down the road, typically in around the Series B, right, now we're starting to get into territory where someone may ask the question, are you the right person to be the CEO of this company? Do you have the skills to scale a business? Because the skills to start a business and the skills to scale a business are not the same. Yes, you're supposed to be setting executive compensation, that you should sit down with your board and have a candid conversation around what compensation looks like, but the real point of this is motivate the team. The board should be thinking about how do we motivate the team? Approve the budget and plan, you heard that, but again, it's not the CEO saying, here's my plan, and the board going, okay. The board should help challenge those assumptions. But read the board, read the bottom there. It's not about being this. You shouldn't have people on your board who are there to be the smart person in the room or to be a jackass or to make you feel bad. They should be someone who is helping you challenge your assumptions. They're bringing expertise to the table, but then a decision gets made and they should be there to support the CEO. If you ever get the insight, the little flag in the back of your head goes up like, I'm not sure these people are behind me, you have a dysfunctional board. That might be the worst thing to have happen to you is, as a CEO, to have a board that you feel that you don't trust each other. Just a small note, and then I'll stop talking, which is, any of you set up as benefit corps? Okay, we can skip that. Any of you set up as LLCs? Okay, it turns out all or none of this may apply to you. And I say that because LLCs are this weird beast, and it's whatever the hell the documents say is what's true. So in an LLC, you can waive fiduciary duties. No investor is going to let you do that, but gosh knows what that document might say. So read your documents. Typically, though, it will look something like this. And that's it. And around for questions.
Cool, so I'm Brad Barnhorn, and just a little context. So I tend to come on boards of companies when they're at that sort of $3 to $5 million level, roughly, maybe 3 to 10, When they've got past the initial point where it's founder driven and they begin to bring in outside investors, and the complexity of the business starts to increase dramatically. And so what Jeff Carroll asked me to talk a bit about was, as a board member, what is it I'm looking to see from a CEO and from a company as they begin to navigate that? So my slides are around that. So as I sort of just referenced, the key thing I'm looking for in a CEO is how do they manage just a much greater level of informational and organizational complexity? And understanding that in that process, there's new constituents that they're talking to. There's point number 3 here. There's board, there's investors, there's potentially lenders if you have a working capital line with the bank. There's other senior management you now need to really bring into the tent and have them understand what the business is about. In general, there's just a much larger set of functions and people to manage. And understanding how to take in information and look at your business as a portfolio. And it's fascinating. Everybody wants in life more choice, but a lot of CEOs struggle when they get the choices. And as you grow, when you're first starting out, you do what you need to do. It's like, we got this customer, we're going to ship them, end of statement. As you get to that $4, $5, $6, $7, $8 million level, you're confronted with a lot of choices. And the ability to think through and analyze the business from a portfolio perspective, understanding what a certain customer is for, or understanding my profitability, not just in general as one big ball, but what's my profitability by customer? What's my profitability by channel, by route to market, by market? Those are the decisions which good CEOs learn to make and manage. And that's how you start deploying capital effectively as you grow. So what I look for as I step onto board normally is sort of 4 areas of excellence I really want to help the company build on. And it ties back to what Allan was saying. It really is a loop that goes through planning, execution, analysis, and evolution. And the first step is that robust budgeting. It sounds really dry, but robust budgeting to me is about storytelling. I mean, when do you have a chance to sit there with a relatively blank piece of paper and say, here is my vision for this business. And here's how my belief about what my best products are, my best customers are, my best markets are. How can I turn that story into a set of financial projections that then give my team and empower them a chance to go out and really build the business? Teams that don't budget well and bring everyone in the tent in that process tend not to have clarity on what the objectives are. And if you don't know in the beginning what everyone's trying to achieve, it's very hard to measure it and get performance off of it. So robust budgeting isn't a dry thing. To me, it's a real chance to tell the story of your business for the 1 year, 2 year, 3 year period. Consistency and timely and financial reporting. Consistency is so key, whether it's for the board, whether it's for your team. What's really hard for me as a board member is when I get a monthly report 3 months after the month ends. Doesn't give me much time to really input on how to help change things. So getting in that real cadence of, 2 weeks after the month ends, you get out your financial reports, whether it's to your team, to your investors, to your board, is so critical. So that consistency and timeliness is awesome. The last 2 are all about how do you make decisions and create an environment for decision making and solving problems. The first one on your guys' right is financial tools for decentralized decision making. As you grow, you can't make a decision on every customer, but whether you should go in there or not, or if you should change merchandising or not as the CEO. When you have 100 customers in 20 markets and 50 employees, you have to build tools for them. And once again, building tools and building small Excel models to make decisions sounds dry, but when you're in a company where people can make decisions on the front lines, and you're the CEO of that business, and all of a sudden they're making the great decisions because you've thought through how to communicate what the objectives are in the business, give them tools to make the right decisions on trade spend or demo programs, that once again allows you the capacity to lead and scale the business. Along with that is how do you build the right tools for you, having decentralized the decision making, to really provide the oversight to make sure it's working. And that comes with having the right financial reporting systems, the right reporting structures up. And once again, if you do that, so if you're in a situation where you're planning effectively, you're reporting consistently, people have tools to make right decisions in the field, and you have great opportunity as a CEO to see what's going on and make course corrections, that creates a really dynamic, scalable business. I'm going to show one other slide real quick. It's an eye burner, so don't get focused on what it is. But come on. No, what this is I'm going to give you a terminology which is crucial, what I look for in companies. So the word is segmented profitability. It goes back to a portfolio. The great CEOs understand where in the business they make money and where they don't. And going back to what Allan said, if you find yourself going to a board meeting and doing a bunch of special analysis for the board about, this customer's profitable, that customer's not, or that market is not, and that's not how you're managing your business day to day, you have a real disconnect. A board meeting should be no more than you communicating how you're doing business day to day. It should not be a special exercise to like survive. Oh my God. I mean, all my CEOs approach that as, oh my God, it's a board meeting. I got to make a bunch of slides. If you're doing the things day to day to understand the business at a deconstructed level. So once again, you have this big ball of revenue is 30 million, this ball of EBITDA, which is 2 million. I want to know, to help you make decisions, what is customer profit? So this is an example of a customer profitability slide where you see customers and then going to the right sort of a P&L from gross sales down to contribution margin, which is what each customer is contributing to the business. It includes not just the COGS to service that customer, but the broker fees, any demo spending, trade spending. But this information for me as a CEO or as a board member is critical. I can't tell you how to be more profitable if you can't tell me where you make money and where you don't. Or I can't tell you what exit to market or not if I don't know if the market's profitable or not. So really think in your business about managing your portfolio. Think of the business as a portfolio. Think about what each piece of the business is there to achieve. All customers aren't equal. Some customers might be there because they give you entry into a channel. You may lose money. Doesn't mean they're a bad customer. So think of it as a portfolio. Think about the use of each customer or market or route to market is to achieve for your business overall and building value. And then create information and create flow that allows you to make decisions based on that. So that's what I like to see this as a board member. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take some questions. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to kick it off? Oh, come on. You have some great experts up here. All right. Well, you guys come up with some really stellar questions. I'm counting on you. I have one. So, what are some warning signs that your board is unhappy with you or that you're sort of managing the relationship the wrong way and they're not getting the information that they need?
There's a bunch, unfortunately. If every board meeting, if you don't feel like there's a storytelling arc, and you leave each board meeting and you have a board says, yeah, I need you to do a whole bunch of things, and you come to the next meeting and those things don't seem to satisfy the board's priorities. Now it's to go do a whole bunch of new things. And I don't mean tactical things. I mean, they want changes to the dashboard. They want to change in the way you're reporting information. If there's this kind of constant tuning of the process, other than the first few months where you're just trying to kind of get it up together, it means that something's wrong. It means the board doesn't really know the information they want, and you are not guiding them to explain the information they ought to be asking about. And so that's a problem. People, I think, my perspective is, legally speaking, the board controls the CEO and tells them what to do. Practically speaking, the CEO tells the board what needs to happen and looks to the board for support. And so you sometimes need to be in the position of training them. Here's the business. Let's make sure we're all in agreement about what this business is. And then let's go have a strategic conversation and turn that into tactical priorities. But if you're not feeling that that's the direction it's going, something is off. And it's not I'm about to be fired, but it's I have a really ineffective board problem.
Yeah, in addition to providing the board great information to work with, it's incumbent upon a CEO to come there with, here are the 3 or 4 things I need you guys to help me with. I mean, if you don't give me as a board member any idea, much less protect yourself and not even bring things up because you're fearful, boy, that just creates a weird dialogue in the board meeting because you feel this energy in the room that knows there's something going on, and it's so uncomfortable. So openness with your board is critical. And if you're fearful about your job position, resisting that, it ain't going to create good dialogue. It's not going to help you to try to hide that. It will come out. So the board is there, as Jeremy said earlier, really to support the CEO. We all have aligned interests. It's to build the value of the company and to create a great operating company. So being clear with the board on what you need from them in each meeting. I love seeing CEOs come in with, here are the 5 things. First slide, here are the 5 things today I want to walk out with a better, clear understanding on. And if you can do that for the board alone, and then obviously give information to them to help them think through those decisions, right? If the question is, should I take price? Should I raise price in some of my customers? If you don't give me customer profitability, and I don't know what the margin is by customer, that's a really tough question. So knowing what you're looking for and then giving me the tools to quickly access, both in the advanced reading of the board deck, but also in that meeting. If you give me those 2 things, I can bring everything I have to the game. I can do all I can to help you. If you give me neither of those things, we're just sort of shooting darts and hoping one lands.
And I'll go just to echo one thing that was said about honesty and full disclosure. If you are in fear for your job as CEO, something is weird to begin with. If you are in fear for your job as CEO and therefore fail to disclose things, now your job actually is in jeopardy. Because the one thing that investors will in fact fire you for is failure to tell them what's wrong, failure to help the board manage that risk or that problem, and definitely any form of dishonesty. That's an immediate you're done kind of moment. And you can be fired for cause even if you have control of the board and even if you have control of the equity. Doing things that are dishonest can get you fired, and from a whole host of ways. So you're in control of that warning sign. You know whether you're doing things you shouldn't be doing. Full contact honesty, that's the policy.
So what are some ways that you can repair the relationship? Let's say you have some of these, red flags, or you sense there's something wrong in your board. How do you go about addressing this with your board and, making the relationship better?
I'll pick up on that one. Obviously the preferred thing is spot it before you really are in trouble. And one of the best ways to do that I've seen work at some of the boards that I'm involved in is you have a chairman or a lead director of the board. And at the end of the board meeting, the chairman or lead director should spend a quality half hour with the CEO after the meeting, where there's no pressure from the other board members, but he or she is just going to give some feedback to the CEO on what was said when they had their private session, and then the key messages that you should then take forward. Then that happens in a non-threatening, not 5 of them against me kind of situation, but someone on the board who you have more rapport with, more trust with, to try and prevent those situations. And if you're a little further down the road than you want to be and things are getting pretty uncomfortable, he or she should coach you in how to handle that.
Yeah, and some of those things you want to put in place from day one. So for example, if for 6 board meetings there's not been discussion, sometimes you go into executive session on a board where the CEO may leave the room and the rest of the board sort of talks about key objectives or just assesses what was heard in the meeting and wants to feed back to the CEO. If that first executive session meeting is the one time numbers aren't hit, that CEO is going to be terrified. But if you get in a pattern from day one, if that's just how the board operates, in every meeting there's an executive session, so the CEO understands it's not because something horrible happened and they walk out of that room and they may be escorted out of the building 5 minutes later. So just really building good board discipline. A lot of companies, when things are going well, they sort of get lazy. I hate to say it. Boards get lazy, management teams get lazy. And so if you're not doing all this hard work of understanding your business on a segmented basis, even when things are good, when things start to go wrong, you have a much bigger risk of people really regressing into fear, and obviously the cost of that to a board or to a management team. So good board practice consistently from day one.
Take it back even one step further. I mean, it's easier. I've never needed a microphone in my life.
We just have viewers watching.
Okay, sure.
Sorry.
It's easier to fix things. It's easier to get things right than to fix them after the fact, right? And Jeremy, you talked about it. When you're bringing in capital, you're a founder, you're making that decision on what capital to bring in. It's probably going to come with a board member. What are the 2 or 3 key things, questions that a founder should be asking for a potential capital source, a potential board member, so you don't make the wrong decision?
Sure. A couple of things. One is you as a founder should diligence your investor the same way they diligence you. So as part of the dating process of investment, you should be asking to talk to other portfolio CEOs in that investor has put money into. You should be asking, how have they behaved as an investor? How have they behaved as a board member? Tell me about when things went wrong. How did they deal with that? So all those kinds of questions should be part of the diligence. Number 2, golden rule, the biggest check in the round, if you're doing an angel style deal, should not be the board member. The person who is best able to help the company should be the board member. And maybe that person only wrote a $10,000 check and somebody else wrote a $100,000 check. Doesn't matter. It's really important that you guide that investor group to say, your money is best protected by having the right people in the room. And third, I suppose, is that I think it was expressed really well, which is somebody on the board needs to be the CEO's rabbi, right? Their trusted advisor. and that you have a really good relationship with, and it's a relationship of honesty. And you guys as entrepreneurs, you're pretty good about saying, gee, all of my assumptions about my business are open to challenge, right? Everything I think I know, I'm willing to challenge. But when it comes to you and your personal skills and leadership, people's ego kicks in and they think, oh, I don't want to ask that question. I don't want to find out why, where, and how I suck, right? But actually, having someone who can help you in a non-threatening manner improve, right? Part of the fun of being a CEO is to get better at being a CEO. It's to learn things. And if your intellectual curiosity stops because now you're the CEO about your own skill set, that's a terrible thing. So make sure you have an investor relationship that honors that.
Yeah, what I'll add to that is, it's a really tough time right now in some degrees as people raise capital. There's high valuations, people fall in love with businesses, and one of the best ways, it's almost like dating someone. If they fall in love on the first date, fall in love with you, that might not last a long time. So to me, a lot of it's about being really honest and making sure with your investor that they may be falling in love with you and you may want to raise the best valuation, but make sure they understand how you look at the business. Make sure they understand the risks in the business. And I see too many CEOs try to, once again, survive capital raising as if they got something. They got a best valuation. The investor didn't find out something about the business. I'm just a believer that if you're upfront with investors and you're open, you will find a better investor that's going to be there for the long term when something doesn't go right. So I think entrepreneurs create a lot of their own issues by covering for themselves and by trying to get, whether it's out of greed, or whether it's out of just wanting to feel good or wanting to feel, say they got the highest valuation, they create the situations which end up backfiring a year or two later.
And Allan, I just wanted to touch on one quick thing because I know it was something we had a lot of conversation about beforehand. You sort of talked about how to convey information to your board as well as to your employees. Where's the line on what you share with your board versus your employees, and how do you keep everyone aligned on the same goals while still making sure the employees aren't overwhelmed or have too much information or get worried?
In our particular case at Goodbelly, we tend to err on the side of being totally open. So we say, this is what we've agreed with the board, these are the priorities, but actually we even tell the employees that before we tell the board. And then we report back on that. So there's total alignment right from the board, right down to the person who's collecting the cash from Kroger. Everybody knows what we're trying to do, and that the best chances of getting somewhere is if everybody knows the same goal. So we just tend to err on total openness. I tend to agree, and I think that's the modern incarnation of companies. The old days of the board knew everything and the employees knew nothing, I think are dead, particularly in the entrepreneurship world. I just don't think that's how people want to join companies. But two exceptions. One is wherever you have HR type issues, if you've got an employee issue, it's not something to be shared with the other employees. And the second is if you have something that's highly confidential, people just say stuff. They don't mean to, they're not thinking, they've had a couple too many drinks, whatever it is. So if you have a really confidential thing going on, you have to be thoughtful about who in the team needs to know that information until it's public.
Great. Well, I think we have time for one more quickly. Two more quickly. And then I know everyone will be sticking around as well. So let's see. Let's come back here.
Hi, I'm not sure if this was covered, but I was wondering, is there a difference between board of advisors versus a more formal board? And how do you think about how to structure those in terms of compensation or any other kind of duties you should think about? Thank you.
Yeah, there's a difference, and the base difference is that a board of directors has a governance responsibility, which a board of advisors does not. But put that to the side. From a content perspective, like what they are doing to help the company build, they're not that different. And to me, it's somewhat a function of life stage. If you're a startup, you probably don't need a board of directors. You probably don't. And as a founder, you probably don't want a board of directors. You have your vision of the business. And you sort of get the opportunity and the privilege for a couple years to prove that's a good vision. So a board of directors normally makes sense as you bring in outside capital and you're willing and open to that ability to have other people sort of take ownership in what you're building. So, once again, I come on boards normally a lot of times when they're being formed and transitioning from advisory boards to a board of directors. From a comp side, they're not that different. If someone's putting in time and adding value, you find the right comp structure, whether it's equity and cash compensation, or just equity if they're willing to do that. So I wouldn't think about the comp being that different. It really is when's the right time to have the formality and fiduciary elements involved in the board. And I do err on doing a little earlier rather than later. You know, when you go to get investment from an investment group, they often won't expect you to have the board of directors in place. But having the paper trail of board meetings and that discipline in the business is a big confidence builder for them, that there's not surprises. There's been other people there to help sort of monitor and watch over the business. So, you know, it's a judgment call when, but don't wait too long, don't do too soon.
If you want slightly more specifics, board of advisors between someone who's good and a rock star is somewhere between 0.1% and 1% of the business, usually vesting over 2 to 3 years monthly. For a board of directors, relatively speaking, it's about 150 to 200% of that. And again, it depends if somebody's a rock star. If you can get one of these guys on your board, overpay them because they help make your company valuable. Having 100%.
Good point. Very smart man here.
I take 5%.
On that brilliant comment, I think we have to wrap it up for today. We have another great session in this room, so please stick around. And everyone else will be available during the networking hours later.
Ganeden is the premier innovator in probiotics. With an extensive library of published studies and more than 100 patents for probiotic technologies in the food, beverage, animal health, sports nutrition, and personal care ingredients markets, Ganeden remains at the forefront of probiotic research and product development. Ganeden BC30, Ganeden's patented food and beverage probiotic ingredient, is found in over 200 products around the world. The unique composition of Ganeden BC30 makes it the perfect ingredient for innovation in the food and beverage industry. Unlike most other probiotic strains, Ganeden BC30 is a spore former, which makes it highly stable and allows it to remain viable through most manufacturing processes, a 3-year shelf life, and the low pH of stomach acid. Ideally suited for almost any food, beverage, or companion animal application, Ganeden BC30 does not change or adjust the manufacturing process, has no effect on the taste or texture profile, and can easily be cleaned from the manufacturing plant. The efficacy of Ganeden BC30 is backed by over 20 published studies showing digestive, immune, and protein utilization support. Ganeden BC30 is a flexible fortification option as compared to more traditional probiotic strains. Ganeden works with its clients as a partner, taking special care to add value from initial contact to product launch and beyond. For more information on how to profit with probiotics, please visit GanedenProbiotics.com.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
seats. Please find your seats. Thank you.
Ganeden is the premier innovator in probiotics. With an extensive library of published studies and more than 100 patents for probiotic technologies in the food, beverage, animal health, sports nutrition, and personal care ingredients markets, Ganeden remains at the forefront of probiotic research and product development. Ganeden BC30, Ganeden's patented food and beverage probiotic ingredient, is found in over 200 products around the world. The unique composition of Ganeden BC30 makes it the perfect ingredient for innovation in the food and beverage industry. Unlike most other probiotic strains, Ganeden BC30 is a spore former, which makes it highly stable and allows it to remain viable through most manufacturing processes, a 3-year shelf life, and the low pH of stomach acid. Ideally suited for almost any food, beverage, or companion animal application, Ganeden BC30 does not change or adjust the manufacturing process, has no effect on the taste or texture profile, and can easily be cleaned from the manufacturing plant. The efficacy of Ganeden BC30 is backed by over 20 published studies showing digestive, immune, and protein utilization support. Ganeden BC30 is a flexible fortification option as compared to more traditional probiotic strains. Ganeden works with its clients.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Carol. I am the editor of Project Nosh, which is BevNet's sister site focusing on the food industry. And today we have a really great session for you. As you're all probably well aware, there are a bunch of different ways to take capital to grow your company. And each one has really different benefits and ramifications. And that can get confusing. So we're really excited about this stellar group that we have coming up to speak about this subject and how they went about funding their own growth. Leading the panel is Mike Bergmeyer, who is the managing director of Whipstitch Capital, a specialized investment bank that provides mergers and acquisitions and private placement advisory services to consumer products companies. We also have Jeff Church, the CEO of Suja, one of the hottest and quickest growing juice companies on the market. Bill Kreeman, the CEO of Spindrift, a line of natural sodas and seltzers right from BevNet's own hometown of Boston. And finally, Allan Murray, the CEO of Goodbelly, a robust platform of probiotic beverages. I just want to remind everyone that if you have questions, we'll take some at the end, but as they come up, feel free to email ask@BevNET.com or tweet them with the hashtag hashtag BevNetLive @BevNet. All right, so let's get started.
Thanks, Carol. Hi, everybody. My name is Mike Bergmeyer from Whipstitch Capital. As Carol mentioned, we're an investment bank. We work with companies to raise capital and sell companies in the space, exclusively work in the healthy food and beverage space. We've done about 40 transactions or so over the last 6 years as the team at Whipstitch, since Whipstitch is 7 weeks old. We haven't done 40 deals in 7 weeks. We've got a fantastic group here, and we've only got 45 minutes. So I tend to talk quickly, so I'm going to do that, and I guess I'll ask everyone else to kind of do the same. And we'll kind of hold off on questions until the end from the audience, and hopefully I can guide us through this a little bit. But as an investment banker, we've done a lot in the beverage space, too. We've worked with companies and raised money for Essential Water, Kavita, and Spindrift as well. I've worked with Bill for a few years now, too. And I just thought it was interesting because we see pretty much every P&L in the industry, and it comes through. And I start to hear things like, what's the rule of thumb in terms of how much capital has been raised to revenue? And what gross margin should I be shooting for? Or what matters? How much marketing spend should I be allocating? And the truth of the matter is there are no rules of thumb. There are no cookie cutter answers. There are no formulas. And if anyone tells you that there is a rule of thumb, they're wrong. I've seen everything, at least in the last 6-7 years, and there are a million ways to build a company, and you can build them profitably. You can choose to kind of go for losses. You can regulate growth. You can decide that it's time for marketing, that it's not time for marketing. There are a million ways to do it, to kind of skin the cat, as they say. And what I wanted to do today, and we have such an incredible group here, and is really kind of talk and hear about some different models that have been employed at these 3 companies. And so just as a setup, maybe we'll start with Bill, and I'll go to Bill and then Jeff and then Allan, because Allan has reviewed himself from the previous round and said he was the best speaker by far. So we'll save the best for last. I reminded Allan that there are no reviews, so I guess his is sticking. But let's talk about kind of the, we got 2 founders here in Bill and Jeff. So as you were thinking about your company, thinking about the concept, how you're going to go to market, what kind of strategy are you going to employ, how are you going to spend that early money, what really mattered, and then in terms of that early money that came in, what from who? And what were the ramifications of that? What kind of alignment did you want with that? And who are you going to bring in to partner with you on your baby? And so maybe talk about kind of the early side first, because I think we can talk a lot about the stages of a company, because I think that can change, and it can change too as you grow a business. Early stage, let's just call it pre-revenue to $2 million, and then early growth, 2 to 10, and then proven growth, 10 plus, and things can change too. So why don't we start there, and I think we'll just have a free-flowing discussion.
Is this on? Oh, great. Thanks, Mike. I wish I had thought about all those things. As you were going down the list, I should have had a more comprehensive thought process. We really did 2 different rounds. We did the friends and family, and then we did a private equity-led round of about $3 million. And in the beginning, I think we felt we needed money that was consistent with our strategy, which really was kind of go slow, be thoughtful. I ran the company just myself for 2 years. I was coming out of a brand called Stirrings, which was a cocktail mix brand, and it was important to me that I kind of loaded the car with product, got out into the street, and really saw the brand from all different angles. And so for us, what was appropriate to kind of bootstrap it, work out of the basement, do it that way. And then I think we felt once we had a proof of concept, we saw that sparkling beverages with fresh squeezed ingredients, which is what our primary platform is, we're starting to get some momentum. We then went out, and I think the main criteria we were looking for, and I guess you're always reacting to your last situation, was really to challenge ourselves by attracting really smart people. We're in the sparkling beverage space is really complicated right now. There's all kinds of different dynamics. It's a huge category. It's changing. It means different things to different people. And I think the primary thing we were looking for, we felt was important, was to bring in people that could help us answer the questions and help us see things coming in sparkling that we couldn't necessarily see ourselves. So that was really the approach we took.
Is this on? Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mike, and thanks. That was really interesting. Our situation at Suja was I guess we've raised capital 6 times in 3 years, and the first time we raised capital was I think it was about $250,000, and it was pre-revenue, but we really wanted it to be as minimal as possible because the dilution is never bigger than at that stage. We really wanted to have that last until we got on the shelf, and then a couple months onto the shelf, so we could have kind of a proof of concept over that period of time. And then we did a $2.5 million raise, which lasted us, which I thought would last us about a year, or maybe permanent, and it lasted us about 6 months, if I'm lucky. And that was angels, and again, a lot of friends and family. And that was really, we wanted to have enough velocity on the shelf to be able to demonstrate that we could support a higher valuation that would go with that capital, because we didn't want to have, again, too much dilution at that level. And that was still angels, and that was all common stock. And then we had our first round of institutional capital. It was the third round that came in, I guess 6 months after our first raise. And we were lucky enough to find a group. One of the reasons I say I'm humbled, Dwayne from Boulder Investment Group is here, and he was one of our early investors, and it was really great to get friendly capital, in. I mean, there's a lot of private equity firms out there that, they sound really good, they feel really good, but when you get right down to it, it's easy to be good when things are going great, but it's when things aren't going so great that, you see kind of the, you see what people are really made of. And working with Dwayne was just really smart, friendly capital to have come into the business. And that was still common. And then the fourth round we did was our first preferred round, which I thought preferred meant you were like, it was preferred. We'd like it better, but we didn't like it better. It's definitely not something you like better. I got introduced to the concept of liquidation preferences, blocking rights. I mean, a whole bunch of stuff that, frankly, I didn't know much about. And we raised at that next round, which was about a year and a half after we had launched, was our fourth, and that had a 1.5 times liquidation preference associated with it, which again didn't seem like a big deal until we went to raise the next round, which was about 2 years from when we started, and that one got a 2x liquidation preference, which again, none of it seemed like a big deal because you think, okay, one day I'm going to sell my whole business, and yeah, the money gets paid out first, and that's okay. It's got a little bit of a preference on it, and then we did a deal with Coke where we sold a minority stake in the business, and I understood then what the liquidation preference meant. Which wasn't so good. It means that money comes out first. So if you do a minority deal, it ends up really affecting the amount that your common shareholders get. So we've kind of been drugged through the whole process, and I'm not negative on what happened at all, but it's really important that you kind of get some insight to kind of understand what all these different things mean and the impact. But always we tried to minimize the amount we were raising, kind of with the intent that it at least lasts us through a full cycle or a full year from wherever we were at, but that we limit it to manage the dilution into the business.
Okay, thanks. I'll come back to questions for everybody after we all kind of talk. And so Allan, slightly different in that you weren't the founder of Good Belly. Steve Demos and Todd Beckman were the founders, and Steve had a big exit with the Silk brand to White Wave. Highly successful entrepreneur, in the Natural Products Hall of Fame, and his plaque is not in Cooperstown, but kind of. And so then you were not there at the beginning, but you were kind of the hired gun to come in. And so when you came in, what were the directives to you about raising capital? And you thought about and when you were told that this is the capital's, capitalization of the company to date, and what we've done, but this is what we're going to need. And how did you think about it, and what was directed to you, and maybe how have those thoughts evolved a little bit over time?
Mike, the surprising thing was there was almost a total lack of direction of what was expected. It's like, hey, you're a big boy, go in there and figure it out. So that's what you do then. I was, when trying to figure it out, a little bit surprised at how much cash had been used to get to the size that we were at that stage. And that was because long-term licensing agreements had been written up and paid for. We'd built a plant right up front as well. So there was obviously quite a lot of burn in those initial stages. And we were, when I joined, in that 2 to 10 million range. And so I felt it would be important to take the burn rate down, because I wanted the available cash to last a little bit longer, while then initiating the very first or the next capital raise. So what we did at the same time was try to take the gross margins up. And we felt that combination of burn rate down, gross margins up, would give us a little bit more cushion to go and raise the next round. And then once that next round came in, it was constantly take the burn rate down, tick the margins up a bit, and accelerate the growth. And we felt that was a nice combination to get us to firm footing.
So gross margin, let's stick on gross margin for a second too, because that is, we always say like the best way to fund a company is through gross margin. That's about as non-dilutive as you can get. Because I've seen all the P&Ls, for all all of you guys, and you have pretty divergent gross margins and histories, and you might not know each other's, and that's fine. And we're not going to talk specifics here at all today, but I thought it'd be interesting. We talked about getting another panelist up here today, but he couldn't make it. But just another model, really is gross margin. I mean, we had this company that attended one of the seminars that I did a couple of years ago, and I think at the end of the day, we make everyone sick because we just keep saying it's gross margin, velocity, brand. Gross margin, velocity, brand. And Jeff, I think you mentioned velocity. It's out there too, and Suja, a great brand. I'm sure Coke thought a lot about that. And but this company in particular, and I can't say names, but it's been growing. It's at that 10 million mark right now and has been growing kind of 50 to 80% a year, and it's all internally self-funded. And I want to just mention that because we hear about rules of thumb and like, well, what gross margin should you get to? I'm sure the market has told you what margin you should probably try to achieve as well. This company has about a 70% gross margin in their product, which is rare to find, but that's just something to really think about. And so how have you all thought about margin and how that's played into your strategy and early margin, gaining margin over time, and feedback? But just when you hear about margin, what comes to mind?
Yeah, I'll take that to start. I think the gross margin is really important. I mean, people talk about, well, what should it be? And I don't think you have to have it right at the moment you're fundraising, but you have to be able to build a bridge to get to it. And that's really important to be able to do. So, I mean, in my type of space, I mean, that gross margin, if you're in the 35 to 45% range, I mean, that's a really healthy gross margin. And it's okay that you're not necessarily there as long as you can build a bridge, because people realize that as you get economies of scale and you're able to disintermediate your distribution, your supply chain, you're able to lower your cost structure, you're able to build a new facility. It's going to take labor out. So you don't have to be there right away, but you have to be able to build a credible bridge. And I think that's why having the management competency in the company is why people look at that so heavily, because they need to know that people that put these bridges together can actually really achieve the bridges. And for us, our gross margins have still not quite gotten to that to that range, but we have clear line of sight on how they're going to get there. And I would always trade off a little bit of margin and a lot of overinvestment in operating expenses, mainly marketing, in the beginning, because if you can sustain a higher growth rate sustainably for 3 or 4 years, your multiple in terms of your fundraising is going to go up pretty significantly.
We are really ultimately going up against the big CSDs who, famously have, the best margins in beverage. So we knew that we were going to be going in and having to tell a margin story. We were just talking in the last panel and saying, can you get people to accept a dollar margin instead of a profit percentage margin? And I think we actually grew at a more deliberate, slower rate in really targeted food service, because what we found pretty early is that in the food service world, if you can deliver a comparable dollar margin, that they're more willing to work with you and kind of build your
dollar margin for people.
So just simple math. We're able to go in at $1 and go out at $2, and so we're delivering a 50 margin, but $1 profit. So Coke may be going in at 20 cents and selling for 120. They're also delivering $1, but in a different way. And so, we knew we could never get to where the traditional CSDs were. So we needed some time and we needed an audience to be willing to accept, our story, which is really built more around the dollar profit, especially early on. I think since we now have some more scale, we're starting to see that we're going to be able to get closer on the percentage margin too. But I think your question, around how we viewed it from a fundraising perspective is that we thought that as long as we could get eventually to scale, that we could likely find a lending partner that would be able to then take it on and enter into more traditional revolver relationship. So if you have a strong margin and you're able to show consistent growth, at some point you should be able to get a revolver in that can then take your business and grow. And that's really what we did at Stirrings. We grew really without raising much money at all, had a great banking partner, and that's ultimately how we kind of grew out of our initial, friends and family round.
Allan, what about
you?
on
that one, we've talked a bit about gross margins, but let's talk a little bit about net revenue as well, because ultimately I think the valuation is going to be based on net revenue growth and maybe brand or a couple of other things. So what we also try to do is focus on improving the net revenue of the company, which often means how do I get my from gross revenue, trade spend and coupons down. And Brad talked in a previous session here about profitability or contribution margin of your different customers. What we tried to do was figure out how we could make each customer more profitable. Obviously realizing that they're customers that you're investing in heavily because you don't want to try and milk it right away. But we made some mistakes in that game where we tried to take the promotional level down, both in terms of frequency and depth, and we got punished. But in other cases, we weren't punished when we did that. So playing around with that to optimize your net revenue is also an important part of the equation.
Totally great point. Jeff, one of the things you talked about liquidation preferences, and I think this is an important topic. And because we've got some investor friends who just say, okay, fine, you tell me the valuation, I'll tell you the structure. And what you're talking about is the structure of the security that came in. And almost always when you have liquidation preferences, especially if you've got a 2x liquidation preference, you've got a fundamental disagreement essentially on the basic value of the business, where the entrepreneur and the company thinks it's worth this, the investor thinking it's this. It's like, okay, well, I'll bridge the gap by putting in some downside protection, which is essentially what the liquidation preference provides. So you've lived through that a little bit, and what would you have done anything differently, or do you think that it was the right decision to do? Or when you think back about liquidation preferences and valuation and the trade-off between the two, where do you
Yeah, I
feel
guess the thing I would do differently is not get caught over a barrel, like I did a little bit.
Meaning running out of money? Or?
Yeah, running out of money.
Yeah.
And what I didn't really realize was the seasonality of juice is I mean, I talk about it, but I didn't really internalize it. That it's very big in the first quarter with New Year, New You, and then towards the summer it starts to ebb down and kind of hits a lower point, and then picks back up early in September, and then really the bottom falls out in October and November before Jan 1. And we got caught in a situation where we were fundraising in the fall. And I'd expected the revenue to be stronger through that process, and it fell, and we ended up getting stuck with a 2x that then got bought out 8 months later, and through the Coke transaction, and that was painful. Yeah, I mean the valuation was high. I mean they did exactly what you said, is they kind of countered with a preference that was to bridge that gap. I mean, it all ended fine, but I mean, oftentimes it doesn't end fine. So, I mean, I think it's about finding what you're comfortable with, what your investor group, is really comfortable with. I mean, we were comfortable with that because we, felt like, it was when we brought on the Coke transaction that we had really strong proof of concept, and we really wanted to kind of aim for 3 or 4 years from now. So we were willing to kind of pay that penalty of having to buy that preference out.
Right. Amount of capital too. When you're early on in a business, you might think that you're going to need a certain amount of money to grow it, and we often hear from companies that this is the last round that I'm raising, and then I'm going to be cash flow positive 6 months later. And every investor basically says they look at your forecast and your financials, and they say, okay, well you're gonna achieve half of that revenue, and it's going to cost you twice as much. That's kind of like the basics of how they'll start. I've often heard from friends over at that Jeff well now, Matthew Mitchell and VEB at Coke, and they say that virtually every company they've seen has kind of underestimated working capital requirements, usually by a factor of 2 to 3x. That growth requires capital too. So I'm just curious, when you thought earlier about the company and like, okay, well, I'm going to get to be this size, and it's only going to take me this amount of money, and how has that changed or evolved over time? And some of it might also just be strategic. Maybe the opportunity became larger, or you wanted to go, you had the opportunity with Stuja to go wide quickly, like you felt that the market was there to take. Because you often hear this divide between, do I go wide or go deep? If you go deep, you want to prove yourself in a market and show that the numbers can really work. So when you cross over, and so just curious how you, over time, we started the panel thinking about early on, but how has your perception changed over time about how much money maybe you would need and the type of money you might maybe want to bring in?
So I think there's a couple things. One is obviously what the demands of the business are from a P&L perspective. I mean, you set a plan. The plan either is a break-even plan or it involves some investment, and then you need to cover that delta. I find it really hard to think beyond 2 years. I mean, you can make a great plan.
You're well ahead of me.
It sounds like these guys do too. I mean, so I think the other half of this we haven't talked too much about is just, stress level. Are you willing to kind of live through these tiers, every 6 months or a year going back? What is the impact on the business? The soft stuff, is it good to have a founder that's, head in his office, constantly worrying about it? I mean, that can have a real impact on morale. And so I think those are, there's that other just life. What are you comfortable with? What is your personal tolerance for both outside money, someone else in your business, debt, if that's a part of the equation. So
and personal guarantees that can sometimes come
personal
with that.
guarantees, yep.
That doesn't add to stress, does it?
It depends on your level of transparency with your spouse, I think. Yeah.
How medicated you might be?
Right. So I mean, I think, I don't know. I don't know, as you said, there's no right or wrong way to do it. I think there's no one variable that kind of weighs in. I think probably the final thing for us was, again, in the CSD space, when we started the business 5 years ago, it was just completely different than is today. There wasn't this, really kind of demand from retailers to help find a replacement for whatever sparkling category or sparkling need they're looking to fill. And so the problem's gotten more complex. And so as you respond to that need, you need generally more money. You might need other smart people. There might be other resources that you're trying to bring to the table that weren't really in the picture, a year or two earlier.
When you asked your first question of sort of what sort of guidance did you get from the board as you took on the role, and one of our investors is Maveron. And
this is being recorded, so you want to maybe be careful.
Okay. So what were you going to say, Jeff? No, they had Maveron had invested in eBay and Zulily and had a couple of great successes. And so I asked the CEO of Maveron, Dan Leviton, sort of what sort of wisdom could he give me as I started? And he said, I got one bit of wisdom for you. Don't run out of money. That was the only bit of wisdom I got there. So when we raised the second round, we had all our models built around, how long that cash would last us, how deep the runway was. And we follow that on a weekly basis. What happened this week? Did we spend more than we thought, or did we stretch the runway? And in the case of Goodbelly, the last round we thought would last us a couple of years. Turns out it's going to last us a lot longer than that, fortunately, just because we're incredibly scrappy and still getting the growth. So
you're not going to hire me yet?
Not yet, but I'll need you one day.
I think from our perspective, I have something I call the rule of twos, which is that everything takes twice as long and costs twice as much money. And it is that damn Excel, because you can make anything look good in Excel. And for us, it's a little bit, I think you also have to balance in the category and where you're at and what type of space you're in. I mean, we're in a really big category of juice. And what we felt like was when you're in a big category and somebody sees something happening, there's going to be a lot of money being put into that category, both in terms of smaller startups. When we started Suja, there were 2 other competitors. Today there's 50 in the U.S., and that's just 3 years ago. And it's because people see that there's an opportunity for to create value. And that's more on the new entrants kind of emerging. But there's also the big guys, like the Cokes and the Pepsis and the Bolthouses and companies like that they may not pay attention to it in the beginning, but if they start to see something that's really got legs in their mind, then they're going to invest heavily in it too. And it's a really fine line, because if you were in kombucha 15 years ago, you wouldn't take that same approach that we took with Suja, which was it's a juice, and it's a different type of juice, but it's competing against the premium juice category. You might take it with kombucha that much more, bootstrap, get to profitability, just grow it over time because you're not going to get a lot of that attention early on, in it. Today, of course, it's a different situation, but with juice, for us, it was just very much that if we don't take advantage of this now, someone else is going to beat us to it. And being first on shelf was really important to us. I was at a BevNet thing about a year ago, at Natural Expo in Anaheim, and I was meeting with this brand that I thought was a brand new brand, and I learned that they had started a year and a half before us, and they were still only 3 people. And it's kind of like they may be profitable. I don't really know, but they kind of missed it. They missed the opportunity, and now the shelves are full. And there's a lot of people out there, so I think you got to balance the category a little bit too.
Yep, that's good points. Maybe let's ask one more question before we open it up. I'm sure there are lots of questions out there. Bill, in kind of your opening statement, you talked a little bit about that you wanted to have smart money involved, and I don't know, we probably spent about 150 hours cumulative talking about investment strategy and capitalization strategy. And I think for each of you, it'd be great to hear, maybe something that, that if you were to impart some words of wisdom, or if you think you have some, I'm not sure I have any, that's something you've learned before that kind of changed how you were moving forward. And, in experience, and again, we're not naming names, but something that was like an aha moment for you as it relates to kind of funding and strategy and just kind of running the business.
Well, I think when when I started out with Stirrings, there was just this sense that investors were kind of over on the other side of the room, and you weren't necessarily aligned, and so it was kind of, I don't know if it was fear of showing them I didn't really know as much about the business as maybe I thought I or that I had represented I did, or there's just the variables are changing and you end up building walls. And I think with probably the difference is more of an approach saying, wait a minute, if you bring someone in, you're generally aligned, you ought to have people around the table that can actually help you. And so I think with Spindrift, I've tried to take a different approach, which is to try to find people and surround myself with people that are much smarter than I am. Not necessarily in beverage development, that's kind of have now a lot of, we have plenty of people inside, but more of the approach, asking the questions, and it's taken some time. That wasn't something that came naturally. I don't know if other entrepreneurs feel this way, but you kind of have your thing, you got your team, you do it, and you open the doors, let the investors in for a couple hours, and then push them back out and go back to work. But now really having more transparency, and I think what it's also found is it takes a lot of pressure off of, the communications. There's not some big build-up to the board meetings. It's, we've already talked about most of the issues. We've tried to telegraph what's coming down the pike, good and bad, and I think it's really helped me kind of predict, problems much better than I would have otherwise. And I think it's just also helped us. When we've gone back and talked about new money, they already know exactly what's going on. They know why, and the process has gotten much, much shorter. So I think fewer blind spots.
Yeah, I think that's a great point just on communication, and I think that's something that's probably not talked about enough too. Like when you start to meet investors and you're talking to people now, or you've got an emerging company, is just being totally transparent about what you think is happening with the business, kind of providing those updates. The easiest money to get from any company is your existing investors. Then the most difficult money can be from your existing investors if you're surprising them. And whether if it's a negative surprise or a good news surprise, I think if people understand that there's transparency and that they believe you and they trust you, that's what they're looking to really find out.
I would say another really important thing there is make friends when you don't need them, because you don't want to be desperate and out there. And then that also gives you a great opportunity to check the cultural fit between the people that you might want to consider for your next round. And I had two big companies came to visit us at one stage, and I remember we'd been to visit one of them, and they had this great big security system like you do when you check into the airport, and you have to put your stuff and it goes through a thing, and there's a guy at the other end, and it's like, oh, okay. But that wasn't the problem. What we wanted to do when they came to visit us is check if they could handle the same treatment. So we had a box that we opened on both sides and we put it on a table. And when they walked into the office, they had to put their bags through the box. And then we have what are those things like the hula hoops where you go like that. And we buzzed them up and down to see if they were had anything. And what we were doing is trying to check what would their reaction be to us doing something quirky like that. Because if they behaved all strange, then you'd say, listen, there's no fit here. Because there was another rather large company, and they came in with the whole team with the corporate jet, and they flew in, and then they got into the meeting, and they started telling us what we needed to do. And we let them talk, and then they said, well, you present your company to us now. And we said, I don't think that's necessary. Because we just looked, the management team caught the eye contact, and we were like, get them out of here. There's no ways we're taking money from these people. So we're very quick to assess what's the chemistry going to be like? Mm-hmm. And we're making lots of friends with people whose chemistry we like, so that when we do need them, we're talking to the right people.
It's a great point, too, and we've done this with capital raises, too. I think you need to interview your potential investors as much as they are kind of assessing you. And when just kind of curious, when the hula hoops and stuff, did you say like, this is what happens when you have like 20 probiotics in the morning, or when you OD on Good Belly?
It was quite strange because
these are our shots, too.
They were quite a delegation, like all legal dudes, and they were smart and everything, and they all try to underdress when they're coming to Boulder because they're trying to look casual, and then they get zapped with a hula hoop, and it's like, I didn't know this was part of the program, but they were nice guys.
You won't be putting their name up on the wall.
They know who they are.
For us, you've all heard the smart money, dumb money kind of comments. But for us, dumb money with dumb people is great. Smart money with smart people is great. Smart money with dumb people is really bad. It's really important because you can find people that the money will be. A lot of it's institutional capital, and it's out there. But it's people that don't really know anything about what they're doing, but think they do, and then they really want to be involved in the business. So if you're in the beverage space and you get people with beverage experience, they're going to know the metrics and they're going to know the things that are to drive you, and they're not going to be forcing you down places that you really shouldn't be. And if you get the dumb money, that's great too, because it's just passive, and it's okay too. In our fundraising, I had a number of times where people would say, "Oh, this group is a tech PE firm, but they got tons of money. They want to move into CPG type products." And I went down the path once or twice with it. And you get really far, but then all of a sudden they can't get comfortable based on velocity or growth in velocity, and they don't have the bandwidth in house to really be able to get them comfortable with it. So it can be a huge waste of time if you go down the path with somebody that doesn't make sense to.
Yeah, that's a great point. I love that comment about smart, dumb people, smart money. But it's like I kind of call it the smartest person in the room complex. When you sense the complex, you want to run screaming. And so we've got a few more minutes, so I think we'll open it to the room. And when you ask a question, please identify yourself and the company that you're with.
All right. Let's see. All right.
Hi, I'm Amy DiBianca with Leaf and Love Organics Lemonade. And my question was, all three of you sort of referred to times where you had to reduce your burn rate or be very scrappy. Lean up a little bit to get the margins higher, and it seemed like you were referring a little bit more to marketing, trade spending, or playing with that a little bit, or what areas would you say you felt like you could afford to trim when you were really running lean?
Yeah, the worst part of this is it's marketing is the one that gets is the lever for cash flow management, unfortunately, and that's the worst part to have is the lever for cash flow management, because you can't all of a sudden turn something off on your COGS. It's really hard to do. So you can't really cut salespeople. You can look at programs. You can't usually do a ton with admin. So what you end up doing is looking at marketing programs, and you can win the day today by trimming it, but that may lead to lower growth, down the road. So it's super, I hate doing it, but I've done it and had to do it at times. And, it's a bit, for us, it's been a bit of a necessary evil to do. When you have to do it, that's what gets cut.
The various companies I've run around the world, what I've found is there are often hobbies going on inside a company. And hobbies are very expensive things. Like if you play golf or ride horses, they're really expensive. They're jolly good fun and they don't make money. So I used to say to people, that's what you do in your spare time and that's a hobby. And it's quite easy to draw up a list of what you should be doing and shouldn't be doing. The ones that are growing and are making money, you should do more of that. And the ones that are costing money and not growing, you should do less of that. And to avoid hurting the feelings of the people who had these ideas, you just tell them that idea is a little bit before its time. and
you
I
no
found
longer have a job.
and that was one way of just cutting down the spend. Is don't cut marketing or don't cut sales. Cut entire projects or entire product ranges until you've got firmer ground, and then when the time is right, you go back to them.
Great. We'll get one back here. We never get the back of the room.
Stand up. Yep. Right. Alex Baer with Genius Juice. This is a question for everyone. So we're an early stage company. We're under $1 million in revenue, and we have a couple choices to make. We're coming into some investment money. Do we want to put it into to CapEx and grow our production facility to eventually get higher margins? Or at this stage, do we go to a co-packer, which I'm sure you guys know some in SoCal, like CalPack, where our margins are lower, but we're not dumping in a lot of money into our own CapEx. And then once we grow more, then we go into our own facility. So which way would you recommend in our situation when we're growing quickly, but still at an early stage? Thank you.
I think I can maybe start
Let's
with that.
all write our answer.
What's
okay.
that?
Pick up decide the answer, and we're going to raise our hands on 3, okay? We're going to, on 3, I'm going to tell you to raise your hand. And I'm going to tell you what, pick your answer, co-packer or CapEx, okay? Who says CapEx? 1, 2, 3, up. Co-pack. But explain why.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a stage of the evolution of the category. I would have co-packed. The value in these brands on a CPG basis is based on the value of the brand and the revenue and the growth of the revenue and the ultimate profitability. And when we started Suja, I would have absolutely co-packed, but there was no co-packing network established. Now in that particular space, there's one's evolving, and you can manage your burn rate and your cash needs and your dilution and all of that so much better by co-packing it than not, and using those dollars to do something else with.
Yeah, I think you fight it as an entrepreneur, certainly, because you're doing it. You start out in your kitchen, and then you go a little bigger, and you say, "Well, I'm just going to wait. In 6 months, I'll do it, and then in a year." But ultimately, you can't. I mean, it's just been proven over and over. You can't be a great manufacturer and a great seller and a great marketer and a great at social. I mean, it's just there's too many things. So it really comes down to focus. You probably could do it, but it's just what aren't you attending to when you're out at 11 o'clock on a Friday night making a batch of Genius Juice? It comes down to priorities as much as it does money.
And this would be assuming that you're going to need more money in the future, too, because essentially what you're going to do, if you put it into CapEx, you've created something that is now worth 5 cents on the dollar. And what matters, we've been saying growth, velocity, gross margin. Gross margin, Jeff talked about the path to gross margin. Clearly, you could self-manufacture, you can get to scale, you can get that path, but it's sales. What matters are sales. And if you throw money into CapEx and you've got equipment, it's the same thing like getting a distribution deal or sell-in. It's unfortunately somewhat worthless. It's all about proof. and sell
I
through.
think the other thing too is in this room, we all live in a room that is, these are products that have a safety component to them and an FDA component to them. And, in prior businesses I've been in that haven't been, food-based, it's a little bit different. I mean, the risks are lower, but, here the risks are super high. So, with CapEx, if you're going to vertically integrate yourself, you got to hire, some really top ops people and some really top QA people, because the last thing you want to have is a quality problem with what you're doing.
All right. I think maybe one more, depending on how long it takes. All right. We'll come back up here.
This question is directed to you, Jeff. But
Can
I
you
guess
just identify yourself?
My name's Luke Evans, and I'm the founder of Chugga Chugga. So going back to your pre-revenue round, what did you use to? What did you invest it in, and what were your key strategies when deploying it?
I'm sorry, in which round?
Pre-revenue, $250K.
Repaying my expenses was one of the things. No, I'm joking, kind of. But it was actually, paying some salary of people that we had on the team. It was some testing, some product development, a little bunch of legal costs, getting set up, and basically getting branding. I mean, the first, getting the labels right, getting the packaging right. I mean, that's so important to get that stuff right, because, our first product, our first launch was at Whole Foods. And when Whole Foods is your first customer, that's the best and the worst of news, right? It's the best of news because, you're there, you're in where you want to be. And if you do well, you're going to do really well across all their entities, regions. But it's the worst of news because if you fail, I mean, you're kind of done. And our very first, batch of labels didn't have varnish put on the label. So like 2 weeks into it, Whole Foods is calling us saying, well, it's really weird when you take your finger and you kind of go like this up the label, all the words come off. I'm like, oh no. So it's like investing in that kind of stuff early on is super important.
Well, great, thank you very much. I'm just honored to have the three of you up here, Bill, Allan, and Jeff, and thank you so much today.
Ganadin is the premier innovator in probiotics. with an extensive library of published studies and more than 100 patents for probiotic technologies in the food, beverage, animal health, sports nutrition, and personal care ingredients markets, Ganeden remains at the forefront of probiotic research and product development. Ganeden BC30, Ganeden's patented food and beverage probiotic ingredient, is found in over 200 products around the world. The unique composition of Ganeden BC30 makes it the perfect ingredient for innovation in the food and beverage industry. Unlike most other probiotic strains, Ganeden BC30 is a spore former, which makes it highly stable and allows it to remain viable through most manufacturing processes, a 3-year shelf life, and the low pH of stomach acid. Ideally suited for almost any food, beverage, or companion animal application, Ganeden BC30 does not change or adjust the manufacturing process, has no effect on the taste or texture profile, and can easily be cleaned from the manufacturing plant. The efficacy of Ganeden BC30 is backed by over 20 published studies showing digestive, immune, and protein utilization support. Ganeden BC30 is a flexible fortification option as compared to more traditional probiotic strains. Ganeden works with its clients as a partner, taking special care to add value from initial contact to product launch and beyond. For more information on how to profit with probiotics, please visit GanedenProbiotics.com.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Ganeden is the premier innovator in probiotics. With an extensive library of published studies and more than 100 patents for probiotic technologies in the food, beverage, animal health, sports nutrition, and personal care ingredients markets, Ganeden remains at the forefront of probiotic research and product development. Ganeden BC30, Ganeden's patented food and beverage probiotic ingredient, is found in over 200 products around the world. The unique composition of Ganeden BC30 makes it the perfect ingredient for innovation in the food and beverage industry. Unlike most other probiotic strains, Ganeden BC30 is a spore former, which makes it highly stable and allows it to remain viable through most manufacturing processes, a 3-year shelf life, and the low pH of stomach acid. Ideally suited for almost any food, beverage, or companion animal application, Ganeden BC30 does not change or adjust the manufacturing process, has no effect on the taste or texture profile, and can easily be cleaned from the manufacturing plant. The efficacy of Ganeden BC30 is backed by over 20 published studies showing digestive, immune, and protein utilization support. Ganeden BC30 is a flexible fortification option as compared to more traditional probiotic strains. Ganeden works with its clients as a partner, taking special care to add value from initial contact to product launch and beyond. For more information on how to profit with probiotics, please visit GanedenProbiotics.com.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Hey, I'm Ray Latif, the managing editor of BevNet. We're back on the Livestream Lounge, which is sponsored by McLean Design. I'm here with John Craven, the CEO of BevNet, and Nick Romsevich, the founder of New Brew Coffee. I just want to make it clear to everyone that the expo is right behind us. The thriving, busy, insane, fun expo is behind us. So if you are here as an attendee, come on in. We've got beer, wine, and amazing sponsors and service suppliers. So come on in. This is the place you want to be. All right. Nick, thanks so much for joining us.
Glad to be here.
Congratulations on the big Best of win.
Thank you, thank you.
Best Packaging Design of 2015 as awarded by BevNet to New Brew Coffee.
Yeah, no, great honor. So excited to be here, and again, thank you.
So tell us a little bit about New Brew. I mean, it's an HPP cold brew coffee. Not a lot of those out there. In fact, you're the only one that I know of, I think, aside from ones that include coffee in the formulation. But yours is strictly coffee.
Exactly. Oddly enough, we started about 2 years ago, and we were born in the epicenter of craft brewing in Longmont, Colorado, and we started looking into canning cold brew, but me being an athlete to some degree, a novice athlete, I started looking into paleo-friendly recipes and came across coconut milk and coconut sugar, and unfortunately you can't sterilize those without affecting the taste. So we switched over to a BPA-free PET bottle so that we could high pressure process our formulation.
Now you would think that's pretty intuitive actually to HPP cold brew coffee, because cold brew is usually a non-heated process. I mean, at most it's lukewarm, but then you still have to heat it up when you're pasteurizing it later on. So HPPing it, I mean, what is the difference in flavor? If consumers are trying it, what's the difference in flavor that they should expect between an HPP coffee and a pasteurized coffee?
Well, in our opinion, it's like night and day. We've tinkered around with some of the heat pasteurization methods, and it really plays havoc with the flavor profile.
Yep.
So as much as we like to knock down the cost of making the coffee, we want to be true to our mission and our core value, which is creating great tasting, refreshing coffee. So we think it's well worth the HPP sterilization process, for lack of a better term, because it preserves the flavor and it gives you a really long shelf life. We find the other glass bottled and other forms of cold brew coffee, they kind of become sour and skunky, which defeats the purpose of cold brewing. Cold brewing, our coffee never gets above room temperature during its entire life cycle unless you heat it up in the microwave. So I wanted to stay true to that.
Yeah, John, I know you had some questions.
Sure. Thanks, Ray.
I'm sorry. I'm hugging all the time here. I can't help it. I'm a stage
Hey, it's your
hog.
show.
I'm a stage hog.
No, I guess I'm curious. This morning we heard from Stumptown as, I guess at this point, one of the, bigger cold brew players out there and someone who's paving the way for, the category. What's it like for someone like yourself who's, still somewhat of a startup? Kind of give us your sense of the market and just the opportunity that's out there.
Yeah, the way we approach it is that we're going to stay true to our roots and to our core, and we welcome Stumptown kind of doing a lot of the trailblazing for us. We like to see Starbucks doing cold brew as well, because it educates people about the category and the benefits of cold brew. And we think we're in a good position because we're quick and nimble and can make product changes and innovate a heck of a lot more rapidly than these bigger companies, such as Califia Farms, for example. They came in, they had to commit to, the cold brew packaging and the styling and whatnot, and they're locked into it. That's all the little guys have is the ability to kind of maneuver around these giants that are stomping all over the place. So we're embracing that. We're embracing our craft beer. Again, the center, or Longmont being such a great place for the community of craft beer. We kind of take that similar approach where there's plenty of market share for everybody, and at the end of the day, consumers are going to find the brands and the product that they identify with. and that's why it circles back to us just being true to ourselves and true to our roots.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting is yesterday at our Beverage School event, there was a lot of talk about differences in packaging and custom molds or using your package itself to stand out. Your bottle is very similar to some of the ones that we've seen for cold pressed juices. Any plans to go into a custom mold or do something different with your bottle at this point?
No, we put a lot of thought into it, and we stole a page out of the playbook of the juicers.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted to convey that lean, slender, athletic look, so that's why we chose that bottle. And we wanted a wide mouth, resealable cap. So, again, we want people to trust their energy and not worry about having to chug a shady energy drink before they go off on a run, or sleep-deprived parents that stock their fridge full of those energy drinks. We want to provide that trusted energy source to these people, and we want to convey that this is the choice of athletes who want the energy without all the baggage that comes along with it, with the chemicals and additives and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting you bring that up because efficacy is one of those things that for cold brew coffee is something that even goes beyond regular coffee. See, people seem to really say, look, this is a caffeinated boost that I don't even get with regular coffee. Now, how much of that is in your marketing?
Well, one of our main slogans is coffee that kicks acid. So
that kicks what?
Acid. Sorry, I should clarify.
That's
I hope I didn't get bleeped out there.
No. We don't have that kind of technology to bleep out.
No, not yet.
No.
It's the internet, yeah. So we're all about being healthier, providing a smooth and easier to consume beverage. Coffee's great, but we call it fast coffee. It's the American way. You want your caffeine and you want it now, and that's what hot coffee's good at. And that's why you have to use 200-degree Fahrenheit water is to activate the caffeine. But the side effects are that you activate a lot of the acids, oils, and chemicals, which leads to it being bitter. Whereas, we say that we're the barista in a bottle where we take the time to brew it, and then the consumer gets the benefit of a lower acidity coffee, less acidic coffee, with more caffeine, which is kind of, at the end of the day, what a lot of people are going for, is to get that caffeine out of the coffee.
Yeah. Well, it's been a big year for cold brew coffee, big year for new brew. Can't wait to see if this comes out in 2016.
We got a lot of tricks up our sleeve.
Outstanding. Thanks so much, Nick. Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you. And if you can just hand our mic over to you may actually know actually at this point. Thanks so much. That was Nick from New Brew Coffee.
Are we going to go
I'm actually going to leave this seat open. What do you think for our next guest?
Let's make him sit on this.
Let's make him sit on this side.
It's really get silly here.
There he is, Mike McKim from Cuvée Coffee.
Hey guys, what's
How
up?
are you?
How's
Good
it
to
going?
see you.
How you doing?
How's your show going?
It's awesome.
I say, how's your show going? This is more of a conference, not a
show.
convention.
You're just in trade show mode. It's all good.
Yeah, I am in trade show mode. Yeah. So how are you?
I'm great, man.
Good. Congratulations on the win.
Thanks so much.
Cuvée Coffee Best Packaging Innovation for 2015 is awarded by BevNET.
Yeah.
You guys are based in Austin, Texas.
Yes, sir.
And you launched the Nitro can that we awarded Cuvée Coffee. When did that happen? Was that earlier? That was in January, I believe?
November
of 2014.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us about the process of developing a Nitro can.
Oh, man. How much time do we have?
Yeah?
It's a long story. Huh?
It's a long story.
We have time.
Yeah, all right, perfect. I mean, to boil it down, the short version of the story is when we did Nitro Coffee originally, and we started working with it in 2011, the end goal was always to put it in cans. Couldn't figure out how to do that. And then I was about to give up and kind of ditch the Nitro, and then read a press release that Oscar Blues was launching Old Chub Nitro in cans, widget cans. Got a hold of them, flew out to Colorado, spent 2 days canning beer with them, learning all about nitrogen. And man, now here I am.
Crazy. I mean, it's interesting. We were talking before just about sort of the, craft beer connection of all of this. I mean, your cafes have, Nitro Cold Brew. You've got beer in them.
Yep.
the lines seem pretty blurry between what you're doing and what a brewer is doing, right?
Oh man, my favorite events to go to, aside from BevNet, of course, are the beer events. And what's awesome is all the brewery guys, they come straight to our tent, and all they want to do is shotgun a nitro coffee, right? I mean, they're just rabid about that, and it's a blast. So yeah, the craft beer community has really embraced this product.
You can shotgun a nitro can of coffee?
Dude, if I had one, I would do it right now for you, yes.
Man, we should have had that. That would have been great TV right
Yep,
there for
that
sure.
would be good.
Next time.
Yep.
So tell us a little bit about your distribution, because it's pretty limited at this point.
It is.
And the name of the game, if you want to get big in beverage, is to distribute pretty significantly, and to scale means that you have to spend a lot of money producing and then find the folks to sell your products. So, where are you at with that process?
Well, we've been really cautious. Every time we released a product, whether it was kegs or cans, we started just in Austin, right, to make sure that we could actually fulfill the demand that we had. And then we would slowly branch out of Texas. And then I'm happy to say on Thursday, our nitro cans will hit the shelf in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut at all 33 Whole Foods.
Nice.
Wow.
So that's our next strategic market.
So in terms of Whole Foods regions, are you finding some traction other than in the Northeast at this point? Or other than the North Atlantic at this point?
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
In terms of Whole Foods regions, we have a big show over here.
Yeah.
In terms of Whole Foods regions, where else what's your next move?
World domination comes to mind. I think it's picking strategic markets that we can actually make enough product, maintain the quality, integrity of the product. We've actually got a marketing campaign. 17 years of doing this, I've never done marketing. So we've got a marketing campaign launching next year, which will be a lot of fun. Dumping a scary amount of money into the new brewery.
Well, what's interesting is the marketing campaign, I'm assuming it's going to kind of explain the history of Cuvée and kind of talk about what your brand is all about. When I first saw Cuvée, I wasn't necessarily sure actually what it meant or what it represented. Can you talk a little bit about that?
About what Cuvée means?
What Cuvée means, and in terms of what it's supposed to represent to a consumer.
Well, I think I think we've gone through an evolution. Obviously, when I started the company, it was all about super premium quality, borderline elitist kind of, and we sometimes we foster that in the coffee industry a little bit too much. We obviously still focus on quality and super premium and all that sort of stuff, but we've kind of toned down that elitism that we used to exude at the beginning of our company. And I think what we found is we're a way more approachable, fun, become kind of an active lifestyle type company, which is really cool.
So I guess a slightly different question with expansion.
Yeah.
This morning, Joth was talking about Stumptown sort of expansion of the beans as well as the cold brew.
Right.
How does that work for you guys? Are you also branching out where you're selling beans, or how does that work?
Yeah, our wholesale roasting business, it just kind of continues to grow at the same rate it has for the past 5 or 6 years, just because our brand has continued to grow. People are familiar with the product. They associate us with quality. They associate us with being good to work with, good service, that sort of thing. So that side of the business is kind of on autopilot, man. And we've always focused in Texas. We haven't really taken this whole U.S. approach like a lot of other people.
Well, your beans are I think I've seen them in Whole Foods out in California, or am I mistaken?
I don't know about Whole Foods, but we ship to 16 or 18 different states.
Okay.
So we're out there just because people know the brand in the coffee industry. But man, I feel like we haven't even scratched the surface in Texas. It's a big state, so we're continuing to focus on our market.
So you're building a big brewery, though. What's going on in there?
As we expand, the I call it the cold brewery, right? Just to kind of differentiate it from a beer brewery.
Oh, no beer?
You know what, man? If I thought I could make better beer than what's on the market right now, I'd do it in a heartbeat, but I know I can't. so I'll just drink everybody else's.
Well, there are some brands in Austin that are using your coffee to flavor their products.
I know it. Yeah.
Good stuff. What's the one around the corner from you
Zucker
guys are?
we were
From
talking
Zucker, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Zucker's good stuff, yeah.
So, yep. Zucker just did a coffee milk stout. I think the one that has just a cult following. We've been working with Austin Beer Works for 4 years.
Yep.
And they do a beer called Sputnik, and it's a Russian Imperial coffee oatmeal stout. And we're actually delivering the coffee to them on Wednesday so they can infuse it with the beer.
Nice.
Yeah, and that one's always a blast.
Great. Mike, congratulations on the win, and thanks so much for being with us. Really
man.
appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Got to have your product up here in the north, up by us in the Northeast pretty soon, though.
Deal.
All right. Great seeing you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
And I guess
I think that's it for
Ray
you.
on a solid live stream lounge here. I'm going to gracefully exit.
Okay, well,
good luck
thanks so
to
much
you.
for being a part of this, John, and
Take care.
see you tomorrow. All right. That was John Craven and Mike McKim off. And on now is Rifle Hughes. How are you, Rifle?
Doing
Good
well.
to see
How are
you.
you?
Rifle is the, I'm sorry, thank you very much. Director with McLean Design. McLean Design is actually the sponsor of the live stream lounge here at BevNet Live Winter 2015. And thanks so much for doing that.
Oh, glad to.
Yeah. So I want to talk to you specifically about design trends that we're seeing in beverages right now. What's working and what isn't working. What have you seen that is really sort of cutting edge on the market in terms of label design and package design?
I think it's tough. Trends tend to sort of come and go, obviously. And over the last couple of years, particularly with Suja's probably a great example of, is you're seeing less and less coverage. Think back 10 years ago where you had Bolthouse Farms and Naked and all these other premium juices that had great photography or illustrations. And nowadays, that's just not real enough for consumers. Consumers actually want to see what's in there. So you're seeing a lot of beverages that are stripping the cruft back, removing all the coverage and having much clearer labels.
Right.
And, so now you got this sort of Crayola box of flavors up on the shelf. It's just good-looking, appetizing juice. And, we've had clients in the past that have been concerned about that. It's like, well, what if they see our settling and our ingredients? And today's consumer, that's actually a good thing. They see it's real.
Yeah.
Juice that just sits there and stays in one form, probably not the real thing. It's coming from some factory in Cincinnati or something.
That's a really interesting
somewhere.
point. I never really thought about that. I always thought that it was something that might detract consumers from buying a product, but I think you have a good point there that it makes it look that much realer.
It can. The flip side of it is there's a lot of people doing it. And so the ability to actually differentiate and have something that's meaningful and will help your brand stands out, I don't know that it's not time to start looking for a similar way to communicate, but a way to better communicate your brand and your point of difference. It's all you've got is the Crayola box of juices. There's a bunch of those now.
It's interesting because also you mentioned Suja. Blueprint was one of the first brands to sort of list the ingredients on the front of the bottle, and you see a whole bunch of cold pressed juice companies, almost all of them, in fact. And you're starting to see that in some other brands as well. What do you think of that approach?
It's hard to be a follower.
Yep.
It worked for them. It was part of their design. It helped inform me very quickly what was there. But at the same time, there were also interesting ingredients. This was, again, coming from when, say, Naked or Odwalla were kind of the kings of the heap in there. Blueprint shows up, and Suja was pretty similar too, with this deck of ingredients right on the front as design elements that clearly communicated to consumers things have changed and there's something new. When you're putting like cinnamon and other interesting ingredients that sort of get me thinking about new flavors, that can be compelling. If you're the 80th guy to do it, I don't know that's ultimately going to translate out to be a great strategy.
Yeah. One of the most explosive categories in terms of growth this past year has been cold brew coffee.
Mm-hmm.
What have been some of the most effective ways to describe cold brew coffee and make your brand stand out on the shelf among the huge number of entrants into the category?
Right. Well, I know one of the things you wanted to discuss, and it's kind of come up throughout the show, is hierarchy.
Right.
And that's a challenge with any brand, any beverage. There's so much that you feel as an entrepreneur that you can communicate that's special about what your formulation. and your brand, and what most entrepreneurs do that's actually can be a mistake is try to put everything there on the front label. You got to consider the environment of the retail space. There's all sorts of different retail environments, whether from a bodega to a C-store or even a something like a Safeway that now has really cool beverage areas in the store. But consumers here in America have less and less time, and they're making decisions in fractions of a second. So if I'm walking up to the standard beverage shelf and looking at hundreds of SKUs, there's fractions of a second to consider you, the small new entrant that maybe has one facing, and you're putting 83 bullet points, you're trying to tell me that you're all this stuff, and you get lost. One of the best things that you can do is establish compelling graphic, a compelling brand that cuts through the clutter. Look at your environment, see what everybody else is doing, and maybe the best strategy is actually to go the other way, just so that you can be seen in the crowd. Now, you don't want to break that link. You don't want to go so far the other direction that you're no longer a member of the category, but you've got to do something to stand out. So when I think about, get back to your original question, when I look at cold press coffee, everybody's doing a lot of the, or not cold press, but the cold brew. The cold press is coming. Just wait.
Oh yeah.
No, the cold brew coffee there's a lot of that. There's a lot of the same stuff. You see a lot of it in big Boston rounds. You see a lot of it in gable top cartons. That's an interesting one. I don't know that structure is actually one of the things that consumers can easily recognize what category you're in. I know what a beer bottle looks like. I expect beer to come in that. I know what a water bottle looks like, so on and so forth. And when you've got an emerging category that hasn't quite established what its structure is, it's a little bit confusing. I think that will likely sort itself out. But there's room for people to have different structures too that fit in but stand out.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. You mentioned label hierarchy, which is really, one of the things, again, I did want to talk to you about. The emergence of non-GMO, the emergence of organic, the emergence of now even biodynamic with some new brands has really come to the forefront. The non-GMO Project Verified seal is a variety of sizes on a variety of packages.
It's a Whopper.
Yeah, what's that?
It's a Whopper. It's huge.
It is. And what do you think about that? I mean, does that kind of stuff belong on the front of a package, on the back of a package? I mean, and I know that's hard to say because there's so many different categories and so many different products. But the reality is like that's a big label.
At McLean Design, one of the things that we firmly believe is that your brand is the most important thing.
Right.
If all you've got is that you're gluten-free and you're trying to put the gluten-free symbol forward, anybody else can come along and be gluten-free too.
Right.
So once everybody else gets there, when Coca-Cola is gluten-free, you lost.
Right.
So you have to build into what makes you unique and special. We're proud of the fact that we were behind the design of the Monster Energy logo and can. And there's a lot to be learned from that case study. And it's a very similar environment. When you look at the energy drink space back from the early 2000s, it was camouflage. Everybody was trying to argue, I've got 5% more energy or this ingredient or that. And one of the things that made Monster work was there wasn't any of that on there. There's no bullet points. It's just a brand and an attitude. And it fit into the category. So non-GMO is absolutely important, and people are looking for those products. But the people that are looking for those products are probably label readers. They're going to find you.
Right.
They'll figure it out. And there's also context, and that's an important thing for people to consider when they're developing their label. You're not alone. You're going to be on a shelf with a bunch of others. So the company that you keep helps define you as well.
Yep.
And if you're in a category that is non-GMO and maybe it's hidden around the side or on the back, it's probably okay as long as your brand is what's carrying forward. You want to be unique and special and not a commodity.
That's some outstanding, excellent advice. And for entrepreneurs that are watching right now, they really can benefit from what you're saying. And it's a tough business, beverages, but having the right label and having the right package, it's been proven over and over again that it can help your brand enormously.
Well, it's critical because if you're not seen on shelf, it doesn't matter how great your product is or what your company stands for. You really don't exist. So having a great package that can penetrate through on the shelf and cut through all the competition, it's the first step. Now you have to back it up with a good product, certainly. That's equally important. That's what's going to get people coming back. That's what's going to get you noticed and all those repeat purchase. But, it's just like, we often say this, it's like walking into a bar and you see the girl across the way.
Yep.
You just know the ones you like, and you spot them through the crowd. But if I can't even see them, I never get a chance to talk to her and figure out that she's actually an MBA from Harvard.
Yeah.
And that's what you've got to do. You've got to have a compelling appearance and personality up front so that I see you and I'm attracted to you and I want to get up the guts to step up and feed you a line.
Yeah, nicely said. Rifle, you're the man. Thanks so much for being with us. Really appreciate it. And thanks to McLean Design, and once again, the sponsor of the Livestream Lounge here at BevNet Live Winter
Glad to do
2015. Thanks so much. All right, if you can just pass your microphone to our producer, and we're going to bring up a whole nother set of folks. Jeff Klineman, the editor-in-chief of BevNet, Carol Ortenberg, the editor of Project Nosh, and Rita from Rabobank are going to be coming on, and I'm coming off. All right.
Good afternoon, Ray.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to keep...
Hi there, I'm Jeff Klineman, the editor-in-chief of BevNet, here at our Livestream Lounge with Carol Ortenberg, our Project Nosh editor, and Rita Kaskinian.
Well said, thank you.
From Rabobank, where she's a managing director and oversees global beverage M&A, is that right?
I oversee North America non-alcoholic beverage M&A.
Well, North America is indeed global.
Global. So I do work very closely with other colleagues in Europe, though.
Okay. So. Now, one thing that we talked about before coming on was if you could share some of your thoughts about what you see in terms of innovation in beverage here and how it reflects, given Rabobank's global profile, how it reflects when you're abroad, and what the market is for that kind of thing.
Right. I think globally speaking, the market, especially in Europe, looks at the U.S. as the center of innovation. So the U.S. is what leads innovative product introductions. The Europeans have always felt that they lead in efficiency, production capability, innovative technology, but from a product and a consumer awareness point of view and consumer-facing point of view, it's the U.S. that leads. So the U.S. introduces, and everybody else then starts converting that into the global brand strategies.
Now, does that lead to U.S. products doing better abroad, or does it lead to a lot of copycat from...
No, I think it's fair to say that the U.S. products eventually do go abroad in a very big way, and it's not just Europe, of course. Now it's the Far East as well. You have seen China looking at the U.S. market in a much deeper way, a number of the other Far East players doing the same. So the U.S. will send its product and its introductions into the foreign countries, and that's how it progresses.
So one more question in this series then. How are the strategics that you're dealing with factoring in international scalability for innovative U.S. beverage companies?
I think most of the internationals look at the U.S. market first on its own standing, and the U.S. market is considered across the board in consumer food and beverage as the market that is showing probably the healthiest growth levels. So first order of business is U.S., and then second order of business is upon maturity, they feel that they can take some of those products into their own markets. So the Chinese, as an example, in general terms across the board have now said, we don't immediately have to take each and every product to China. We will invest for the U.S.'s sake, and then we will see how we translate it into the Chinese market.
But they're willing to invest pre-ubiquity in the U.S.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Absolutely.
So as long as there's something on the table domestically, it doesn't necessarily have to scale internationally.
Correct.
Okay. Carol?
Oh, I just was curious. I had seen some wonderful announcements around a new innovation award, in part with MIT, and some of our readers just wanted to learn more about that.
So that's now been going on for 5 years. We have had the Innovative Company Awards that were established 5 years ago. It started looking at the larger businesses, some of the larger businesses. I'll give you just one example. Chobani not a beverage company, a yogurt company. But Chobani was one of the initial awardees. We have now taken that to its next phase, which is emerging companies, emerging technologies, innovation at the roots, and that's the teaming up with MIT. And this is to enhance, if you will, attention to innovation, to help students come up with innovative food and beverage ideas, to look at the entire value chain, and to identify where innovation can be played the best. So the MIT relationship is new, but the concept has been around for a few years. And it is the CEO of the Americas that has been sort of the proponent of this entire approach. So
that's wonderful.
Yeah. And just in that regard, unrelated to everybody here, but everybody thinks Rabobank is this huge, monstrous organization, which of course we're quite large. We're global.
Well, no one says monstrous.
Monstrous. We're monstrous. We're big. We're very well established, very global. And we are a cooperative, which is very unique. So in the context of innovation across the board in our business, which is food and beverage, we just announced a reassessment, reorganization of our entire cooperative structure. So we are innovating ourselves from the roots up in the organization itself. So that is a little bit in that innovation vein.
I wanted to ask you about the current state of the market in terms of deal making. Just how heavy is competition for fast-growing entrepreneurial brands?
Look, I think competition is quite prolific. Investors are quite focused on being able to identify the eventually surviving brands and businesses. I think it is, as you see a lot of graduation out of corporates through their executives into this new marketplace and the innovative marketplace, I think a lot of people are going to end up competing for a lot of the businesses that we're seeing here. That's the sense we have.
Now, this year, though, it seemed like
the big boys.
A lot more VC, and then a lot more kind of larger companies pulling off chunks of other large companies.
I think there was a lot of realignment this year that went on, and we believe that there will continue to be meaningful realignment in the large corporate world in food and beverage. Look, I mean, you woke up to one big deal this morning happening.
Certainly.
That was a realignment. AB InBev is certainly a potential realignment despite all of the noise around it currently, let's say. Having said that, I think it's important to also remember that all those realignments will yield opportunity for the marketplace. There are going to be pieces that are going to be recut, and as a result, those smaller businesses are going to become the deal support, if you will. So you'll see not just the big deals, but other deals coming out of those big deals.
We just have a little bit more time, so I wanted to ask you, how long do you think it takes before that shuffles down to the emerging beverage, entrepreneurial beverage community?
Meaning?
Those realignments. Does that create magnetic poles for M&A? Or does it spur innovation within the companies?
I think what we are seeing is the big companies are actually, in fact, re-innovating themselves, but it's really not innovation. It's really repositioning, recharacterizing their own brands and their own products, but they're looking at the new world and the innovative world to get the ideas. So there'll be a little bit of pull and push on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. There's pull and push between consumer buy-in as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Rita, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you.
And who are we going to be hearing from next, Carol?
I think heading up next, we have Susan Ricci, and she's going to be talking to us about HPP processing. Hi.
Hi, Susan. Hi. Jeff Klineman, nice to meet you. Have a seat. You're climbing the corporate stool here. Yes, exactly. So tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do.
Okay. My name is Susan Ricci, and I'm the CEO of HPP Food Services and CalPac Foods.
Okay, and what does the company do?
HPP Food Services is the Southern California toller for high-pressure pasteurization of juices and food. And CalPac Foods is a co-packer for food and pressed juices and salad dressings and soups.
So you guys haven't been busy at all for the past couple
We've
of
been very bored. Yeah, looking for things to do.
So one of the questions early on as HPP started to come into the marketplace was capacity and the ability of the folks who wanted to get into this business of processing for taste and nutritional availability to actually find facilities that could do it or to purchase their own. So I wonder if you could, as a toller, speak to the state of capacity with regard to demand for these kinds of products.
Okay. Well, we actually at HPP Food Services are actually doubling our capacity now. The target customer would be a customer that has, let's say, 1 million pounds or 500,000 pounds, doesn't have the need for a whole machine, which would do 12 million pounds to 20 million pounds. So the mid-sized to small customer would be the perfect customer for HPP Food Services.
And what component of the market would you say are these smaller to mid-sized producers?
Well, initially a lot of our customers were juice, and now we're getting a lot of requests for baby food, soups, salad dressings, dips, a little bit of meat, but we're mostly in the non-meat category, at least the customers that are approaching us.
So, and how long does it take to do a run of, say, 1 million pounds or 100,000 pounds?
Well, it really depends on the item, but if you're doing a juice, you can high pressure about 300 pounds per cycle, and each cycle is about 9 minutes long.
Okay.
And we do about 5.5 cycles per hour, just to give you an idea.
Oh wow, that's a lot of juice.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
So in one of the breakout sessions, one of the questions that came up was, as a young company, I'm taking on some investment. Should I try to take on this process myself, or should I, go with a co-packer and have someone else help me? What are sort of the advantages of going with you versus, trying to do this yourself?
Well, what we tell these new customers is we can share the overhead with them and the other customers that we have so that it's not so cost prohibitive for them to get in. If they were to get their own facility, they have a certain amount of fixed costs and rent and utilities and other costs that if they go with a co-packer, those costs would be shared, along with our R&D expertise and expertise about packaging. We're sort of a full-service solution for our customers.
So, we talked a little bit about packaging yesterday and a little bit more tomorrow. What role does packaging, you just mentioned, having the right packaging play in sort of the beverage space? Are you seeing any innovations that still work with HPP?
There's some standards that work with HPP in terms of, PET, certain millimeter caps, 2-lead cap versus using an induction seal, which isn't very common anymore. So sort of that road has already been paved for a lot of these customers.
I was wondering, are you seeing people bringing ready-to-drink cocktails in for HPP?
We actually have gotten our first request for a product that is a cold-pressed juice, and then they would add the alcohol to it.
After processing?
After, yes.
In single serve or in bulk?
In single serve.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just out of curiosity, on the timing aspect, does it take longer to process bulk?
No, the time and pressure is still the same. You just get less of these larger packages in the basket, in the vessel. It's still about 300 pounds, but it's just larger units.
What would you say is the biggest technological competition for the HPP market?
Well, right now there really isn't any competition to high pressuring or performing an extended shelf life and a 5-log reduction on an enclosed package. I haven't really seen anything that's really comparable to that so far.
Aseptic, there's some word that, they're working on some stuff up at Cornell that might be an interesting processing method.
Yeah, we haven't seen any slowdown in the requests that we're getting for co-packing and HPP and wanting to use our technology.
How hard is it to get line time with you guys?
Well, we're basically doubling our capacity, and right now we're still getting 2 to 3 calls a day, and we're bringing them in as quickly as we can.
We'll keep on filling.
Thank you.
And thanks very much for coming.
Thank you. Very nice. Thank you. Nice. Thank you.
Boy, speaking of keep on processing, we just have guests coming left and right.
All right.
So you are not Mary.
I am not married.
So you are Sue Ann.
I am Su'a.
Su'a, I'm Jeff. We had some lunch together earlier.
We did.
So tell us about brew broth.
So brew broth is the world's first ready-to-heat and drink beverage to combine the protein and gelatin of bone broth with the vitamins and nutrients of cold-pressed vegetable and root juices.
Okay.
So I'm the editor for Project Nosh, which is our food site. One thing that's really interesting to me is where do you think bone broth kind of fits in? Is it a food product? Is it a beverage product? How should entrepreneurs sort of approach it, as well as, how do you think consumers are seeing it?
Sure. So a little bit of all. And that's the fun part of creating a product that doesn't really exist in its form, and it's also the challenging part of creating a product like this. We set out to reinvent a centuries-old product. Bone broth has been around forever. I'm Korean. I grew up drinking bone broth my whole life. And when we started to make the batches in the kitchen and started destroying our kitchens with all the combinations of things that we did with our bone broth, we knew that we were going to be doing something that was going to take some education, and that wasn't going to be fitting or wouldn't slot exactly into people's perception of a beverage or a food.
Yeah.
It can be a meal replacement. It can be a beverage. Some people use it and make soup out of it and add greens and noodles and other things to it. And so, again, the fun and the challenge all at the same time for us.
So for some of our viewers at home, because we do get, so what is the difference between bone broth and stock?
Sure. So generally it's the cooking time.
Okay.
So the bone broth is cooked for a very long period of time. You're extracting all of the nutrients out of the bones. There are stocks out there that are cooked for an hour, maybe a few hours, where the protein to water ratio, it could be as high as 155 parts water to 1 part protein if it's a very light stock. Bone broth has heavy viscosity. It's got high protein because it's not only cooked for a long period of time, but the bones are actually also curated to get the right quality of bones that have the right amino acids and minerals that you want to pull out of it.
So this is obviously a complicated subject. How do you sort of convey that to consumers when you have major brands like Progresso coming out and saying that their new cooking stock is a bone broth?
Sure. So that was our conscious, very deliberate effort to differentiate ourselves from a stock. That is something that you take, that you cook with, that you make a soup or stew out of. The benefits that are in a cup of bone broth, and especially if you add fresh pressed vegetables and roots to it, in and of itself, you don't need anything else. You're getting high quality protein, you're getting high quality gelatin, you're getting the vitamins and the minerals from the vegetables as well. And so for us, it was really about creating that point of differentiation and also making it easy. If you know anyone who's ever made bone broth, it's not a pretty process.
I don't like to admit to it, no.
No, it's not a pretty process. And most people that come to us looking for bone broth have made it. They understand the level of difficulty involved in making it. They're grateful to not have to make it, and already come from a point of having some education. There are also people who come to bone broth because they're being prescribed it by their health practitioners or whatnot.
So, but there's a format question that I think applies with bone broth that also cuts across some of the other emerging categories, which is it's thought to be very culinary. It's thought to be associated with chefs, with on-the-go with effectively on-premise business. So as you build out an RTD bone broth, do you try and play nicely with the restaurants and with the on-premise consumers?
And I also would love to hear, as part of that, I just saw that Whole Foods is looking for sort of mini stores within their stores, and you guys are like at the top for actually developing a bone broth sort of cafe.
Yes.
So does that play into sort of Jeff's question and the role it sort of plays?
Sure, they are very related. So we see, for restaurants to be making bone broth, it's a very natural, obviously, byproduct of what they use. They're roasting meats, they've got leftover bones. It's natural for them to be making broth, either to use in their stocks or to sell out the door. We see that as a really good thing, because the more people understand broth as an alternative to coffee or tea, as a warm beverage alternative versus something that you have to cook with or make something with, the better it is for us.
Can you caffeinate the stuff?
Well, funny you should ask that. We've got a formula called Cavo. It is bone broth coffee, and it is coconut oil. It is a savory coffee. It is actually one of our most popular SKUs. We've got diehard fans of it, and you're going to have to try it tomorrow. I'll have to make some for you. But yes, you can caffeinate it.
Damn it, my mouth got me in trouble again.
Yep, and now you're going to be drinking it tomorrow.
Perhaps on camera.
Oh, okay, well, let's do that. Definitely.
So, Suha, thank you very much.
Yep.
I'm afraid I have to cut you short because we have to move on.
Thank you, Jeff.
But thanks very much
Appreciate
for coming.
Thank you. Thanks for
you
your
so
time.
much. So who do we have up next, Jeff?
So our next speaker is our next interview is going to be someone who I just worked with in a breakout session, and that's Nikki McCord from McCord Consulting Group.
I heard some great things about that session, that it was really thought-provoking.
Well, it's one of these things that's kind of a passion play for us. Nikki, come on in. Nikki, it's great to see you again.
Great to see you again as well.
So Carol was just asking.
Hi.
Carol was just asking what the heck it was we were up to. So.
Because I wasn't there, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Well, Jeff and I really wanted to understand a little bit better what the challenges and barriers were to beverage professionals in terms of diversity. And so our goal was to really have an opportunity to listen, and then hopefully from those conversations to eventually create a toolkit for companies to use to identify and to address some of these issues surrounding diversity.
And can diversity be sort of any type of diversity, gender diversity, racial diversity, sort of religious diversity across the gamut, or was there a focus specifically?
I think we were mostly talking about racial diversity, and it may sound weird to say that, but if you look across the industry, it's always been, and I think it may be because of access to capital, there have been a good number of women entrepreneurs in the natural and organic industries. It's had a fair track record just on face of sort of being able to because for many people it turns into a second career of bringing sort of an experienced level of executive woman into the business. Now, that's not to say that it matches up with with population profiles.
No, but that's a wonderful thing about the industry. So that's why I wanted to just clarify a little bit for our viewers at home.
But what we've been talking about is how do we make people who've been working in natural and organic and traditional food sources for decades, how do we get them invited to this party that is the growing financing of incursive brands?
Absolutely.
So what were some of the key takeaways from the session on how to sort of achieve those goals?
So I think we talked about 4 different areas that really came out of the room that attendees said, these are some of the things that we feel are barriers, and we can now look to find out how we can create tools to address these barriers. So one of them are retailers, and really having retailers understand that the products that are even featured here at BevNet belong in a whole different type of stores across the country. And I don't know if you wanted to talk a little bit more about that retailers and what that really means.
Yeah, so the idea is that there's something of a profile of a black or a Hispanic consumer that doesn't necessarily bear out anymore.
Yeah.
And while there's been a good change in mindset from retailers toward health and wellness, it hasn't yet filtered into retailers who are traditionally in communities of color, even if those retailers are even there. And this is one of those things where the natural and organic products industry, we think has the best of intentions, but we think has been growing so fast and focusing so hard at going 100 miles an hour that it hasn't incorporated diversity into its DNA. And I think that's a discussion that the industry would like to have, given the opportunity to stick its head up a little bit and say, geez, I want to do this, and I hope it's not too late.
Yeah. Another one of the topics that were identified by the group were employment opportunities as well. And so looking at employment opportunities from the ground up, from the internship level, making sure that college students understand what this industry is and how they can enter this industry, all the way to the executive level, and making sure that there's diversity in executive recruitment as well. And so understanding how to create a pipeline in order to recruit entry level all the way to executive with diversity in mind as well.
If we move the needle, it creates a ripple effect. And we hope that we increase a pipeline, we increase opportunity, we increase willingness to take economic risk, both within minority communities and externally, so that people will look to those communities as places where they want to leverage their risk capabilities. In other words, to invest in a diversity of entrepreneurs.
Absolutely. One of the third things that came out of this session was really inspiring companies to reframe the discussion and, inspire entrepreneurs as well to reframe the discussion in terms of diversity. And so really starting from the bottom up to make sure that entrepreneurs understand that diversity is very important to their business as well.
So the other thing that I want to make clear is that this isn't the only discussion we want to have, not just a breakout session at a BevNet Live, but we want to take this discussion across the natural products industry. We think that there are a lot more to be had. We think that there are a lot of objectives to be identified and to be worked towards, and that it needs to be a two-way street, that we need to recognize that this is or would like to be a culturally moral industry. And we want to support that.
Absolutely. It's not just about identifying problems, it's how are we going to fix them as well. And I think that we're very committed to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do know that we're going to turn it over to Ray Latif in just a minute. So I want to make sure that he is floating around here. And I don't see him.
He's right there in the wings.
Okay. But he's waiting in the wings. So I'm afraid that Carol and I are taking off, and you'll be joining us on our way out. But Nikki, I just want to say thank you for coming out and helping me through that discussion. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you for having me. This has been an excellent opportunity, and I look forward to working together in the future.
That's great.
Great.
Please enjoy the rest of your live stream.
Thanks. Actually, can you pass that over to our next test? Thanks.
I can bring one up as well.
All right, I'm back, and we're in for a show. It's You know, it's almost 5 o'clock here. The 5 o'clock hour requires some cocktails. And we've got none other than Julie Cielo, the founder of Femme Fatale, a New Beverage Showdown semifinalist today. And she's going to come make some cocktails for us. So fantastic. Now you just need a mic. So we're going to give you a mic. Here.
Happy hour.
All right. We've got our producer, Chris Fernari, here too. So he's going to help out momentarily. All right. So Julie, before we get started, this is like this. I feel like this is a Today Show. We're gonna like make something, you know, right on stage like this. Tell us a little.
Are you Kathy Lee?
Am I? Is she on the Today Show?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll be Matt Lauer. How
Katie
about
Couric.
that?
Yes, Matt Lauer.
Fair enough.
So much more hair. So much better looking, right?
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So tell us a little bit about Femme Fatale, and you know, you're the founder. Why did you start the brand? I know you talked about that in the Showdown, but for those of us who didn't see, or for those of our viewers at home that didn't see the Showdown, tell us a little about it.
Okay. So Femme Fatale is the world's first fermented cocktail mix line.
Okay.
And it really is an opportunity for people to live it up while still living clean.
Okay.
It's a convertible social beverage. You can drink it with or without alcohol. So, you know, sometimes you go out with friends and maybe, you know, you're really into fitness and you want to make sure that you're feeling really great the next morning, but you still want to socialize. And the great thing about this is we're kegging it, and we also have it in 750 ml bottles for the bar scene. It's great because you can still hang out with your friends and drink something that's really good for you.
Yep.
And you know,
What's in it that's really good for you?
Oh, there's B vitamins, enzymes, bacteria, and yeast, and those nutrients are vital for your gut health. They also keep a flat tummy.
Oh, outstanding.
So I like to think of Femme Fatale, the brand in general. She's bisexual. She can go either way. You know, I mean, that's the exciting thing about her. All the branding around this is super cheeky. You know, we have a Dirty Girl Martini, and I like to reference each flavor to like her own entity.
Okay.
Femme Fatale is an embodiment of a very strong woman that embraces her imperfections. She sees challenges as opportunities in life. And so that's a little bit about Femme Fatale.
Very cool. And you started out, I mean, you continue to be sort of a lifestyle and fitness coach and a yoga instructor as well. I mean, is this something that, you know, the folks that you're working with have been asking for and use at this right now?
Absolutely. So, I mean, I got into it because there was a need. I needed something like this.
Right.
But I work with clients that have similar problems to what I've suffered from in my life, autoimmune disease, you know, all sorts of different health challenges that I've overcome, mainly, you know, from changing the thoughts that I carry in my mind. But diet is key. I mean, we all know that 80% of what you put into your body is going to affect how you look and how you feel. And, you know, I mean, social is really important.
Right.
The time we spend with friends and family and socializing, I mean, I'm Italian, so it's all about food and drink.
Yes,
for me.
of course.
Would you like to try something,
Yes,
Ray?
yes. It's interesting, though. I just want to touch on your story. It sounds pretty similar to that of Janie Hoffman, who's the founder of Mama Chia, who also went through some health issues and figured out that, you know what, chia is a magic ingredient for her, and she built a whole brand out of it. So it'd be interesting to see what you do with this.
Yeah, well, I hope you like it.
Yeah, well, let's try some.
Okay, let's do it.
All right.
So the first one I have mixed up is shrub bucha.
Shrub bucha.
Yeah, so if you know what shrub is a colonial era, it's a pre-colonial era beverage that's been repopularized like in hipsters and mixologists, especially here in LA. And it's basically fruit juice that's mixed with vinegar.
Yep.
So I'm taking the classic shrub and I'm mixing it with what people know to be kombucha. And some people are liking my product to like Skinny Girl Next Level or taking kombucha next level, which is really flattering. So I mix these two together, and it's called Shrub Bucha.
Yep.
And this first one's called Luscious Lime because it can be used for more than just a margarita. I've
Okay.
discovered from R&D with really cool mixologists that they love mixing it with whiskey and vodka. It's also really great on a hot summer day by itself.
And now, what are you mixing it with right now?
I'm mixing it with some Cuervo.
Okay. And you need to shake it right now?
Actually, you can't really shake this product,
Okay.
I discovered, because it will explode.
Okay, well, yes, do not shake this at home.
You just mix it lightly.
Ah.
Where are our glasses? Let me get you a glass.
Let's see. Chris, can we get some glasses?
Get some glasses.
Thank you very much. Yes, okay, so stirred, not shaken.
Yeah, definitely stirred, not shaken.
Is that because of the citrus too, or?
So the shrub is a lime shrub, and the kombucha, thanks, Chris. The kombucha is a black tea kombucha. So just try it and
Cheers.
see what you think, Ray.
Okay, well, let's get you some, and then we can toast to.
I I definitely need a drink at
A
this point.
fantastic BevNet Live experience so far.
Yeah, BevNet is awesome.
Okay.
Let's celebrate
There
BevNet.
we go. Julie, thank you very much. Cheers.
Ray.
All right, this is the first. Oh, that's tasty. That's really good.
Yeah.
And I don't
so-
think that's the tequila talking either. So
I didn't put that much in.
Yeah.
I mean, truth be told, is that low alcohol cocktails are all the rage right now.
Yes.
You go into bars, it's Aperol, it's Negroni, it's bitters.
Yep.
Those are the products that are really, being talked about whenever you go into bars now. So, cocktails that have fermented liquids are even more unusual, but are becoming. People are asking for this stuff.
Yeah.
That's why you see more kombuchas on tap. I would love it to eventually see this next one that we're going to try, which is fermented coconut water. Straight,
Okay.
It's organic. Everything that you see here is raw, live, and organic. So I've gone through USDA, and everything's really super high quality ingredients. But
Now-
I'd love to see this on tap. When you see fermented coconut water on tap
Yep.
in your favorite bar, you know that you have arrived to the time of existence that is the most epic. Like, seriously.
The time of existence that is most epic.
I
gonna
know.
steal that.
I'm
Is
so
that okay?
LA, aren't I?
I like
Yes.
that though.
The company is in downtown Los Angeles.
Good deal.
This next one is coconut water that's been fermented, and the original flavor is scented with lime.
Okay.
So it tastes awesome with just a splash of gin or vodka. And today I brought you Sapphire.
Okay, terrific.
you wanna try
Well,
that?
unfortunately, I think we're going to have to try that off stage because we're
Okay.
shortly out of time.
Cool,
But
cool,
before
cool.
we get there, I want to talk about your new beverage Showdown experience. Tell us about it, what it was like for you to be up here as a semifinalist.
You know, it was so nerve-wracking because obviously I'm emerging in the market. I've
Right.
never been exposed to anything quite like this before. It was such a great experience. Even though I didn't make it to finals, I still consider myself a massive winner for getting up on stage, talking about the product, being asked to talk about the product is huge. I think that it was a very amazing growth experience for me, and I would encourage anybody that is, has an innovative product to definitely consider doing the Beverage Showdown if they have something really cool.
Well, I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you so much. And it's true, you are a winner. And I can't tell you how many brands have participated in the semifinals and not won the entire thing, and that are big successes on the market right now. I could name a bunch of them, but we'll get to that at some point later on. Julie, I'm gonna find you later on to try some of the fermented coconut.
I hope
Okay.
so. Thank
Great.
you so much.
Thank
Ray.
you so
BevNet
much.
is awesome.
Thank you so
Can't
much
say
for
enough
saying
good
that.
things
All
about
right.
it.
Thank you. And if you can bring your mic back to Chris and then just send him over, we can take some of the products back off stage. I'm going to keep this with me though, just for now. Well, actually, is that okay? I can keep this with me. Okay, great. Well, now up next is Melanie Vera. So let me give this to Chris, and then I'll slide over and say hi to you. Oh, look at that! There you go. Thank you. Let's keep this.
Thank you for bringing cocktails for me.
You got it? Okay, great. All right, I'm going to slide over. Melanie, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Melanie Vieira is the Business Development Manager for Ball Corporation. Did I get that right?
You sure did.
Okay, terrific. So thanks so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
So tell us a little bit about what Ball does. I think some people have an idea what you guys do, but why don't you tell us?
Yeah, we are the largest manufacturer of aluminum beverage cans. We have customers of various sizes and all different types of beverage categories.
That's pretty easy.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
So what I was talking to you about, when I saw you at NACS, it's interesting, you see so many new beverages in cans now, and it just used to be sort of the domain of carbonated soft drinks and beer, but now it's just, you're seeing it in coffee, you're seeing it in juice, you're seeing it in so many different categories. Why is that, and where are you seeing the most growth in terms of beverage categories?
It was really interesting. The craft beer movement was really what kind of initiated a lot of that change. They saw the functional benefits of the can, being able to block UV light, able to manage the level of oxygen that was in the cans, the recyclability story, portability. And so it was clear to craft brewers that this was a superior package format. And once they started putting these premium products in the can, it really elevated the can package in a lot of different segments. And so once that happened, we started seeing a lot of movement in a lot of different areas. Certainly the energy drink category really elevated cans as well. And so now we're starting to see a lot of interesting segments that we wouldn't have probably predicted early on. Wine and cans has become very popular. We're getting lots of phone calls, lots of energy excitement around that. The cold brew coffee movement, some of the new technologies that we've launched has really helped that. The widget, which helps to nitrogenate products. So
tell us about that. Which products are using that widget right now?
Yeah, so for those not familiar with the widget, it's actually our device is secured to the bottom of the can.
Okay.
And it when the can becomes nitrogenated, it stores it in that little device.
Yep.
And then when you open the can, it nitrogenates the entire beverage. And so beer has certainly been really interested in that technology with stouts. And now coffees. The coffee movement has really liked it because it gives that nice frothy head that you get in coffee cafes.
Yeah. In terms of sizes of cans, where are you seeing it? I mean, the standard 12 ounce has been something that's been used everywhere.
Yes.
But where else can we see new innovation as it relates to the size of can packages?
Yeah, a lot of the movement, I would say in beers, 24 ounce and 16 ounce have been extremely popular. They continue to grow at double digits. We're adding capacity to try to support that growth. 8.4 ounce, kind of a small, slender Red Bull size can. That's been really popular with kind of more of the functional drinks, the smaller, if it's more of a concentrated impact of flavor, a lot of times the smaller cans, and then the 12-ounce sleek, which is 12 ounces, which is a really nice volume, but it's a little bit thinner and modern and sexy.
Sure. What's interesting also about cans is you guys promote the recyclability of cans.
Absolutely.
Much more so than over other packages. But at the same time, are people recycling more? I mean, are you seeing that happen?
Absolutely. I think as people become more environmentally conscious, recycling is one of those huge things that people start to recognize. And aluminum still continues to be the driver for supporting and funding all of the recycling. So we're very proud of that. It's infinitely recyclable. So a can will get recycled and returned to another can in 60 days. 60 plus amount of recycled material in every can and end. So it's a really great story, and a lot of companies have really used that to help build their brand platform.
Now, one of the knocks on cans that I heard from before it was ubiquitous in beer was that it sort of changed the flavor of the beer. There wasn't a lining, or there was a lining, or whatever it was, and people got over that pretty quickly.
Well, there is always a liner.
Yeah, there's
that
always
should
a
be
liner.
clear.
Okay.
There's never product touching the can. You have to have some kind of barrier between product and can, or otherwise the can is no longer shelf stable. It would start to corrode. So every can has a liner, and what we do is we have a flavor profile staff, and what they do is they help our new customers to send in their beverages and then help understand if the coating does have scalping or if it affects the flavor, and they'll help actually reformulate and give ideas for how to make sure that product is exactly how you want your consumers to taste it in the end.
That's really interesting. So let's say I'm a new entrepreneur and I'm saying, okay, I'm considering can as a package. What's that process like? I mean, do you have minimums in terms of like orders, and who are the people that you work with to kind of help those folks?
Yeah, we do have, like any company, we have minimums, and we have very, very large equipment. And we run about 2,000 cans a minute.
Wow.
So it's critical that we have minimums that help us just maintain efficiencies and quality and reduce scrap. We're also environmentally conscious ourselves. That's an area where we are doing a lot of investigation on how we can support the folks that are below our minimums so that we can bring more people into cans, because that's really important. We see a lot of new entrepreneurs that want to be in cans, and sometimes those minimums can be difficult.
Right.
And so that's been a big movement within our organization to investigate how we can service that category. Because we know they're going to get bigger and they're going to be in an ability to grow, and we want them in cans. And so that's been a lot of effort on our end to help move people and have a solution for that size category.
Great. Well, I really appreciate you being here with us
Absolutely.
in the Livestream Lounge, and I hope you're having a really good conference.
It's a fabulous conference. We're so happy
I like
to be
that.
here.
It's a fabulous conference. You hear that, folks? All right. Melanie, thanks so much. Great seeing you as always.
Thank you. It's a
We'll see you
pleasure.
soon. Okay, you can just give your mic back to our producer over there, and we'll get started. That was Melanie Vieira from Ball Corporation, really knowledgeable about cans. If you are interested in putting your beverage in cans, you should definitely talk to her. Up next is Michael Zuckerman. Michael, great to see you. How are you? Michael's a principal with Zuckerman Honickman, a family business that's been around, what's going on? 120 years. How are you?
I'm great.
It's great to see you.
Good to see you. Good to
So,
be here.
for those folks who don't know what Zuckerman Honickman does, can you give us just a brief explanation?
Sure. We're a full-service packaging broker to the beverage industry, both glass and plastic bottles. I mentioned the company's been around 120 years. We started in business with Pepsi-Cola at the turn of the century.
Yep.
And we've been lucky and humbled enough to participate with many of the major brands to today, from Vitamin Water to Snapple to Fuse, Body Armor, Bai, something we're really proud
Honest Tea.
of. Honest Tea.
It's a pretty amazing, the client list that you guys have, but you also have a focus of working with entrepreneurial brands.
Absolutely.
So entrepreneurial brands come to you and they say, hey, I want to work with Zuckerman Honickman. You know, what is their approach? What do they need to come to you with?
So take the Honest Tea model for a second.
Yep.
Seth came to us early on with a thermos and Dixie cups.
Thermos, okay.
Literally.
Wow.
And we, not only did we find the package in the bottle, but we introduced him to the co-packing model and his label supplier and distributors. So, you know, we make a living on selling bottles, but we make it our business to know the beverage industry.
Right. In terms of innovation, you know, that's all anyone wants. It's all anyone hears about.
Sure.
You guys are trying to be at the forefront of that in all areas of beverages, non-alcoholic, in all different aspects. You know, tell us about some of the interesting stuff that you worked on over the past year or so.
So, in terms of innovation, we've worked with one brand that comes to mind is called Stacked Wine.
Okay.
And it's a PET stackable container that has a barrier property. And the technology in that for us is the barrier that plastic wine bottles can keep for a long period of time, similar to glass. But I would tell you two innovative trends that we're seeing. We're seeing the commoditized brands go super lightweight, want to take all the costs out, and we're seeing the premium brands want to go super heavy and add the cost in and be premium.
Mm-hmm. What are some of the categories where you're seeing the most growth for your company? I mean, you know, you work with a lot of folks, but we always hear about these emerging categories, these emerging beverage categories. But the real proof is in the pudding, so to speak. I mean, the real proof is in how many orders are you getting from this category? How many orders are you getting from this category? So what are you seeing on the ground?
So I would tell you, the microbrew business has been great for us. It's been exploding the last year, 18 months. I would tell you the sports drink category. And all around just good for you trends. People are wanting to drink good for you products.
Right. And good for you products in terms of health and wellness, I mean, that stands out in the package. I mean, the formulation is obviously one big thing. Who do you work with in terms of label design? I know you help to sort of outsource, you help to work with a lot of different designers, formulators, and things like that. I mean, do you develop a team for beverage entrepreneurs to work with? Or?
So what we do, we don't monetize those other services. We work with strategic people. So for example, if you're looking for a designer, we have 2 or 3 designers that we work very closely with.
Mm-hmm.
Flood Creative, Score Creative, two wonderful companies.
Yep.
But it's more of a referral basis that we do it on, strategic introductions.
So it's something where an entrepreneur can literally come up to you and say, hey, I'm getting started, and you will help them from start to finish.
We look at it as mentoring a lot of these younger brands.
Great. I mean, that's really important because a lot of these folks are pre-launched. I mean, we had a beverage school event yesterday where a lot of people were coming in and then don't really know. They have an idea, but they don't know how to execute it. And so that's why you guys are around.
That's what we do.
Terrific. Last question, you know, how's your show going? How's the BevNet Live experience for you?
Show is awesome as usual. It's really a lot of fun.
What's your favorite part of it?
My favorite part is, God, that's an interesting question. I didn't
putting on you on the spot. Sorry.
Totally. I would tell you that I get a lot of hearing from the entrepreneurs speak and tell their stories.
Right.
And a lot of kind of what makes a brand successful.
Yeah.
We're very interested in that.
Great to hear. Michael, great
Thanks,
to see
man.
you as
Great to
always.
see you,
Thanks
buddy.
so much.
Thank you.
And you can just give the mic to our producer over there. We'll see you soon. Thank you. That was Michael Zuckerman, a principal with Zuckerman Honickman, a beverage packaging company that's been around for 120 years, as Michael was explaining. Well, that's the end of the Livestream Lounge for today, Monday. We've got quite a bit more coming up Tuesday. The live stream will be running from 9 o'clock in the morning until about 4:30 p.m. So we'll be here. Well, not on this stage, but we'll be here today. Until then, I'm Ray Latif, the managing editor of BevNet, and we'll see you then.
Ganeden is the premier innovator in probiotics. With an extensive library of published studies and more than 100 patents for probiotic technologies in the food, beverage, animal health, sports nutrition, and personal care ingredients markets, Ganeden remains at the forefront of probiotic research and product development. Ganeden BC30, Ganeden's patented food and beverage probiotic ingredient, is found in over 200 products around the world. The unique composition of Ganeden BC30 makes it the perfect ingredient for innovation in the food and beverage industry. Unlike most other probiotic strains, Ganeden BC30 is a spore former, which makes it highly stable and allows it to remain viable through most manufacturing processes, a 3-year shelf life, and the low pH of stomach acid. Ideally suited for almost any food, beverage, or companion animal application, Ganeden BC30 does not change or adjust the manufacturing process, has no effect on the taste or texture profile, and can easily be cleaned from the manufacturing plant. The efficacy of Ganeden BC30 is backed by over 20 published studies showing digestive, immune, and protein utilization support. Ganeden BC30 is a flexible fortification option as compared to more traditional probiotic strains. Ganeden works with its clients as a partner, taking special care to add value from initial contact to product launch and beyond. For more information on how to profit with probiotics, please visit GanedenProbiotics.com.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.
Ganeden is the premier innovator in probiotics. With an extensive library of published studies and more than 100 patents for probiotic technologies in the food, beverage, animal health, sports nutrition, and personal care ingredients markets, Ganeden remains at the forefront of probiotic research and product development. Ganeden BC30, Ganeden's patented food and beverage probiotic ingredient, is found in over 200 products around the world. The unique composition of Ganeden BC30 makes it the perfect ingredient for innovation in the food and beverage industry. Unlike most other probiotic strains, Ganeden BC30 is a spore former, which makes it highly stable and allows it to remain viable through most manufacturing processes, a 3-year shelf life, and the low pH of stomach acid. Ideally suited for almost any food, beverage, or companion animal application, Ganeden BC30 does not change or adjust the manufacturing process, has no effect on the taste or texture profile, and can easily be cleaned from the manufacturing plant. The efficacy of Ganeden BC30 is backed by over 20 published studies showing digestive, immune, and protein utilization support. Ganeden BC30 is a flexible fortification option as compared to more traditional probiotic strains. Ganeden works with its clients as a partner, taking special care to add value from initial contact to product launch and beyond. For more information on how to profit with probiotics, please visit GanedenProbiotics.com.
Pop the top on a canned drink. People everywhere recognize the sound of good times and refreshing fun. Because the fact is, consumers love canned beverages. Here's why. There's no doubt consumers enjoy the taste of canned beverages. Canned beverages are perfectly protected from damaging light and air. Every time someone opens a can, they're getting the exact freshness, flavor, and carbonation that you want them to taste. When it comes to catching the eye of consumers, cans can't be beat. With a full 360 degrees of printable surface, cans stand out like no other beverage package. And that means your brand is always front and center. Combined with new features like custom shapes and resealable options, it's clear that cans represent the most innovative beverage package available. Cans are 100% aluminum and 100% recyclable. Consider this. It only takes 60 days for a used can to be back on shelves as a brand new can. In fact, cans can be recycled again and again, forever. It's so easy to recycle. 75% of all aluminum ever produced is still in use today. Cans have always offered real advantages for affordable packaging, but that's only the beginning of their benefits. Consumers appreciate that cans are lightweight and stackable, quick to chill, and virtually unbreakable. For beverage packaging, consumers give the can high marks. Nothing even comes close for communicating your brand, delivering taste, protecting the earth, and providing refreshing, go-anywhere good times. That's what people love about the aluminum can, and that's why it's the best packaging choice for you. Open up to cans at smartcansolutions.com.